Welcome in, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here live on the Late Night Gaming channel. I am Jeff Creasy from the Botha Network, and we're here with the Misty Mountain Games Premier PQ in Madison, Wisconsin. We're about to get started with round one right here. We've got a Obi-Wan Blue versus Daedra Blue, and it looks like it is. Okay, we've got Micah on Obi-Wan and Ben on Daedra. Looks like Daedra's running the splash base and Obi is on the 28 force base. Uh, Interested to see how this matchup plays out. Daedra has obviously been picking up a lot of popularity. It did really well at the London sectors. Really interested to see how it does at the Prague regional this weekend. And yeah, this the splash base is kind of interesting though. So most of these decks have just been playing Hold for Questioning as a 3 of for 5 resources, so I'm curious what the Daedra player is planning to splash for, how they're going to use those resources. And then OB28 is a deck that by now everybody's pretty familiar with. It's been around the block for a while. I'm actually interested to see if Virgin's Temple, the 25 HP rare base, starts to make a comeback a little bit because there were some talks about how that can be good in the mirror and better in certain other matchups that are rising in popularity. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Daedra hasn't really taken off in the U.S. as much as even Aura or some other control variants, and there's always like an interesting difference between the European meta and the U.S. meta. So really interested to see how that goes. And we've got a Yaddle into a BT1 here. Um, Pretty good, just a standard start from both players. I wouldn't expect anything in this matchup to be decided too early. Obi is going to try to need to get out to a really big lead here before Daedra catches up with the all the board wipes and everything. And then yeah, BT1 does hit a single reactor ignition into the 000. So this is interesting. This is a Daedra deck with a little bit more aggression capabilities. You see varying levels of controlling elements from these Daedra decks. This one with the BT1 into the 000 clearly has some amount of early units to try to take the board, and just a Yaddle into Mira for the Obi, not using the Force to buff anything. May mean there's something like a Shatter Point that they want to use, or some other thing that they want to use the Force for. It could just be a turret that they want to drop. Looks like there's an itinerant warrior in hand. It's kind of interesting though. I would think you in this matchup specifically, you might want to buff a unit rather than like buff the Yaddle so he doesn't die to the BT1, or buff the Mina so that it can't die in one hit to the 000. Because the itinerant warrior isn't really going to be needed to heal. They may also be recognizing that they're not going to get the force back this turn, and so they want to keep it for the future turns, which is also very reasonable. But yeah, this Daedra getting in the damage early. Obi kind of on the defensive here, so this is I'm curious. I'd be curious to see this Daedra list because we see the units, we see the single reactor ignition, and there's a lot of different ways that people have been taking these Daedra decks. Defeating the shield with an Outer Rim Constable is really interesting. I'd imagine we're just, yeah, activating Daedra here. I really like this activation because you have the 4 power unit in the 000, but you've also got this BT1 that could go in, this Constable that could go in if it takes the damage. So really forcing Obi to actually make a decision. And then Daedra can flip here. Oh, interesting. So they're just using Daedra to take out the Itinerant Warrior. I can't see cards in hand, but I would imagine that Daedra might not. Daedra is not ahead because they've been playing a unit every turn, and they have not been drawing cards with Daedra. So yeah, overwhelming board presence here for this Daedra early. Not the way that I would have expected this matchup to go. Let's see if Obi can catch up on his flip turn now. So Obi on the flip turn, but no forced unit and does not have the force now. So this Mina could take out the BT1, could take out the Constable, could take out the Daedra. Lots of options for Obi here. Oh, I like this. So we see Blue Leader taking out the 000. Taking 4 back, so most likely going to die to the BT1 attack. But there's no need to do that now because Obi doesn't have the force. They have to flip before they can get an XP on it. Does just get misses on the BT1. So now we see one of the splash cards there with the Stranger. So this is a very interesting Daedra list and not like anything that I have seen before. So the miss on BT1 means that something else may have to run into this blue leader. Mina could I wouldn't hate Mina just killing Daedra here. Because this is clearly a more aggressive Daedra list than things that we've seen before. But going to base, prioritizing keeping the health and restore around on Daedra. Now comes the interesting attack with this Constable. Do you clear the blue leader? Do you just get some damage into base? I'm not sure what's in Daedra's hand. They may have something that can deal multiple damage to units, or some other options to also clear this blue leader. And yeah, they do end up going to base with the Constable. Ooh, we're using the base now. I have momentarily lost the video feed. They use the base for another copy of the Stranger, using that to kill the blue leader. And interesting here because the blue leader had 1 health left, so you have the option. You don't have to use the Stranger's ability to take damage first, but I guess it doesn't matter because either way, he's taking the 5 back. So yeah, now you have a 6 power Stranger with 2 health remaining. Um, so maybe that's a big enough threat that this Obi-Wan's going to have to run into it. Could also be shatter pointed without using the force, even though Obi does have the force now. And yeah, they do just take it out with the Mina. One of the first trades we've actually seen this game. There's been a lot of just racing, racing going to base here. So getting to draw the card off the Mina, Obi-Wan is played out as a Sentinel. We did just see it from the disclose. BT1 does hit this time, not as relevant at the moment unless we see some kind of damage from hand. Now needs to be 3 damage because of the experience from the Obi-Wan leader. There's another Constable. So now if we just see any 2 damage effect. No, we just see Daedra trading into Obi. So all of a sudden, this board state has pretty much turned around for Obi. Daedra's dead, Obi is still alive and unblemished, and it's 2 Constables against Obi-Wan leader and another Mina. Yeah, I think this is exactly where Obi wants to be in this scenario. You've got a board lead. You don't have to trade, because you've also got the restore and the Obi buff. So at the moment, you are winning the race. And then as soon as you start playing more things like your protect the pods or haymaker, if that's in the list or anything like that, you'll be winning the race by a very large margin. both players at 7 resources now, so we could start seeing some of the big guns, and we're potentially one turn away from another board wipe. So it's possible that Daedra is letting their board get small to set up for a single reactor ignition. We've seen one milled, but we assume that there's going to be a couple more in the bank here. I wouldn't hate just a claim from the Obi-Wan here, because that 2-drop ship tells me that they're perfectly fine with a board wipe on the Daedra side. Yeah, we do see a claim. Daedra activation. If you're assuming a board wipe, you just take the damage here. Yeah. And then very small but kind of interesting choice here on if you want to take the 1 extra damage on your attack from Itinerant Warrior or the restore from the Mina. I think you just take the extra damage, assuming that a board wipe's coming first action from Daedra. And yeah, that is what the Obi-Wan player says as well. Chat asking if the stream rig got upgraded. It absolutely did. Late night guys, Rebel Trader, Loopy, all those guys have put in a lot of work into making the stream higher quality, and I think you can really see that. It's super good to see. I always love seeing big upgrades in the ability to get you guys some good tournament coverage. So interesting that the Daedra did an attack to base before the board wipe, which allowed 3 more damage and 1 restore to get in. So basically trading 3 damage on their base for 2 more damage on Obi-Wan's base. Ooh, we see the Kelleran in hand as well. So that's going to be a nice rebuild from the Obi-Wan player. These are the kind of things that we used to see with Yoda versus Control decks back in the day, where you board wipe and then they just rebuild. You can't Kelleran into anything like an Amidala. We see a Yoda in the pile, but going to be able to get something. 1 extra for the turret. So yeah, pretty solid rebuild. And now we know 2 single reactors are gone because one did get hit with a BT1 discard from deck early in the game. So Obi-Wan player over here knowing that there's only 1 single reactor ignition at most left in the deck. Probably going to feel pretty comfortable flooding the board from here. But I mean, Daedra has to answer this Kelleran first action anyway. So let's see what the response is here. Cantwell Cruiser to exhaust the Kelleran. Now you have to eat this hit from turret and then claim to also deal with the turret, and then whatever Obi-Wan plays from here. Unless there is a lightsaber here. Protect the pod to kill the Cantwell. Oh, of course, the splash. I keep forgetting the splash base is 27. I'm used to the force bases being 28. So the splash base being 27 means that Obi activation onto turret is exactly lethal. So yeah, we're heading to game 2. Interesting start from this Daedra list. We saw the control elements. We also saw some of the early game presence. So this seems to be one of those a little bit more hybrid Daedra lists where it's not this pure hard control, always go to fatigue, but you play some more early units. But playing more early units is exactly what Obi wants to see. That's kind of where they thrive. We saw Daedra come out to an early lead, and then that lead immediately evaporated once Obi was able to start doing its Obi thing, where it could control the board a little bit easier, had a combination of restore and efficient trades, took over the board, forced Daedra to board wipe, and refilled with Kelleran. So I think that was just kind of a perfectly executed Obi game plan, and we'll have to see what Daedra can come up with in game 2 to kind of maintain that momentum into the mid game. Because I think the key for Daedra is you can't be so far behind that when you board wipe, you're dead to the next threat, which is basically what happened. They were dead to one color and attack after they board wiped, and they just could never get back into the game. They died the next turn. We saw I saw a Ray in the Obi-Wan sideboard coming in. Um, that's an interesting one. So basically, kind of assuming that the next games are going to go a little bit longer. I don't hate it, and obviously it's for these kinds of matchups. That game just happened to end on the turn that you would otherwise play Ray. But for instance, if Daedra had started the 8 resource turn with another board wipe, and then you just play a Ray, the game is kind of over after that. So that I like that. And well, I'm not sure what Daedra will bring in to kind of combat this a little bit. Um, maybe they just need to see a little bit more of their mid game, early to mid game interaction, more things like condemns, like other removal spells. We didn't really see any. There were multiple times where some damage spells would have been really good for Daedra. We only saw Daedra activate twice that game, I think, and both times it was just two damage on a unit. No card draw, not the biggest impact on the board. Um, but yeah, excited for the start of this game too. We'll see it. We'll see if this one goes any different or if Obi just keeps rolling with their standard game plan. Looks like I've got another Yaddle start from the Obi here. Yeah, chat talking about losing so much HP. Basically compared to Colossus. So the answer is, do we want to be? You could be Daedra 30, Daedra Colossus, or Daedra Splash Base. So compared to Colossus, you are losing 8 HP. You're getting one more card in your hand, and the only splash card we've seen so far is the Stranger. Um, I agree that didn't pay off so far in game one. I could see the Stranger being good in a lot of matchups, but the problem with this specific matchup is a lot of Obi's units have so much more health than they have attack. If any unit has 2 more health than it has attack, the Stranger isn't going to kill it when it ambushes in still. So the fact that Obi plays all of these units with smaller health, or sorry, more health and smaller attack, means that the Stranger's not as effective in this matchup as opposed to other ground-based matchups, something like maybe a Yularen or Talzin, as it would be in those. And then yeah, we see Daedra's already gotten to draw a card this game, which is one more than they were able to draw last game. Um, but that's all they do. So no other play on the 3 resource turn. So really not a strong follow up for Daedra. Um, and we already saw in game one when they had a good opening, Obi was still able to come back and regain control of the board. So Daedra already falling behind here on turn 2 of this game too. They did get to draw an extra card. Maybe they can use that to help get back into this. Interesting sequencing choices here as well. Yeah, Obi choosing to take out the HK. I like that decision. Now you would imagine Daedra is just going to get to draw another card here because you don't want this Yaddle to die. And now comes some more decisions here. I don't think you're worried about a 3 cost ambusher, um, but there are multiple 2 and 3 damage effects. You've got Let's Call It War, and you've got the other 3 cost red event that can deal 2 and 2. and Biff Brute here. So Obi played around this really well by getting his Yaddle up to 3 power to trade with the Brute. Um, wouldn't have been a terrible decision at first glance to buff the Obi-Wan, but immediately realizing that, immediately getting paid off for the decision of buffing Yaddle. Chat asking if Drew Overly is related to Micah. I believe they are siblings, both on the late night gaming team. And then, yeah, we see Daedra just taking out the Obi there. So now it's just Daedra with 2 health remaining against an itinerant warrior here, still with the shield. Blue leader coming in to take out Daedra. So leaving the itinerant warrior up. Most likely to hit base, but could also trade with whatever gets played from Daedra here, assuming it's a unit. And it is not a unit, it's a no glory. That potential was why I wouldn't have minded just either trading with the itinerant warrior or hitting base for 4. But we see Obi deployed, attacking for 3. Obviously cannot put an XP on the blue leader because blue leader already has 2 experience. And we're in an interesting spot here. So nothing on board for Daedra. Daedra's dead, Obi's not. But there are fewer units out. There's still 8 attack worth of pressure out right now for Obi, so Daedra has to clean up the board some. And that cleans up the board some. There's a Lost and Forgotten to kill the blue leader, heal the base for 3. Buy yourself some more time. And now Obi playing the Captain Rex. Now this is a lot of pressure. It's going to get Sentinel now, which is irrelevant, but it's also going to get an XP, which is slightly more relevant. So now you've got 11 attack power on board for Obi-Wan now. Daedra is still 1 turn away from a potential board wipe. But you really want to deal with this Captain Rex first action, whether it's just a Condemn or a Cantwell or another hard removal spell like another Lost and Forgotten or No Glory. And yeah, we do have another No Glory here. So Daedra looking a lot better now. Last game, I think they went into the 8 resource turn with something like 20 damage on base. Now they're going into it with probably 8 damage on their base. A lot more comfortable of a situation. They play another HK. So now a single reactor ignition will deal 2 damage for each unit that gets defeated. Drew Overly here, I think debating if he wants to pump damage into this HK or if he just wants to attack the base. See another itinerant warrior, so extending a bit. This makes me think that maybe he has a something like a Kelleran in hand, and he needs to make the board wide enough to force Ben over here on Daedra to use a single reactor ignition, so that he can then rebuild. It's always the key in these when you're playing against these control matchups. You need to not overextend into the board wipe so that it extends just enough that you force them to spend their turn doing it. It looks like that is what we're going to see here. Yeah, single reactor ignition. So 6 damage to Drew's base. Then revealing to draw a card with Mina. Going to have a bit of some rebuild here. Now, what is the rebuild for Obi here? Looks like it's going to be just playing out some of the smaller units that we just saw with the disclose. Get an Obi and a Gungi out, and that's it. So not as powerful of a rebuild as we saw in game 1. And now I would imagine Daedra is feeling a lot better about this. Even if you have a second board wipe in hand, you're not forced to use it right now. You can take 5 for multiple turns before you have any kind of a problem. So you're really saying to Drew, even if I have a board wipe, you have to commit more to this board before I use it. Another Bith Brute, not lining up the best into this Obi-Wan, is going to let you draw a card with Daedra after the attack, assuming you want to save your Obi-Wan. Drew may have been debating using Obi-Wan first onto the Gungi to have that clear the Bith Brute, but I think I like just doing this first action. An extra XP on the Obi-Wan isn't going to stop Daedra from killing it, so you might as well just take your efficient trade while you can before Daedra does some other shenanigans that makes it look a lot worse. 6 here. Oh, Mandalorian. Interesting. Okay. So draw a card, put a shield on it. Whenever you draw a card, it gets a shield. So now these Daedra, you draw a card actions get a lot riskier now with this Mandalorian unit out. So I would imagine we might see something like a first action Daedra hit the Obi-Wan. What card did I just see? The Mandalorian died. It is a prestige variant that I couldn't tell exactly what it was. Oh, Shatterpoint. Shatterpoint. Okay. So it was a Shatterpoint to immediately kill the Mandalorian. Sorry about that, guy. I am not the best at all of the prestige variants. So yeah, Shatterpoint makes a lot of sense in terms of what would just kill the Mandalorian still with the shield. At first, I thought it was the prestige Haymaker, but that wouldn't have killed him. So I was very confused for a second. But yes, I believe that was a Shatterpoint. So a very good response from Obi, and this is why Obi really likes this matchup. I think where Obi has a combination of just enough removal to deal with these big units and enough small guys to still get the damage through. And now they just back to needing a follow up. Still has a little bit of buffer in terms of health remaining, so not in dire straits yet. But one more big threat from this Obi-Wan, or a couple of more turns passing, and we're gonna reach situation critical fairly soon here. Yeah, two more damage. So up to 17 on the base for Daedra, 4 on the base still for Obi-Wan. So 10 HP remaining. At the current board state, you have 2 turns left. Is this gonna? Yeah, another stranger coming out here. So far, the stranger is the only splash card that we've seen. It's nicely effective here, where it kills the Obi-Wan and is threatening to kill this Gungi. Unless it gets an experience, then well, it would still kill it with the stranger's ability of taking the damage first. That is a Yoda ability to deal 4 more to the stranger to kill it. So yeah, now we're in board wipe or bust territory here. 0 damage on base for the Obi-Wan. That part is not usually super relevant for most Daedra builds, as once they seize control completely, they can kind of get in their damage quickly by sticking one of their capital ships. We know Obi-Wan boarded in things like Array, so if they get one attack in, um, or any way to get the force, and then are able to either get any damage or pump this ray so that it's lethal in one hit. Yeah, we see a second single reactor ignition here. Now, this is where the ray could be devastating from Obi. We just see a Secret of Sage coming out. So it looks like another small board rebuild here from Obi. 000 coming out, so decent at dealing with these rebuilds. And then the Captain Rex. This 000 doesn't look as good anymore. Can't kill the 2/2 shielded. Obviously cannot kill the 7/7 Captain Rex. So Daedra's in a bit of a pickle here. It looks like we see a Cantwell, so that can stop the Captain Rex, assuming that the disclose is available. Still no force for Obi, but assuming that you have to tap the Captain Rex with the Cantwell, the Secret of Sage is going to get to attack to give the force. If they don't have the disclose, then they have to have some other answer for Rex here, because you can't afford to get smacked for 7, I don't think. We see another Cantwell and another Stranger as the disclose. The base has been used, so at this point the Stranger is a 7 cost, 1/7. Looks like IG going to base here. Curious how these other 4 resources are going to get used. I was kind of expecting a potential Daedra activation to either draw a card or pop the shield. Then Obi has to think about this 000 killing the Secret of Sage. We did not see that, though. We just saw an attack to base. Drew over here deciding to use the force or protect the pod to kill the Cantwell. That is really bad for Daedra. So we know they have another Cantwell, but now that has to be their first action next turn, and there's a Chirrut and a Secret of Sage and an Obi activation potentially. The Obi does not activate, so keeping the force potentially for this Chirrut, or to see if if your Rex is going to get to attack or anything like that. You have to imagine another Cantwell is coming first action. Um, just still going to take up a large amount of the resources available for Daedra. Oh, that is a Lawbringer, not a Cantwell. I got my Doritos mixed up. So, blue has been called, so the blue units are -2, -2. So, kills the Secret of Sage. Chirrut has 1 attack, Rex has 5. So, still 6 attack on board here, just getting 1 damage in up to 20. So, this is the risky part now, because at this point, Um, if Ben doesn't have anything, then Drew can claim get in the last 7 damage with his Captain Rex once the Lawbringer temporary effect ends. So it's a little bit of a game of chicken at this point. I wonder, are we going to see a condemn? Fine, nope, no condemn. Looks like a commence the festivities or flashed events. Some red event was played and then immediately put to the bottom of the deck with 000. So it looks like it was overwhelming over the turret for 1. And then Keller in here, so um, only 2 HP left on Ben's base. Keller into Galen. Could name something like a single reactor ignition to get the 3rd one. Looks like they're going to write down what he named here. Yeah, and he is naming the single reactor ignition. So no longer an option to top deck the 3rd board wipe here for Ben. Don't think they have much in the way of ground sentinels in these Daedra lists. There's only 2 HP left. There's a lot of work to do here. We see the second or third Bith Brute, so that is speed bump number 1. He will need 2 more speed bumps to survive the turn. He will now need 3 more speed bumps to survive the turn, as Yoda gets played, uses the Force, kills the Bith Brute. I would imagine we are, yeah, and that's the game. Drew Overly showing why Obi-Wan can have a good matchup into these Daedra control decks. Really well played by him. And if you look at the matchup spread, even in London, of this Daedra deck, it's really interesting how it has a positive spread into almost all of the field except for Obi-Wan and Daedra, or sorry, Obi-Wan and Boba. But yeah, real well played by Ben. That is the. Do we have a backup match, or has it already concluded? Okay, we're switching now to the backup match. So while the overlays get updated, we are seeing a Talzin Yellow Force against a Lando Data Vault. And I believe the Talzin is Carlos Apodaca, and I'm not sure the player on Lando Data Vault. Uh, oh, sorry, this is Nick on Talzin and Lucy on Lando. We've got a very interesting board state here. Lando has a lot more units out right now, and looks like Lando takes the game. We will see shortly if there's going to be another game, if they shuffle up to keep playing. Um, Double protect the pod in hand for so it looks like this is a Lando Call Green deck, which is a really cool archetype that I've tested a bit and have had a lot of fun with. You get a lot of cool green removal spells. We also see some blue aces in there. Looks like they're de-sideboarding, so this may be the end of either Lucy 2-0 or the end of game 3. But either way, it looks like Lando Green has just taken down Talzin Yellow. We do not have a third feature match, so you're welcome that you got to see all of the action from that backup game. We got to see a very solid single action where Lando won. We might have a third. We are hold tight. We're checking on that really quick. If we do have a third, we might see more than one action from that. If we don't, we will let you know shortly as we're checking that there are a lot of cameras around, a lot of stream tables for this event. And while we're checking on that, quick reminder, thanks for tuning in to the late night gaming stream. This is the Misty Mountain PQ in Madison, Wisconsin premiere format. And I am Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network. Huge thanks also to Rebel Traitor doing all the production behind the scenes. And yeah, we are still figuring out if we have the a third match or not. Looks like we do. We did have a third match. Then they finished as well. So all of these rude players finishing their matches at the same time, not giving you guys extra swoo content. We're gonna blame them for that. We definitely don't have a fourth table stream, so 3 was the limit. We may be able to get into those later, but as you can see on the timer, unofficial timer, but we've got approximately 17 minutes left in round 1 here. So we are going to go to a short break and meet us back here for round 2. Once again, this is the Misty Mountain Games Planetary Qualifier in Madison, Wisconsin. I am Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network, here with Late Night Gaming and Rebel Trader from Take the Initiative. Please sit tight as we wait for round 2. Thanks for hanging out.
And welcome back, everybody, to round 2 of the Planetary Qualifier in Madison, Wisconsin at Misty Mountain Games. We've got Blaine on the bottom here playing Saw Gerrera on the blue base, and Isaiah on top playing Talzin Green. I'm joined here by Jeff Creasy. Say hi.
Hello, how's everybody doing today? Excited to have you back with us, RT, fresh from your producing duties of getting everything set up. Great job with the setup, by the way. Everything looks really nice from my end.
Yeah, we've made some special modifications, shall we say.
So yeah, this is a really interesting matchup. Talzin Green versus Saw Blue. Now, Saw's a deck that I am really intrigued by and have seen do some really cool things. What are your thoughts about this Saw deck?
I haven't seen too much of it in action, but it's, I mean, when it really gets going, in theory, it can do like a lot of damage really quick. And it's got some nuts plays. It doesn't get to run hero or villain cards, but it does get to play like, Syntakaz, Plot, and then use the Saw ability to deal like a quadrillion damage in one hit.
Yeah, you get cool things like the Cavern Angel X-Wing to just activate Saw and hit him for 6 with a 2-drop.
Yeah.
A lot of cool things like that. And then when Saw flips and gets to do the double attack, you kind of get a little Yularen action going with just huge numbers with one hit. You can Chio, aggressive negotiations, make your hits bigger. And then on the other side, we've got this Talzin Green. Now we've seen Talzin Yellow around a lot, and we've seen Blue-Green Villain make a little bit of a comeback where we've seen some Aura Data Vaults, and then also this Talzin Green. I think Talzin Green is a little more. It's a lot closer to Talzin Yellow than it is to something like an Aura Data Vault. But what are your thoughts on this Talzin Green deck?
Yeah, Talzin Green is. I actually played with it a bit last set, and I've been playing with it a bit this set. And I think it's really good. It doesn't rely on ramp like the Aura deck does, or like the previous decks did, because you've got a leader that flips on 5, and you've got a bunch of powerful plays on 4 resources like the Dooku or the Talzin's Assassin.
Oh, not what Saul wanted to see here. So
Yeah.
Saul not on initiative starts out with a 2/2 raid 2, but into the Secret of Sage from Talzin. So you just get to kill what would otherwise be 6 damage to base for the cost of a shield, and giving Talzin the 4. So this is a turn 1 where the initiative really mattered a lot, and lots coming out anyway. So not even spending the shield on Secret of Sage to kill this 2/2. I don't know about you. I don't love that play. I think you just run the shield in because now lots could be used to kill this Bith Brute.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess yeah, but Talzin can be used here to kill it anyway. So.
Yeah, similar outcome. You have a shield instead of an XP, but either way, really good start from this Talzin. Saw already on the back foot from losing initiative, and that's an interesting thing about this Saw deck. When you try to balance everything with having big power and getting in one hit, if you don't have initiative and they get to hit you first, it can be a little rough.
Yeah,
Going into the
initiative
4
really
resource.
matters for Saw.
Oh yeah, definitely. Going into 4 resource, Saw with no damage on base, no board presence, and we see the Hana come out. Um, Interested to see how aggressively Talzin kills this. 3 resources coming out. Ooh, straight into the mastery on the Lots Razi. So yeah, now we have a 5/4. The shield takes out the Hana, 2 to base. They have the force. Talzin appears in complete control of this game 1. What do you think Saul can do to try to claw back into this game here?
I mean, you gotta hope to get a lot of value off your Saw leader, and you gotta have something to deal with this Lats right away.
Yeah, I mean another option is just lane dodge. See if they can see if they can deal with this. Maybe get in a few hits with the MC30. Use your leader to trade a little bit. Talzin immediately going to base with the Lots. Saul doesn't flip until next turn. Another a craving power. Oh my goodness. We may be going to game 2 real quick here. I'm not sure this game would have been a ton different if Saul was on the play. They would just have gotten a little bit of damage into base first. But I think with these sequencing, Saul isn't playing yellow, doesn't have any way to bounce or return to hand the Lots with the mastery. So
Oh, it looks like.
And then eighth brother coming out here for Talzin. And yeah, we're just going to game two.
All
Don't
right.
disagree. Yeah, that was a dominant performance from this Talzin green here in game one. Saul is going to be on the play in game two, at least. So they've got that going for him. But I think either way against Talzin, like the 2/2 raid 2 units, things like that, I don't think that's where you want to be against these, high health 2 power force units. We saw the Secretive Sage, the Latsrazi, all those guys just love eating up these 2 and 3 health units for free.
Yeah, Lats is one of the highest value units in the game right now, I think.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious. I'm not sure exactly what Saw could have in their sideboard. I wouldn't hate if you had it just bringing in some Sentinels. The bad thing is the Sentinel you might have in your sideboard would be like a droid laser turret, the 2/1 shielded, which is also very bad against Talzin. Um, but yeah, I think I'm curious your thoughts on this. For me, whenever I'm testing with or against Talzin Green, it feels very draw dependent. It's the kind of deck where it has enough upgrades and enough kind of like moving through the curve that sometimes you just kind of draw the wrong part of your deck at the wrong time and it beats itself. But when you draw the right part, it is incredibly powerful. Have you experienced that at all, or do you disagree?
With the Talzin, I think that's true to some extent. I think the green version is actually a bit more consistent than like the yellow or the red.
Hmm.
Um, because I mean you don't need like you've got a lot of ways to control the board. You aren't necessarily reliant on a lot of the power plays.
Yeah, that makes sense. Going into game two here, let's hope that Saw can get a little bit more of a footing. If not, then thankfully we've got some backup matches. But I'd like to think Saul is going to be able to put up a little bit more of a fight in this game too. It's not just the initiative. I think that the draw didn't work out very well for them. Everything they played lined up really poorly into what Talzin had in the first few turns. So hopefully we'll get to see a little more of a fight put up this game. All right, Saul's got a handy likes. Looks like Talzin is mulliganing, going back to the well.
Uh-oh. Looks like we're having some stream difficulties.
Yeah, the stream is not frozen for me watching it. So we have video quality, and I think RT is looking into why the video may not be updating on the stream.
Yeah, go solo for a second.
So I'm gonna go take this back to round one with a solo cast while RT troubleshoots, and you guys get to hear me describe in great detail what is happening. So Cavern X-Wing here for the Saw on turn 1, 2/1, when defeated, deal 2 damage to a base. Really good start from Saw. Secretive Sage again from the Talzin. So Saw probably not going to be able to stop Talzin from getting the Force this turn, but you may just see 6 damage from this Cavern X-Wing in one action here. Curious that Saul may want to make Talzin use the Force to do it, but no, just going in for the 6 damage. So Cavern X-Wing gets +2 from Saw up to 4 power. When defeated, to deal 2 more. Then Talzin attacks with a Secretive Sage, so Talzin has the Force. Both players have 3 resources up. Saul spending 3 to play his own Latarazi. Has to give it an experience so it doesn't just die to the Talzin. So now there's a 3-2 Latarazi. Talzin answers with their own Latarazi, which is shielded, kills the 3-2 with the 2-1 shielded. And now we're back to the same point where Saul does not have a board. Talzin has the same board as last game at this point, actually, with a Secretive Sage and a Latarazi. Saul really probably just needing to find more space units at this point. The ground dominance from Talzin has been very much in effect. Both of these games have been Secretive Sage into Latarazi, which is really the ground start that any blue-green deck would want to see. Saw here deciding what they're doing first action for 4 resources as Talzin is double checking their resources. Still waiting for the first action of the 4 resource turn here. Saw in a bit of a pickle. Talzin does currently have the Force and 1 Force unit on board, along with a 2-1 shielded Latarazi. I see. Talzin is debating on their resource decision for the turn. I think that is the current delay. Now they've made their decision. We're on to Saw's action. Spending 3 for the droid missile turrets. I saw now with a 4-2 in space. Talzin's assassin using the Force, immediately killing the droid missile turret. Gonna take 3 indirect. Talzin just taking it to base. No respect for the saw damage, and really just saying, I am in control of this game, and I can do whatever I want, and I'm not sure that I disagree at this point. I think anytime in this matchup they start with Secretive Sage and into Latarazi, it's going to be a bad time for Saw. I don't know about this matchup as a whole. I would imagine it is, in general, not easy for Saw, and these starts from Talzin have just been really good. So 6 damage on Saw's base, 9 damage on the Talzin base, another droid missile turret. And we just see 2 to base here from the Secretive Sage. So getting in the damage, but keeping up both their shielded and their largest unit. Okay. Still troubleshooting some video issues. Uh, that may solve the technical issues if we revert some of the changes we made going into this round. Yeah, just hold tight with us, folks. I've lost my video while we're transitioning, so I can't at the moment tell you what's happening. We're getting the new scenes loaded in. And goodness gracious, I was gone for a second, and we may be approaching the end of game 2 here. Talzin with the leader flipped 4 other units on board, including a turret, and Saul with no board. Going into Saul's flip turn, but there's just... Yeah, we see a couple of small units getting cleared out. But an Abyss Brute here for Saw, which is going to stop 1 attack and potentially allow Saw to flip, but there's still a turret in the way as well. And Saul just does not have a board. Talzin taking out the Bith Brute, shrinking it on attack so that Talzin only takes 3 damage back. Saw can still flip here. There is a Talzin's Assassin attack available, and then all the resources up still for Talzin. Yeah, we see a Condemn immediately onto the Saw. So that should turn off Saw's when completed ability as well, but that also only matters if Saw has a board and other units to play. Looks like Saw not going for the attack, not forcing Talzin to show a villain card here, just claiming initiative instead. But I'm not sure at the moment what Saw can do to get back into this. And my stream is paused again, so I can't see exactly what's happening right now, but my gut tells me that I think the Saw player wishes their stream was paused right now. And yeah, it looks like the game has ended. That was a brutal thrashing from this Talzin, just really showing the strength of this Talzin green, showing the strength of units like Lots Razi, especially into these more aggressive matchups. The units that do get out get killed with either Talzin's Assassin minus plus the Talzin ability or Condemn neutralizing the leader. Just not much I think that Saw could do based on the sequence of cards that we saw from Talzin. And
I'm
we are
on
going
mute
into
again.
our backup.
So
Okay.
this
We're
is
going into our
uh,
backup match. Talzin Data Vault versus Obi Blue. Can't tell if it's 28 or 25. I'm going to guess 28 until we see otherwise, because that's what most of them are. But
it
we
is
will
indeed
see
28,
after
yeah.
turn one. It looks like it is 28, yeah.
We got Tim Rando Mando on the Aura and Jack Fitzgerald's on the OB. Both of them are late night competitive team members.
Gotcha. So we have a late night versus late night matchup here. With Rando Mando on the bottom of your screen playing the Aura Data Vault. And then I'm not sure. I would imagine they're on game two, and I'm not sure who won game one. And we saw in round one the Daedra Blue just really get demolished by an Obi-Wan. So I'm really curious the differences with Aura Green and how this matchup might be. I think the biggest things are you don't have things like losing a lot of HP for splash base for the Stranger, which is not great in this Obi matchup, and you get a little bit more early interaction in things like the Lots Razi that we saw in the initial uh, the initial round. Leppy Lookout coming out here for Aura. Going to line up really well into this Yaddle, unless Obi gets the buff off in time, which with initiative he should be able to do. Oh, plays the Obi Sentinel instead, so protecting it that way. My screen blinked and everything died. So, yes, I can see now. Everyone is just looking through their deck now. I'm very confused as to what is happening. So we think our video should be back to the way it was. There may have been a bit of a time jump or something. Um, I went from action 1 of a game to seeing players shuffling with 31 damage shown on the data vault. So we may have had a time jump that happened while we were fixing the video quality. It may have reverted back to the end of game 1, and we're about to see what we saw earlier, or it may have jumped forward. We will find out momentarily. But yeah, hold with us for the technical issues. Round 1 went great, and then we are working on fixing the issues that have popped up in round 2.
All right, I should be unmuted now, but yeah, I don't know what's going on with the time jump thing. That that one I'm kind of clueless on, but we're gonna broadcast what we see. So we've got a game here at least.
Yeah,
The
they're shuffling
camera,
for another game, whether it jumped back or forward.
Yeah, our frame rate issue should be fixed. I think I'll just explain it. Like we're running a new server-based video thing, and if we look at it in like the easiest way, it's like we'd be seeing it 20 seconds early, like before the stream sees it, and that wouldn't work very well. So I've been streaming to Discord, but the issue is as soon as I click onto something else, it freezes. So what we were doing is using OBS virtual camera, and that was, I think, causing an encoding overload, which is why there was like 1 frame a minute going. But now I switched back to streaming through Discord, so it should be more stable. Our backup camera is just a bit lower quality than our primary camera, so that's not something that we can fix, but it is the backup camera for a reason.
Yeah. And I just saw over on the stream them experience the time jump. But either way, we're sleeving up for another game here. Rando Mando immediately on the mulligan here. Looks like Jack deciding if they like their hand or not.
Let me see, what version of this deck is Rando running? Okay, it's only 60 cards. He's been playing a 70 card version.
Goodness gracious. Oh my. These control players and their decision that Data Vault doesn't give them enough cards. I hate it.
So this is presumably not game 1. Might be 2,
Definitely
might be 3,
not.
probably 2.
Yeah. We might be seeing a time jump backward, and we're about to see the start that we saw for a few seconds before the camera skipped. Either way, we got a mulligan from the Rando Mando. I see a Gungi in hand for OB. So their turn 1 is pretty set.
So yeah, let's actually start to talk about the matchup. I've been playing a lot of Aura, and I've been pretty focused on this OB matchup because I think it's of the big decks, it's the toughest matchup for Aura.
Yeah.
Tim's a great player, so I'm really excited to see how he handles it. But in my testing, a lot of the time, like OB just is able to pressure the board so much, and they're able to play removal, which I don't know, a lot of the control cards in this deck depend on, having a unit that stays on the board for multiple turns, like the Cantwell or Krennic or Purgle King. And OB gets to play Shadow Point, which is great in that matchup.
Yeah, we definitely saw that in round 1 as well, with the Daedra player having the same problem. They played a Cantwell, and it would immediately get Protect the Potted and killed. It's something that I really like about this meta right now, though, is that a lot of the removal is more unit based, where you don't just have the takedown plus Rivals Fall plus Fell the Dragon plus everything that you want to to just kill units from nothing. It's you have to work for it a little bit more. Yeah, we see the 4 damage going into this Ezra. So currently set up, and then immediately getting an XP from the Obi, so that it cannot be immediately killed by the aura. And that's another thing that can make this matchup a little bit more awkward. I mean, you're obviously still going to have your cards like Incapacitate that could kill units, but the Obi potentially making things just out of reach of aura.
And there's the
Wow, the
Vandor
four
range
six.
troopers from
Mm-hmm.
Random Ando. It's a new
Yeah,
ad I've been testing also, and I'm really liking it so far. Just big
yeah.
numbers.
My team actually noticed this in a lot of the Aura Data Vault lists over the past couple weeks. My assumption was that it just lines up really well into things like some of the 3/5s in the meta, or 2/4s and things like that. What are your thoughts on how this card has performed?
Yeah, the big thing is that in the past we were running Bosk in that slot as a 4-drop unit, but Bosk just gets eaten by Blue Leader, and Vandor survives Blue Leader.
Yeah, and then your aura gets to kill the blue leader back, which is nice.
Yeah.
So nothing left to fear killing the turret, and then immediately another turret gets played. So Obi does have the force now, so you can't just swing the Vandor into kill. The Vandor currently has 6 power.
But Vandor plus Aura does kill it.
Yes. Instead of the Vandor plus aura, he goes for the 4/4 attack there.
That might be a mistake.
Well, it's a similar thing where now the Vandor kills it anyway.
Yeah.
I think we're basically ending up in the same spot because Obi could have used the force to pump the turret, and then you still throw the 4/4 anyway.
Well,
So I think we got to the same place,
you
but
can't
now the
you can't Obi if you turret. So either the Vandor just eats it.
true,
And then, yeah.
true. Yeah, that's a
So,
really good point.
Yeah, if he had been able to use the Knight of Ren attack to kill the Ezra here, I think Rand would be in a much better position.
Hmm. Yeah, and instead we get Ezra with 2 health left, Gungi now with an experience and no damage on him. So we've got the 3/6 Gungi. I would imagine Ezra gets eaten now by this trooper here, and yeah, that is what we see. Aura still a bit away from flipping here. Obi did not flip on 5, choosing to flip on 6 instead. Maybe just wanting to keep Obi a little bit more undamaged until the board was clearer.
Could be. Ooh, is that luminous beings?
Yes, so this is put force units
Alright.
from your discard pile on the bottom of your deck, and you give your units +2/+2 for each one that you put to the bottom.
All right, Lost and Forgotten is a good way to answer that, though.
I believe it's all your units, so Obi still hits for should hit for 9 here for +6 because he put 3 force units to the bottom.
It's you give that many units +4, so he's hitting for
Oh, sorry, that
for
gotcha.
7.
She's hitting for 7. Yeah, I knew roughly what the card did, which honestly I was proud of myself for that. That is not a card we've seen a bunch. But I've seen it in this Obi deck specifically for these removal heavy matchups, and I think it's a good reason too to not deploy your leader where you know there's a lot less leader removal, so you're gonna get the +4 and get that 7 attack damage in.
Is it Dedra from Rando?
Yeah, immediately into the Kelleran. So trying to make the board go wide. One thing about Aura Green that you don't get the same as a Daedra Red is you don't get the single reactor ignition on curve. So you don't get the 8 resource board wipe. And yeah, so we have Daedra obviously making a spy when it ambushes in, but now we have Kelleran and Obi unit. Obi leader with 1 health left.
Yeah, I mean Rando's got to answer this Kelleran right away. Okay, he's got the
And
craving for
he
it.
does. Yeah, so craving power on the Daedra, so now that goes for 7 damage into the Kelleran, immediately into the Yoda to deal 6 damage to the Daedra. Normally has 5 HP, up to 7 with 3 damage on it, so that will kill the Daedra.
but it allows
Now
the
Rando
aura to
back to
flip
needing a
into
lot of it.
here
Yeah.
before the OB can experience the other OB.
Mm-hmm. Deciding not to waste the spy and use the aura leader to go in. Spy just putting 2 damage onto Yoda. But yeah, that shows me, that tells me that he doesn't have something like another Lost and Forgotten or a Cantwell in hand. I think he just drew a Cantwell on Rando's side
Yeah.
to potentially, but just tapping the Yoda, it's still hard to have a board around because every time OB activates and uses the Force, it's going to deal a lot of damage to a unit. So Cantwell's not the answer you want the most.
Yeah, and it's also weak to Shatterpoint,
Hmm.
which I think I see a copy in Jack's hand, if not two.
Yeah. Yeah, and Obi does have the Force right now, so we'll be able to Shatterpoint right away. Doesn't need to get a unit to stick to attack first.
I think I see another Craving Power, which that, let's see, so Yoda should have, what, 8 health left? So,
Eight
I mean,
health
yeah,
left, so it does not kill it.
Craving plus an Aura Swing can kill it.
Hmm.
And he should be
Yeah,
able to
and so I
mine
think that's the
resources.
question that that Rando is thinking about is do I go for the 2 action kill, let him hit me once, or do I hope that they don't have removal?
So I think that's
Oh.
Creditor's Claim in Rando's hand.
Hmm.
Man, I've not been following
If
all his innovations, I guess.
I've seen that in a couple of the aura lists as well. I think it's another way to take care of these go wide swarm decks, whether it's Vader or Lando Lake or whatever. You
Yeah.
get to trade into a bunch of stuff and then kill something when it finally dies as well.
And I guess it's a good answer to like a turn 2 upgrade from an Obi.
Hmm. Going to 31 here. So the problem with Craving Power swing is Obi's probably going to play a unit and then you won't be able to swing because you have to claim to stop that unit, but then you have to stop both units.
Yep.
So I don't know if you can afford to do that unless you have Craving plus a Sentinel. I know some of these have been playing Turret just as a 3/5 Sentinel. I've seen the Perimeter, ATRT, Droid Laser Turret. There are a lot of options that Aura could play as a cheap Sentinel to stop a potential ground attack from coming in. And I would imagine they're discussing these thoughts. You see the hand motions from Rando. These are 2 teammates, so they obviously know each other, probably done some testing together. See a Nihilus in hand as well. But right now, the Nihilus has to damage the aura, which is not great for you.
Yeah.
Nihilus is not optional, doesn't care what team the unit is on, just the lowest health unit. If it's tied, you get to choose. If it is not tied, you have to choose whatever the lowest health unit is besides the Nihilus itself. Yeah, the HP numbers don't line up well enough to aura attack into Yoda and then Nihilus kill the Yoda. That wouldn't be enough damage to kill it. Seven resource. So he is playing the Nihilus. Do not believe that should work.
Yeah, no, that damage should go to the aura.
So Nihilus should get an experience either way, but also the damage has to go to the unit with the least remaining HP, which at the time of playing Nihilus was the Aura leader, with 4 left versus Yoda that had 8 left. It's something that a lot of players don't realize until it gets pointed out because it's a little bit counterintuitive. You would think or a lot of people just assume it's the lowest HP enemy unit. Hopefully that won't end up impacting the game too much. It looks like Yoda's still got a lot going on for him here. Is that a single reactor ignition for 10?
That's emergency powers, I think.
Oh, emergency powers. Okay, there we go.
I think he's basically just scooping and
He's
they're
conceding.
playing
Yeah.
hypotheticals.
But he had a big nihilist first,
Yeah.
and that's what counts.
All right, I guess now we're going to see if they go to another game.
Yeah. Obi takes this one. We're not sure what game this is. If that was either game 2 or 3. We're not sure exactly who won game 1, but we know Obi won that game.
Well, yeah, because Rando didn't get a turn 1 play, so we're not sure who
Yeah.
started with initiative.
I don't remember. Yeah, I'm not sure. He could have passed or claimed first action as well. Looks like they might be de-sideboarding here.
Yeah, it looks like they're reporting.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see if we have a third game. I think we do.
Yeah, so Obi takes that one, either in 2 or 3 games.
All right. Yeah, so we should have a third game, and it should be up now. And it looks like it's Dedra Blue versus Boba Blue.
Oh, goodness. I see an Annihilator on the field. I'm not sure if it's exhausted or readied, because I'm not sure how you're supposed to deal with the horizontal cards. But it is on the field.
So it should be Adam on Dedra versus Nick on Boba. Adam
Looks like he turned it sideways to attack. So what's your opinion on this? This is a very important topic. For the horizontal cards, should the horizontal orientation be readied or be exhausted, do you think?
I would just use it as a normal card.
Okay. So you think the normal rectangular shape being in the normal readied position means it's readied?
Yeah.
I don't hate that. I just don't use those because I don't know which one is. I don't like having an ambiguous board state personally, so I just don't use those cards. I have some horizontal TIE Fighter tokens for Vader that look really good, but I don't want to use them because I don't want to be confused about or have my opponent confused about whether they're ready or not. But it looks like I don't see any damage on Daedra's base right now. Wow, single reactor ignition to kill 2 units. That tells me that either Daedra might just really like their hand.
What's the name of this? Shield generator complex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we see a Krennic as a first action reload. I would imagine Boba is going to have something else.
Got a shout out Adam here. Oh, it looks like I have the Nick actually. Peckard third for using the Marvel Champions health dial.
Looks like we had another time jump. Now there's a bunch of units on board.
Oh. That's weird. Let me try refreshing. Okay, well, I guess this is where we're at.
So now we're at...
This is the present, and what we were looking at before was the past.
Possible. Either way, there's a lot of resources around. And then, we see an aggressive for a bunch, but I think that may have been a scoop to the multiple Star Destroyers over on Daedra's side. So it looks like we're going to the next game here, and I believe Daedra won that one. That could have been game one. Uh, Hopefully not for these players' sake, but there were a lot of resources out there on the field, and that might have been a long one.
Uh,
Looks like they are gearing up for another game. We don't know the exact time. The time in the corner is unofficial, but roughly 19 minutes to finish out the series.
yeah, I just sort of start the timer whenever the action starts.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be off by that much. But
Yeah,
I guess it is going to
should be
matter a lot in
roughly
this
accurate.
matchup, probably.
Yeah, yeah. I'd imagine timer matters a lot here. Um, I'd be interested to see the in between time skips because it's a real thing to know when you're not going to beat a control deck and should just concede for time purposes. um, but we only saw kind of the in game board state there, so it's tough for me to say if Boba should have done that or not. Either way, we're shuffling up for another game here. And this is Boba Blue, so this is a newer variant that's been rising up. I know we saw Justin from LXO has been on this build. We saw it made day two at the Atlanta sector with Mackay from the Colorado Cantina crew. There's a few different versions out there. I know Justin has not been playing cards like Han as much. Turn one Outer Rim Constables, not where you want to be against a Daedra.
Nope.
They just get to kill it for free. Might have maybe yeah, I don't know. I think I would have just not played it.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're planning to sacrifice it to the Daedra.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't let Daedra it's not aura where it's not completely free. You have a choice, but if your choice is going to be to let them kill it, then and then we saw might have been a crushing blow, might have been a knowledge and defense. Can't tell exactly what version that
I
card
think that's
is.
Crushing Blow. I think it's the
Okay,
weekly play version.
yeah. So just kill a crushing blow would just kill a unit that costs two or less. So gets to just kill the Krennic for free.
It's a pretty nice weekly play art.
Yeah, I like a lot of the weekly play art. The people can discuss whether or not they like the border. I don't mind the border personally, but I think they usually do a really good job with the art for those cards, regardless of whether or not you like the border. The foiling looks really cool as well. Hana coming out from Boba. This is an interesting one because if you give Daedra the damage here, then they can clear it with the Daedra unit, assuming they have more cards in hand, which they should because they didn't play any cards on turn one. He does allow the damage to go through. So I can't see the cards in hand, but yeah, Daedra should have the raid 2 at the moment. And just gets to kill the Hana. I'm not sure if Daedra's going to win by the time the timer goes, but it wouldn't surprise me if Daedra gets to a point where they can't lose by the time the timer goes. Punishing one, so one to Daedra, one indirect, that's just going to go to base. So 1 HP left on the Daedra. So at the moment, it is going to die to this punishing one attack. We've seen these decks play things like Mastery, though, They might also just kill the punishing one this turn. I think they would rather kill the punishing one because you don't want Boba to have a good ship to flip onto.
Yeah, I mean, ooh, condemn. I mean, that
Yeah,
works,
condemn
but we
works.
know Nick's
Yeah,
running constables.
yeah, we saw the constable on turn one. It's another reason that I would have probably preferred just not playing anything on turn one. Um, you can also just you can still flip onto this and kill the Daedra first action, and then that also prevents a lot of the other removal. Just is it just going to be a flip Senta? Interesting.
Okay.
I was going to say because flip topple would also kill Daedra.
Yeah, but Senta. I mean, let's see if he even kills Dedra if he just goes to base. I think he's trying to
I
decide.
think he's going to base. I thought I saw him point at the base. The dice might just not have been updated yet. Um, I feel like this is one of the situations where, as Daedra, you're very happy to see this Senta because now you just have your whole turn to plan out and do whatever you want, and you know that nothing else is coming from Boba. It doesn't take a card out of your hand from Boba's standpoint, at least, but it's a fairly weak turn, I think, on the whole. It means that this punishing one is not going to kill Daedra. Let's throw another condemn onto Boba. Interesting that they don't make they don't make Daedra show them the blue card. I always like forcing my opponents to at least show me a card from their hand, and sometimes they don't have it.
Yeah.
But no attack here
Ooh,
from the
planetary
punishing one.
bombardment picked up for Nick with no
Hmm.
units on Adam's side.
Yeah, it's one of the things that can help make this matchup not terrible. Just 6 resources for 8 or 12 to base a lot of the time.
Is punishing one a
Um,
capital ship?
I do not believe it is. I believe it is a transport.
Okay, let me check.
Correct. Yeah, it's an underworld vehicle transport. It
Yeah.
is not a capital ship.
So should be I think 12 more damage because 8 from the bombardment, 4 from the Boba attack last turn. So it should be at least 13 on Adam's base.
Yeah, yeah. He never updated the dice for the Boba attack for sure. And we're not sure. These players might be writing down their life totals. I often will forget to update the dice if I'm writing down in a notebook. Um,
I'm gonna try and track it manually here.
we got to do what we got to do. Then there's a Devastator, so up to 17 now. Five resources could be, or is that 6 for Lost and
That was
Forgotten?
a retaliation.
Oh, Retaliation. I that should not work, I don't think,
I think it.
because indirect damage is not controlled by the Devastator, even if the Devastator lets you place it, is my understanding of that rules interaction. Because the
Well,
Devastator didn't attack, it did 4 indirect to the player.
I think that counts because Devastator pings with Django, right?
Well, Django just says you as a player, right?
Uh, maybe I can't remember.
I don't remember. It's been a while since the dark days of Django. I'm not 100% sure. If you know in chat, let us know if retaliation is supposed to work with indirect damage or not. Because that's an interesting interaction that I haven't thought about before.
There's
Yeah,
Persecutor.
Devastator coming out from Daedra now. Oh, Persecutor. Sorry, Persecutor coming out, dealing 3 damage to all of Boba's space units, and then taking the 3 indirect from the when defeated onto the Persecutor itself. And then we're going to see 6 more when defeated. I gotta say, folks, make your opponent show you a villain card. If they've already claimed, just attack with your unit. Even if they have it, you get to see what's in their hand and know what they might be playing next turn. Um, even if they showed you one the turn before, make sure they didn't resource it. If you're not attacking, they don't have to. It is a disclose. It's not an automatic. You have no attacks. So just a PSA to all the players out there that are playing against control decks. Make them show you a card.
You might also trying to be tricky here. I've done this before where I don't attack for a long time, and then I do, and because they get comfortable and think that, oh, I can
Yeah, they
resource my one
resource
villain
their
card.
villain cards. Hmm. I also play a lot of Vader, so I'll attack. They show me a card, and then I play Garinden and name the card they just showed me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So this Persecutor is going to be able to kill both of these droid missile platforms, but then going to have to take six indirect. Interesting. So Devastator's the units, but still going to still going to have to take six indirect. Still going to have this Persecutor attack coming to hit a lane.
Oh, I think he took 3 indirect base because Persecutor have done 3 to
Yeah,
itself.
Persecutor does hit itself. It's not enemy units. It's just either lane. So that's a good point by chat. Also, chat saying Devastator is the
Yeah.
source of the damage, so retaliation does work. So we should be up to about 20 damage on this Daedra. Not much damage on Boba, but that is going to rapidly change as these Doritos start hitting home.
And I think he took all the indirect here from these, so it should be at 26.
Yeah, it looks like he took the 26 to base. I didn't see him show a card with Condemn.
He
Might have missed it.
flipped it around.
He might have just flipped it around in his hand. So we're not sure if that Boba attack did 4 or 0 because we can't tell if a card was disclosed for the Condemn.
If it did get through, that's a vindication of my strategy earlier.
Yeah, exactly. And then 3 damage from the Persecutor attack. Now potentially 2 more from the Daedra activation. So I think it should be at 4. Oh, it showed a no glory.
Okay.
I must have missed it on the top of the screen. So yeah, 5 damage on Boba now, 3 from Persecutor, 2 from the Daedra activation, not allowing Daedra to draw a card.
All right,
Single reactor ignition out of Boba.
Should be 2 more damage.
Yeah. So 28 damage now on Daedra's base. So still 7 HP to go to get through this Colossus. So not exactly in the home stretch of every unit is lethal, but definitely approaching the point where Daedra is going to have to answer everything. Ooh, empty board planetary bombardment from Daedra now to get 8 damage onto Boba's base.
Yeah, it looks like 21.
21, I think, is what I'm reading.
Now, can Nick draw another one? I think he'd be windmill slamming it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That 7 damage is a lot, but planetary bombardment does 8 with no units on board. So just one more planetary from Boba could end the game here. We see a Hana instead. We know that there was. Ooh, that's an Annihilator. So all the Hana's going out of hand. Oh, 2 aggressive negotiations. So if that Hana had stuck around, that would have been the game for sure. But now you have to claim and deal with this Annihilator, or if 21 is accurate, you're going to die in 1 hit to the Annihilator. So
It looks like he is playing it art wise.
Mhm.
Or no, wait.
It's
No, it's
upside down at the moment. So either
yeah.
way.
Yeah, I'm not, maybe he's reading it.
The great debate of for the horizontally printed cards, which way is exhausted versus ready? Maybe he's showing just complete upside down is always exhausted.
Oh, it looks like no out to it.
Yeah.
All right, so that should be it for us in round 2 here. We should be back with round 3 in I guess 5 minutes or so. So yeah, thanks for tuning in, and we are gonna go to break here.
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here at the Misty Mountain Planetary Qualifier in lovely Madison, Wisconsin. I am Jeff Creasy of the Bothan Network here with Doom. How you doing today, Doom?
I'm doing great today, Jeff. How are the games been so far?
They've been pretty solid. We've seen a lot of one-sided control affairs with either control beating up Saw or Obi beating up control. So we've got a very different matchup here where we've got an Avar yellow against Boba Data Vault. What do you think about this matchup?
Played it personally, but it's two interesting decks. The Boba Data Vault is got that extra health, like the Lake Country, has a little bit more inconsistencies, but that green does give some very powerful tools, in particular, craving power. So we're looking for how Boba's going to use that craving power because this Avar deck is unlike other Force decks. It doesn't need to just run force units. So Avar can get a lot of efficiency there, but that
Mm-hmm.
33 health against Boba as well could be a bit difficult for him.
Yeah, you also get this Avar deck can't. There are a lot of one cost yellow events that use the Force. So a lot of time it depends on how this Avar deck is built. I don't think there is a standard build, excuse me, of Avar yellow. But it's very possible to just think you're in control, and then all of a sudden Avar flips on 6 when you didn't think they would have the ability to do that. And Boba has to deal with this 8-10 leader coming at him that can soak up some indirect, doesn't die to flip, topple even. So really interested to see how this Avar deck is built and how the matchup goes. I think you're right. A lot of this could come down to does Boba get good craving powers off? Um, I think some of the other green cards aren't going to be maybe as useful in this matchup. They have some higher health ships that can help them flip onto a ship, but I don't know that that's going to be as relevant here with things like Will of the Force being able to bounce any unit regardless of how much health it has. So we'll have to see how this goes. I think we see a Jedi Consular. No, they go for the Mina. So whether they had the cons or not, they might have just not had the 5-drop to go with it. Yeah, and High Singer is another. I think it's called High Singer. It's a 2/2. When play, deal 1 damage to a base. When defeated, your next unit costs 1 less. So if you wanted to play a Fet's Fire Spray on turn 2, you can just run that into the Mina, get the discount, and play your 4-drop on 3R. So that's another really good unit that Boba Green gets to play that Lake Country does not.
Yeah, it can also
Honor Bound
punish.
Partisan.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it
go
can
ahead.
also punish Avar for wanting to try and control the board more.
Hmm.
If they were wanting to try and keep Boba off of units and rely
Yeah.
on their bigger units and their bigger late game with Yoda and Rey.
Hmm. Yeah, and they're just gonna run it in. They just want to play the 4-drop now. It could be an IG 2000, which can kill the Mina. It could be a Fet's Fire Spray to deal 3 indirect. But yeah, it's a very scary unit to have to deal with. Max Rebo Band coming out for Avar, and yeah, it is the Fire Spray. So 3 indirect now. Um, the band getting fired up though we could see Avar doing some wild things over the next couple of turns.
Yeah,
Two to base, one to the band. Go ahead.
yeah the ramp that comes out of these green yellow decks
Hmm.
is really surprisingly quick. That one
Yep.
credit turn can add up, and if it's followed up with Max Rebo himself,
Hmm.
um, you kind of skip Boba's 5R turn, so he gets stuck with only one ship out there, and you're already that much closer to Yoda and Rey, like I said, which are going to be those
Yeah.
late games bombs.
I think yeah. Will of the Force to just bounce the fire spray. Um, and then does Avar not have the Force? Because we didn't see a discard at random, so it looked like it was a Will of the Force just to bounce.
Yeah, I thought they had gained the Force earlier and lost the initiative on turn one. They could have taken it back and could have just missed.
I think they just didn't activate Avar on turn 1 to keep initiative because they attacked Mina into base and then High Singer went into the Mina. So it seems like they've been prioritizing keeping initiative and not activating, not using the Force.
Yeah, which Doesn't hurt too much because, like, again, they don't need the force in these early turns. But in that situation, like I would have taken that turn to get the
Hmm.
force because you can get the initiative back at a later time to get that
Yeah.
uh, to turn on some of those powerful
Hmm.
yellow events that you have.
Yeah, definitely. And I think when they just start with Heisinger as well, you assume they're going to, or not. I keep calling it Heisinger. Heisinger is the 4-2. This is the honor bound partisan, the 2-2. When they start with that, you assume that their first action is going to be run the partisan into your unit anyway. So I think it may have been a missed opportunity to get the force on the first turn. I think I agree with keeping initiative on the turns after that.
Yeah, and the tentative here is a big play. That's a 7 cost card here played on
Hmm.
5R thanks to the Max Rebo band. And it not only is this huge sentinel, it creates another body too. So
Yeah.
even with a Boba deploy into a topple, he's gonna have to put everything into that tentative.
Yeah, and that also means he's going to either have to play another ship this turn or just not attack with his IG. Yeah, he just claims doesn't spend any resources. Wow, so no resources spent on 5R, no attack on 5R. That's that's not the turn Boba wanted. Um that what do you make of just doing not having anything to do on 5R?
Well, with how hard it is to deal with leaders, it kind of makes a bit of sense just to make sure you have that initiative so he can't take out your ship and force a ground deploy if you still want to
Yeah.
topple. Um, so Boba's not in a terrible position right now. He still has a really big ship that's hard to deal with. It's not the
Mhm.
best unit to deploy on, but it's far from the worst.
Yeah, it makes me think that maybe he resourced the fire spray and didn't have a second ship to play, so he didn't want the Tantive to be able to kill the IG. We do see an immediate flip topple, just the X-Wing left now for Avar. We haven't seen any of the real powerful stuff that Avar can do, just utilizing the 2 credits from Max Rebo, but Yoda's lightsaber to heal 3, and
On the
then
Gonk
get the force
droid,
back.
which
Hmm.
is that's a thick droid now. That is a
Yeah, it's a
4/4 Gonk
4/4.
droid.
Hmm. And now you've got to worry about Gonk giving discounts to things like Yoda unit. And as a 4/4, it's a lot more threatening to just have to deal with anyway. Like, are you gonna have to craving power a Gonk droid here?
I think I see the craving power, and if I was playing that Boba deck right now, that's exactly what I would do.
Because the problem is you want to save your craving power for either Avar or for the Yoda after it's played, um, which might be right now, and that is the Yoda unit. So 6 damage up to the IG 2000. So using the credit instead of getting the Gonk attack in first.
Okay, I see where he went there because he didn't need the Gonk droid to play the Yoda because of the leftover credit.
Mhm.
So saving that craving power for the Yoda was pretty smart because with Avar's ability to just gain the Force at will, um, the machine gun was about to be loaded.
Mhm. And the pirated snub fighter ambushing in and killing the X-wing, not getting the attack in with the Gonk to gain the force back and then gain initiative. So now we
Yeah,
should be at 8R. So 1 force usage, and Avar can flip here.
he did draw into a blue ace, and that Boba ship only has 4 HP remaining on it.
Hmm. Yeah, only 8 damage on base, so not imperative critical to kill it in one action, but also Yoda deals 4 damage.
I missed the Yoda in hand. That is a great position to be in. That gains
Yeah.
more health back. Avar may be about to round the corner.
Yeah, Avar can also flip this turn because it's now 8R and the force has been used once by the Yoda to heal 5. Um, so yeah, big swing there this turn.
Yeah, and Avar gets her plus ability while she has a force, but she's a force unit. So anytime she attacks, she's gonna
Yeah.
have that big front end doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely. I think they basically have that clause in there so that people still play the force base. Because if they didn't, it'd be a lot easier to play Avar with some other base, whether it's Colossus, Data Vault, Splash base, or whatever, what have you. And then we see the fire spray coming down, and then is that
It's a
it's
Vader
some
pilot.
pilot, Vader pilot. Okay,
Yeah, the Vader pilot is surprising. You're not seeing it too much in other Boba builds anymore, just because the sheer number of upgrade hate that's out there.
yeah,
Um, but in the Data Vault deck, you are trying to fill the curve and fill slots and have some redundancy, so
hmm
it makes sense. And we'll see how Avar deals with it. But Avar is on the offensive, and any force trigger will.
yeah.
Um,
The force trigger will deal 6. It'll kill the fire spray if the force trigger is from playing a unit. So there's I forget the
it'll
name, but there's a 3-cost unit that when played use the force. If you do ready this unit, if they play that, use the force. Yoda would then deal 8 to the fire spray to kill it. But also they're only at 5 damage on base, so they can just start punching in for a bunch here.
Yeah, Venestra,
Yes.
Venestra, very good card. Kind of
hmm
the force version of a fast falcon on the ground.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Very good in these Avar decks because you can just at will use the force and then get the force back and then maybe
hmm
use another force trigger and get her to deploy even earlier than the common 8R turn.
Yeah. Looks like the Avar is presenting lethal on board here, unless my math is really bad.
No, that Avar's going to swing for 8. 8 plus 26 is 34. So even if this was a lake country, that is lethal being presented right now. And I don't think
Yeah,
that 3 indirect's going to be enough.
it is not. So it looks like we're about to go to game 2 here.
And I think the Boba player is just now realizing that that was lethal.
Yeah. Starts to hit the plus, realizes that it's a lot of pluses. 34, as the kids know, is one more than 33, which is the health of Data Vault. So looks like we are going to game 2. And yeah, I mean, I think that game went exactly how Avar wanted it to. They played an early Tantive, an early Yoda, a Yoda on curve. Boba just can't deal with that much healing. They really need Avar to draw 0 Yodas and not 2. I think the game gets interesting if they only draw 1.
Yeah, double Yoda's backbreaking for nearly any deck.
Yeah, definitely.
Um, but we did see the power of craving power.
hmm
And looks like Boba has quite a few cards he wants to bring in on this matchup. The Commence of Festivities is interesting. We didn't see, or we did see some Space Sentinels in tentative, and I
hmm
know it didn't get played, but it would be safe to assume that he is playing Liberty as well. So those
Yeah.
Commence Festivities, at least for the Saboteur, could come in very handy.
hmm The Arbles are interesting to me. I would imagine the only credit generation is Max Rebo Band. Um, so usually I think that this Avar deck doesn't rely on credits very much, but maybe you just have more cards that you want to bring out that you don't think are helpful anyway.
From what I know about people that have been playing these green yellow force decks, is that in some matchups like Boba, you do want to mulligan for the band at the very
hmm
least.
The band
You
is
want to be
very
able to
good.
start accelerating yourself. Max
hmm
Rebo himself isn't too great in this matchup
Yeah.
because Boba does also deploy in 6, but it can also prevent him from gaining a additional ship on that 5 resource turn.
Yeah, and another thing we saw that we've been seeing in more and more sideboards of all kinds of decks is I saw a couple of Tyrantitechs coming in. So 5/5 gains ambush if your opponent has a force unit. So it could be interesting there if we see Avar lean more into the Obi-Wans, the 3/5 type of strategies going into this game 2.
Yeah, having not like knowing that it's Avar and not really seeing any early force units, like the earliest force unit you saw was Yoda, I believe. Uh,
Hmm.
it's kind of curious to bring that card in because it is kind of
Yeah.
your auto sideboard card against like the Qui-Gon decks and
Hmm.
the Obi-Wans and the Talzins. But against Avar, it's a bit interesting. The deck itself is interesting and doesn't do a lot of things the traditional Force decks do.
Yeah, it's one of the cool things that I've always liked about Avar as a leader. A lot of times when you need the force a lot, like let's say you're playing a Talzin, for example, as your leader, you need a force unit on turn one. You need that unit to attack to get the train rolling, to turn on your other cards. Um, but Avar doesn't need that. You don't need the force early because you can get the force early just with your leader. And then, but by the time you get to the mid to late game, you need the force multiple times to be able to flip your leader early. So it's this kind of interesting dichotomy where you don't need it early, but you oftentimes will want multiple instances of the force in the mid to late game. So it really changes how a lot of this removal might line up compared to force decks like your Obies and your Talzins of the world. You see a
Yeah,
mulligan here from Boba. Go ahead.
I believe both players have mulligan now.
Hmm.
If I was Avar right now, I would be feeling very confident in this, even though I would feel also lucky that I hit two Yodas, essentially almost back to back. Um, I'm not sure Avar it really needs to change their game plan. It's Boba who needs to adjust his game plan into this
Hmm.
non-traditional deck.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we saw. I mean, we saw the power of the Max Rebo band there. Just getting the Tantive out early was super impactful. It changed Boba's entire 5 resource turn because they had to kill it first action of 6R, and then that opened the door for the Yoda to come down early. So it was only around for 2 or 3 turns, but that was enough. Yeah, here we see Avar getting the Force on turn one. Are we gonna see the Consular high roll? Oh, no turn one play. So just getting the Force on turn one and nothing else from Avar here.
Yeah, if we saw if Avar's hand, there's a blue leader, Max Rebo band, Max Rebo, and they just
Hmm.
drew into a Jin in Moral Authority.
Yeah.
I believe they resourced the Jin, but not giving any value from that partisan, and being able to go band into the man
Well,
is going to
this one
be
is
incredibly powerful.
Benthic
Oh,
2 tubes, not the
oh,
partisan.
my mistake there.
It's I mean it's more 2 drop red green cards from the most recent set, so very easy to get them confused. And then we do see the Arvel come out, but Avar should have initiative. So you basically just have to spend your credit here first action, or Avar gets to, or sorry, not Avar, Arvel gets to kill the band for free. Um, so you could just might see a blue leader into the Arvel, yeah. So now blue
Smart play to
leader
keep
with one
the
health
value
left.
from Rebo
Hmm.
continuing.
Yeah, definitely. Makes it harder to kill the band here as well, and you needed to kill that Arvel no matter what. And then, oh, that's really good here. So IG 2000 killing the blue leader, 1 damage on the band. So the Benthic can't kill the band outright.
He
Except I
could have.
think
He put two damage on it.
he put an indirect damage onto the band, which is interesting.
Yeah,
So now,
he put that indirect onto the band, and I
oh, it would have died any. I forgot Benthic on attack deals 1 to a ground unit, so he could have killed it either way.
yeah, curious that he's going to let him get another credit and keep this acceleration going forward.
Yeah.
That's what really put him in a bad spot last game.
Hmm. Yeah. So Benthic 3/2 on attack deal 1 damage, up to 1 damage to a ground unit. When defeated, deal 1 damage to a base. So, given that now I remember what Benthic does, I like putting the credit on there. And then I believe that is use the force, give unit +2 for an attack, and it deals its damage first. So using that to kill the benthic, take one more to base and then one more indirect.
Yeah, Boba instantly punished for what I
Yeah.
would call a pretty big misplay in this important game too for him.
Yeah, I'm definitely surprised to keep the band alive, especially since we've seen the massive value that Avar's gotten out of the credits. I was gonna say it means maybe they have another Arvel that they want to play. So they basically got greedy, right, and said, "Oh, I'm gonna give you a credit so that I can get value out of my Arvel." And then I like this a lot. The max rebo itself on 5R, so that instead of skipping from 4 to 6, you're skipping from 5 to 7, which jumps this huge spike of 6R for the Boba deploy.
Yeah, and he's gonna have 2 credits.
Mhm.
Arvel may go in to take one out early, but that leaves some of those ships vulnerable to still an 8 resource available play.
Yeah, and also that means that you're not flipping first action onto a ship if you're attacking with Arvel to kill the credit. So it also makes Boba make a bit of a decision, which I like. I love that play of one cost event into max rebo on 5R from this Avar player from Ian. But now we'll have to see. So both players are going to be on 7. Avar has the Force, and they need 2 Force usages to flip this turn. And we see flip into Cinta. So
Yeah, and you don't always want to Cinta your leader because leaders are so hard
mhm,
to deal with. You have
yeah,
other units on the board that you can take this action sheet. Um,
yeah, you could just send to the Arvel to get your. You could send to the Arvel and put 5 into max rebo and kill him after that damage. But he is just going to base. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's anything that Avar Yellow could have here to kill this leader in one action. But either way, leader to
I don't
base,
think
war
there is
bunch.
either. That he has a lot of these speed bump cards, and
Hmm.
he'll need to have more units on board to deal with Yoda.
Yeah. Yoda's Saber. So that's one force usage. So now it just needs one more, and Avar can flip this turn.
And
System Shock, I believe that was, to kill the lightsaber, but the force usage already happened. Um, Also, I believe Boba should be out of resources. I think they only paid 5 for their Senta and then 1 for the System Shock. So they shouldn't have that
no, because we
resource up.
skipped to 7R.
Yeah, we skipped from 5 to 7.
So they do have. They did pay 6. They do have the one open. But wait, no, they also
They
system
played the System
shocked.
Shock. Yeah, so
Yeah,
I
so
think they're missing one. Hopefully it doesn't come up, but I believe Boba should have one more resource exhausted here. But I don't think Avar is going to be able to use the Force again after playing the Tantive, which I guess that's the reason to send to your leader. You don't want to have to run it into a Sentinel. But I mean, you're going to run it into a Sentinel next turn anyway, so it would have let your TIE fighter live, I guess, if you run Boba into the Tantive. Either way, 16 damage on base for Avar, 1 damage on base for Boba. And these next couple of turns are going to be where we really see if Avar can take back control of this game or not.
yeah, the Tantive is going to be very helpful, but we also did see those commence the festivities coming from the
Hmm.
sideboard. And if Boba chooses to not resource both of these resource phases, then he could be up a resource, or sorry, down a resource, enabling the +2 on the commence.
Yeah. Also,
Um,
more cards in hand for aggressive negotiations, which is
mhm.
always a big concern with Max Rebo in general. Is you're either not playing red or playing a splash base, and you're just giving your opponent more aggressive negotiations fodder. So we could see something like commence the festivities on Boba into aggressive negotiations on either of the ground units that's alive for a very large amount of damage. Yeah, moral authority here, capturing the Cinta. So taking 1 damage off the board. There are no credits anymore, so Arvel is back to just being a 4-3 for the moment. Craving power, that's huge. Craving power, kill the Tantive. Get your Senta back. The Senta is not the relevant part, though. The relevant part is now you have a 10 attack beater in space.
Yeah, a big 9-10 in space, um, with 3 open for aggressive negotiations.
Yeah, and even if they don't have aggressive, you have to be able to stop this Arvel attack. So if I'm Boba here, I just attack with Arvel right now to get in the. Or, I mean, if you have aggressive, the game's over, obviously. So, but if you get in the Arvel attack now, then your leader becomes lethal in one hit. I think as Boba, you have to sit and think what can they have to disrupt this? Are they playing any kind of exhaust effects? So if you're not sure what they're playing, I think you just get in your 10 to base and assume that you can kill them next turn. Um, you already have overwhelm, so even if they play a sentinel, it has to be one large enough.
Yeah, and yeah, I think this Boba attack for 10 was actually very smart because one
Yep.
of those answers is protect the pod.
Hmm.
Avar is a 10 health leader, and that Boba piloted ship has 10 health.
Oh
And
yeah, absolutely. For some reason, I thought I had more than 10, but yeah, you definitely get in your Boba attack in that case.
Arvar, that so many AR names going around the board right
It's
now.
true. Yeah, Arvel.
Um,
Yeah.
um, Avar does have the protect the pod in hand, but they also
Yeah.
have a ground sentinel, and I think they may have stopped at 7 resources, so they couldn't play them both.
The other problem is after Avar takes out the Arvel, it no longer has enough health to take out the IG 2000.
Right. So
So yeah, they scoop it
the,
up.
the line of play, if he had the resources, I think would have been ground sentinel, um,
Yeah,
to
ground
protect
sentinel in to protect the pod. Yeah.
the pod, and then you can clean up the Cinta with your leader, and potentially stabilize there.
Hmm.
I couldn't get a count on his resources with those black sleeves he has, so
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes for sure.
I think he stopped at 7 resources.
Interesting. I think we're going into game or no, did Avar take game? I am already forgetting what
Avar
happened.
took game 1, Boba
Yeah,
took game
and
2.
Boba took
We're
game
at
two. So yeah, we're
1-1.
going into game three now. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Um, yeah, and that was to be fair to Avar, that was the game where they mulliganed into no turn one play. So they kind of always started on the back foot there. But they still had, I thought they had some good lines, like playing the Max Reborn 5R, and then some interesting decisions about like not going up to 8, because that also makes it tougher to deploy your leader if they're not just constantly resourcing up to the max number there. Um,
Yeah,
they
I
might have been
can't see a
missing
world
something
where
about how many resources they had up,
I
or
can't see a world where if you're on 8R, you would just scoop there.
yeah,
Unless he had commenced the festivities in hand and he just showed it, but even then, like, you can still clean the, like, because I mean, if you do start off with the Sentinel and he has commence, then it's just that is just game over.
yeah. But either way, let's see if looks like both players are keeping their hand here. So I would expect this game we get to see two turn one plays, one from each player.
Yeah, always want to run those turn one plays. I've always been struggling with trying to find the right number of turn 2 plays or turn
Hmm.
1 plays, because it
Yeah,
does depend on what your deck is trying to do.
definitely.
Um, Sometimes you just want to mulligan and just have any 2 drop. Sometimes you want to have the right 2 drop, but if
Hmm.
you mulligan and have no 2 drop, looking for that right one, you can put yourself in a bad spot.
Yeah, Avar decide they really value this initiative. They're deciding, I think, if they want to use their leader ability with, even though they already played the Jedi Consular turn one, or if they want, and I don't think they do. So yeah, so they keep initiative. in order to not and don't use their leader ability.
Interesting choice because they were going to lose it regardless, and giving Boba an extra action on this phase to hit the Well, he still. Never mind. He can still get the consular off unless there's um, an aggressive negotiations or something.
Yeah, so the only downside here
And,
is
and I'm sorry again. He could have killed the
oh, he could have
consular.
killed the consular and didn't. Yeah, it's an interesting choice, letting the blue leader go, not killing the consular. Yeah, so I mean, Avar claiming there basically just says if I really need the force, I can get it first action. The only downside is you can't get the force back afterwards. So now you're going into the 4-hour turn without the force. But yeah, very interesting choice to not kill, because there's a free kill on consular. You still have 1 health left on your benthic, and you don't let them play a 5-drop. I'm very confused by uh that attack choice.
Consular's one of those cards where if you look at like Obi Virgin's Temple win rates, like
Hmm.
when they play Consular turn one to when they don't, it's like looking at two different decks.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, that deck is built for the for the consular high rolls. And then yeah, we see Blue Ace cleaning up the space lane efficiently here for Avar. IG 2000 not on full cleanup duty, killing the Blue Ace, but just putting everything else to 1 health. Um,
Yeah, which
not a,
makes a Will of the Force a much worse card
yeah,
coming up.
definitely. I see a Liberty in hand here. Um, so Avar may be trying to set up having initiative going into 6R so that they can first action activate Consular, Liberty, exhaust the IG. So I'll be really interested how this turn ends in terms of who prioritizes giving up damage, giving up resources on the board to have initiative.
He also has a Yoda in hand.
Mhm. There is the fire spray. So even if you Liberty exhaust one of the units at this point, I guess you exhaust the fire spray to stop the indirect. Um, they're still going to be able to flip, topple, and attack with a readied unit. Or, I mean, they don't have to topple, but flip onto a readied unit and get the damage in. Once again, we see the... Oh, so he's giving up initiative to play the Max Rebo. Interesting. So now we have to assume that Liberty's not going to come out, because you have to assume Boba is going to first action, flip, and kill the consular. Flip,
So
topple could kill the whole board. What are your
Topple
thoughts
could
here?
kill the whole board, or he could just kill two of them and
Hmm.
Cinta, or just be living at six or sorry at seven resources and have a variety of things to play.
Yeah.
But we're gonna see two units die, which means that Yoda is no longer um, gonna one shot the Boba leader.
Mhm. Yeah, if you were gonna play the Max Rebo, I'm kind of surprised by the blue leader attack. Um, if I need initiative going into a turn, I like playing my units first so that I have the option of claiming versus attacking. But we didn't see that here, and we do see the flip topple clear the board. Um, Now we know there are two 8-drops in hand with Avar on 7 resources and no longer a consular. Okay, so Blue Ace kill the non-leader unit. And now that's setting up for Liberty, exhaust Boba leader next turn. But once again, you need to have initiative, so you can't afford to play another card here, or you already have the force. You don't need to use your leader for that. And into the extra unit as well.
And aggressive negotiations itself is just lethal here.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, Max Rebo rearing his head again, putting a lot of cards, putting in two more cards into Boba's hand. So do you ever Liberty tap the ground unit here? I don't think so. Just to play around it, because you can't play any other unit anyway. So yeah, you just tap the leader, and if they have aggressive, you die, I think. Oh,
no, but
craving
the
power to
craving
kill the
power,
Liberty. So now you need another Liberty. It's not looking good for Avar here.
and interesting enough, oh yeah, he just claimed afterwards. But yeah, there's
Hmm.
lethal on the ground. There's lethal in the air.
Yeah, so he has to get another Liberty, tap the ground unit with it, and even then, there's going to be some overwhelm because IG 2000 naturally has overwhelm. Yoda does not heals 5 and can deal 4 damage to something. So you can go to 19 on base and kill the Arvel, but you're still getting hit for 10 from this leader. So yeah, Yoda not healing enough, and Boba Green takes it. I was not expecting that after the way that game one went. But yeah, Boba kind of showing being in control there, doing a really good job of having initiative on the key turns, which I think is really big in this game in general. What are your thoughts on how that match played out?
Yeah, we say Data Vault giveth, Data Vault taketh, and it seemed like Data Vault tooketh on game one. Not sure if how much of that was, I don't know about you, but sometimes if I win game one in a rather decisive manner, um, I tend to underestimate my opponent going into game two.
Hmm.
Kind of a psychological aspect of that. And a big rule that I try to never do is even if I win with no damage on my base, never underestimate your opponent or their deck going into those future games.
Hmm.
But we've seen just some of the variants of the Data Vault deck in game one, and then it provided it to itself in games two and three with those
Yeah.
very well timed craving powers.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with that. And now we are going to be moving to our backup matchup. I don't know yet what that backup matchup is going to be, but it's coming up soon. Looks like we have an Obi-Wan Blue versus or a Data Volt. Nope, that is the past. We're not living in the past here. We're going to be living in the present. We just have to find the present first. Okay, so we have Talzin here versus Daedra. So it looks like a Daedra Colossus and a Talzin Green. Yeah, Talzin Green versus Daedra Colossus.
In this
Is
matchup, I would have to favor Daedra. Typically, in the traditional rock, paper, scissors of trading card games,
mhm.
control beats these mid range lists. The mid range lists eat up the aggro list, and the aggro list beat the control list. So it'll depend on how these players built their decks, because the Daedra Colossus can be actually a bit aggressive.
Mhm. Yeah, it definitely can be. And the other thing with with these Talzin decks is it's kind of got that Obi like quality where they suit up their leader, and there are only so many ways in this premier format right now to kill leaders. You've got retaliation and you've got single reactor ignition, and I think that's about it for these Daedra decks. So we may be seeing there's a lot of cards in hand, and I think I saw 2 single reactor ignitions. Um, but I think we might be going into eight resources now, and you might just have to board wipe just this leader. Oh, looks like we're on 12 resources.
Oh my. And Deidre is at 25 HP on base, which is still scary. That's still, oh, you're
Yeah.
only 10 away.
Got the Kanto guards here. So 3/5 Sentinel on defense, make a credit token. So
I like
I
that
like
card a
that a
lot.
lot. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool play for these control decks specifically, where a lot of times, even if you're on 12R, you need to get to those. Oh, I need to play a 5-drop and a 7-drop on the same turn, or I need to board wipe and then play a removal spell for their unit after.
Exactly. Yeah, and the 2 Super Laser Blasts in hand, honestly, I'd be dropping one of them.
Hmm.
I just would not want that Talzin out there anymore.
Yeah, so we see Kanto, but it looks like there's
Oh,
a
unless there's a
exclamation
condemn.
marker on the. Oh,
Uh,
I thought that was a lightsaber. I think that might be a
I did
condemn on the
too,
Talzin.
but yeah, he's not attacking with it, and he already disclosed. I would assume that
Hmm.
that's a condemn.
Yeah, that's a good call. So yeah,
So
Talzin. I thought that was a lightsaber. That makes it much less likely that this Talzin is gonna get in the next 10 damage in the near future.
yeah, so you don't need those single reactor ignitions, and honestly, depending on what game this is, unless this is game 3, which it could be, um, like if this was game 2 and I won game 1, I would scoop right now if I was
Yeah,
1,000.
yeah, it's definitely something that we've talked about before, where you need to get that time equity, where you give yourself enough time to try to win a game 3. PQs are a little bit more forgiving than sectors and regionals in terms of having draws in general. You can still get into the top 8 at X11, but if you're X21 at a sector or regional, you are not making day 2. Ask me how I know from the Milwaukee regional.
Yeah, I was just doing the top 8 math last night myself. I have a PQ tomorrow here in
Mhm.
Albuquerque at our local Duke City
Oh, nice.
Games.
Hmm.
Got a lot of awesome players from Texas and Colorado coming as well. It should be a
Yep.
fun day.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of my buddies are going, and at my Colorado local PQ, we saw a bunch of the limited guys from Texas, the limited team. They actually took down the
Hmm.
PQ, and yeah, they were talking about a lot of them going to New Mexico as well.
Yeah, a lot of them are. A lot of people have also now realized that our PQ is a bit later in the day. It starts at 1 p.m. It's going to
Yeah,
be at
1 p.m.
least
on a
6
Sunday.
rounds.
It's a bit rough, I think,
Hmm.
but
So we did lose enough to where I'm pretty sure we're not going to be hitting 7 rounds.
mm,
Um, but I'm excited. I got my deck all sleeved up, ready to go, pimped out, borrowing a showcase from a friend.
nice. Yeah, looks like we saw a Hana attack there into a Cantwell, into a Lost and Forgotten. Bith Brute still available. There's a Kylo Ren coming out here and gonna get taken down by some damaging spells. Deal 2 damage and make a spy. I remember that one from the limited format. It was a banger in there.
It's a
There've been a
banger in this Deidre deck
yeah.
because you personally, I think the right decision is to let them draw cards. Um, it's not like they're playing Data Vault. They're going to draw these cards eventually. They only have so many resources a turn um, until you don't need that unit anymore. Because the important thing is pushing that damage in.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the thought might have been that the Kylo unit wasn't doing anything anyway. It doesn't get through this Bith Brute even. So you might as you're basically just throwing out cannon fodder and saying that this is going to die to whatever you have, but I'm going to play it.
I mean, at least you can make him trade his units into it instead of getting it for free. Have him spend those resources.
Mm.
Um,
There's a
that's my opinion
mastery
on it
on the
anyway.
Talzin. So now after the disclose, Talzin has 0 attack.
Yep.
You
Um,
regardless of whether the disclose happens, you do not get the on attack effect of -1/-1, and you do still have to swing into the Bith Brute.
yep. And
So I
even
think
if you
this
were to put a constructed lightsaber on that Talzin, it'll lose the raid as
Mhm.
well.
Yeah, so it still won't kill the Bith Brute when it attacks, assuming the disclose happens. No glories on the Hana, so still leaving the Bith Brute up.
He's got all 3 single reactor ignitions in hand.
Yeah,
Um,
I hope for Talzin's sake that this is game 3. or potentially game 2 and Daedra won game 1, in which case there's also no point in conceding.
Yeah, there's times though where against control, especially where you're just like facing down the inevitable,
Oh,
and
yeah.
some players, myself included, you can identify that inevitability, and you're just like, to save my mental, I'm going to
Mhm.
shake your hand now.
Yeah, yeah, and from there it depends on the player. For me, I usually basically reach a spot where I'm kind of zoned out, and I say, "Well, you're winning this game, but I'm going to keep playing it because it's the last game in the series." And I'm usually pretty good about saving my mental faculties from there. But yeah, um, Fulminatrix, Cantwell, Lost and Forgotten. So it looks like the end is nigh here for Talzin. We see another Kylo.
Yep, that's a claim, or not. Sorry, not a claim. Um, Real damage. This is just insult to injury at this point. That Fulminatrix was already lethal. And then 2 more to the base with the spy token. So now even the
Now the
Myth Brute
ground
is
is
lethal.
lethal as well. So even
Hmm.
if Talzin deals with the Fulminatrix first action, you have to also deal with the ground.
Maybe Talzin's playing an off Aztecs single reactor ignition and can swing this back around.
I think that just prolongs it. It doesn't really swing it back around.
I mean, if we're playing it out, we're playing it out to the bitter ends.
Yeah, there's the craving power. So now
Okay.
Talzin can attack for 2. It
I,
has to be into the Bith Brute though, because it
he
does
must
not
have already
have
accounted for
core.
the spy token damage before, like all at once.
Hmm.
But now the spy is lethal, and Talzin needs a little bit of a okay.
There's a turret.
But now single reactor ignition is lethal.
Yeah, single reactor ignition, kill 2 units, deal the damage, and that is the game. I'm guessing that is game 3. Looks like we might be going into some D sideboarding here.
Safe to assume with the timing around that was game 3. These players
Yeah.
weren't playing very slow.
Mhm.
Um,
And they don't seem
I
to be rapidly shuffling either.
I do really enjoy the Deidre deck that does
Hmm.
have these Bith Brutes and Honas,
Yeah.
and can just make that game go a little bit faster. You're not just relying on 8 cost triangles to win the game
Hmm.
for you.
Yeah, Hana's really good as well, just in some of the space race matchups where it just can kind of negate one of the units so you don't have to kill everything. And it's a unit they have to deal with. You can use it to kill leaders and kill ground units and things. So yeah, I like a lot of those inclusions as well.
Yeah,
Um,
the Talzin Green's an interesting deck to me because I do
mhm.
I played Kira for a long time.
Yeah.
I miss the blue green villain days of old. Um, but I think if you're going to be playing that kind of strategy, that Aura really is the best deck in those colors.
Yeah.
Um, you just get you get a 33 HP base, and you don't have that reliance on the force. I think Talzin can be a bit quicker if you are trying to push that damage, but if that's your
Hmm.
game plan, I'm preferable to the Talzin yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. And then if you get more controlling, then you're comparing Talzin Green to more of an Aura Data Vault type of deck as opposed to Talzin Yellow. But it's interesting to me how many directions these decks can go in terms of how many units, how many removal spells you play, and it seems like there's a lot of options right now to have a functioning deck in the meta still.
I think I completely agree. I'm actually very happy with the meta right now. I think this
Hmm.
is probably the quote unquote healthiest meta we've had in Star Wars.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of viable options right now.
Yeah,
It's
because
really fun.
even if you were to consider Lando Lake Country the best deck in the format, he has bad matchups.
Hmm.
Deidre, Colossus, and or a Data Vault being the two of the worst, if not the worst. And those
Mhm.
decks are rising in popularity. So we're having it now to where it's kind of a pick your poison type of meta. I call it a comfort meta. What the deck you're
Yeah.
most comfortable with, play that.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. People say, "What's the best deck to play?" And I say the deck you're comfortable with is is probably the
The
best
deck
deck to
you're
play. If you have
best
bad
with.
matchups, try to dodge them and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm relying on that myself for my PQ,
Mhm.
and I'm hoping it goes well. If I can dodge one leader all day, one specific leader, I will be a happy boy.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, that was our last backup of the round. The next round is going to be a lunch round. So it will be a little bit until we are back with round 4. So stick around, but it'll be a little bit of a longer break this time. Here
It's
with
roughly
the
30 minutes, right?
yeah, so 30-minute lunch break, 5 minutes left in the round. So I would guess maybe 40-ish minute, 35, 40 minutes until we're back with the next round. But here at the Misty Mountain Planetary Qualifier Games in Madison, Wisconsin, I said most of those words in the right order. I am Jeff Creasy from the Bot the Network here with Doom, and thanks for sticking with us. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll be back in a bit with round 4.
no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. Maybe someday you'll have it your way. Maybe someday it'll all work out. Until then, nope, a nope, a nope, a nope, definitely nope, a nope, nope, a nope. Probably never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. Oh no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. Maybe someday you'll have it your way. nope, nope, nope. Probably never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. Oh no.
Welcome, Star Wars fans, back to the Planetary Qualifier here in Wisconsin, Madison, Wisconsin. Joining us for round 4 is myself, Doom, and we have Rebel Traitor here, aka RT. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for joining me today. We've got a fun one here. We've got myself on the bottom here. No, not really. We have Rebel Resource on the bottom. Two of us are often mistook for each other because of our, the Rebel in common. We got Rebel Resource on the bottom playing the Padme, which I'm super excited to see, versus Joey up top playing the Lando, the boogeyman of the format.
Yeah, Lando Lake Country definitely highly considered the best deck in the format by many people. I know Rebel Resource has been working on this deck, this Padme Red, for some time. Currently, this is a 3-0 table, so I'm interested to see how each player navigates this matchup as we see Lando open up with the one of the best turn 1 plays in the game, Master Codebreaker into Axe Forgets.
Faith in your friends, though, for Rebel Resource, decent answer to that because it doesn't entirely lose to the Axe Forgets.
Yeah, and Master Codebreaker can't clean up those spies. And we do get a Anakin Skywalker, Bix, and Big Qui-Gon disclosed for the spy tokens to come out and triggering the Padme ping, dealing 1 to the Master Codebreaker. How often do you think this Padme effect is going to be relevant in this matchup?
Well, my guess is that Ryan has probably optimized it such that it's going to come up a whole lot.
Yeah, it'll allow these similar units, these yellow hero and vanilla yellow units that match up into each other. It could allow some favorable trades on Padme's side.
No Target Town anymore, but damage is damage.
Damage is damage, and honestly, with another disclose here, he could use one of those spies to clean up the Codebreaker, removing that benefit to that first gambit played each turn, which that deck does heavily rely on that synergy. And we see some trading going on. 1 damage into Padme, a spy going into the Master Codebreaker, and a second spy to clean up the Master Codebreaker with a stolen AT hauler played out on Lando Lake Country side.
Yeah, you can't let that Codebreaker get too much value. There's an Anakin. I'm going to pull Anakin up here on the stream.
Yeah, he's 3/4 hidden. If you control a Padme as a leader or unit, he gets raid 2. Essentially, can swing as a 5/4, but the Axe Forgets does just get him out of the way. Good on Ryan, Rebel Resource there, to use all of his resources to make sure that he does at least use the resources and to just lose a spy. And then follows up with a Beguile to make sure that he doesn't get smacked in the face by that huge AT hauler. And then immediately afterwards, an N1 Starfighter follow it up. Not quite as big as the hauler and a bit more susceptible to the Padme ping than the hauler as well.
Yeah. So both players going for the tempo advantage of the bounce on this turn. And I think Rebel Resource is actually ahead here. After that, I think the trade benefited him a bit more.
Yeah, Rebel is ahead on board and or more even on damage. That Lake Country having 4 more HP, but definitely presenting more damage on board. But this is the turns where Padme is really going to start to turn online. These decks have very similar late games. Lando, of course, can ramp into his a bit faster, but with a Bix, the Padme also has that ability to ramp, discard a card to trigger the Padme, and really starting to get some value on the board.
Ooh, another Codebreaker coming down.
Yeah, I would assume Lando here is starting to look for a watch this. He really is losing on the ground arena. Finds a faith in his friends. Not the best pull, but far from the worst.
It's pretty good in this scenario, actually.
Yeah, he may even find a watch this off of that pull.
I think that's a second faith in your friends.
It is a
Which
second faith in your friends, a liberty, and a third card, which
okay, I can't. I don't
looked
think
like watch this. I think he found the watch this, which is going to be
yeah.
incredibly powerful to swing the tempo in this matchup.
Oh, he had the second faith, or maybe he grabbed it, but looks like either way he's gonna be able to play another one to get total of 4 spies out. Ryan is gonna kill one of them with his own.
Yeah, but the Bix given the credit. So Padme deploys on 6, Lando deploys on 6, but having that extra credit, it can allow a Qui-Gon Jinn to come in and match the ground presence of Lando. This is a really interesting game so far. There's spies and units on both sides. I would currently give the board advantage to Padme, but these next couple turns are going to be incredibly important for both players.
Yeah, because the Bix is going to be able to attack a unit right away, clear it, and then also discard to clear the N1.
The Bix can also even discard to get another credit, clear the N1, and then we're opening up for Padme to have potentially a Mandalorian or Liberty of their own.
Yeah. And Lando doesn't have any credits right now, right?
He does not have any credits, so he will have to lose a bit of tempo on this turn to be able to have a powerful flip. And also may even be concerned if Padme being a red deck could be main deck in Arvel.
All right, some spy on spy action here.
Spy versus spy. And here we do see Lando make that credit, losing a Lightmaker off the top. Lightmaker probably not the greatest in this matchup, considering that Padme does also have Beguile and potentially even watch this. But this is going to lead to Lando having that option to play an 8-drop on this turn.
Looks like no sudden ferocity out of Ryan's resource row, which is usually one of the more powerful plays you can do with Padme.
It is. Padme does have 8 health, so she doesn't die to Qui-Gon. But also her not having that sudden ferocity would prevent Qui-Gon from trading and getting rid of Bix. So it could have been a choice to not have the sudden ferocity played out, because he does have 8 resources. He might want to match bomb for bomb. And this is one of the things, this Lando Lake Country may be considered the best deck in the format, but it is far from the easiest deck to play in this format. As he was struggling with a decision there, and we got a Rose, follow it up immediately with a Sabine ambush into it to get the 3 damage onto the Rose, preventing Rose from really getting a value trade onto the Bix. And followed up by the K2, taking out a spy, dealing 3 damage to the Rose. And we see those 8 resources used very well by Rebel Resource. And the credits used by Joey to just try and catch up on board and play out a stolen AT hauler, but that means he can't play any 8-drops this turn.
Yeah, we do know he has a Qui-Gon, though, from earlier, so I imagine that's just going to come out, which is just as good into this board.
It is still very good on this board, but importantly enough, it doesn't kill Padme on its own. And Bix attacking and making another credit to ensure that this is another 8-resource turn for Mr. Resource.
Ooh, Joey's on
Have you played
the
much?
Thrawn's Pawns team, it looks like. I'm going to get that in there.
Cool. Joey from Thrawn's Pawns. Definitely get the team shout outs in there. As we see a Liberty hit the board from Mr. Resource and a Qui-Gon coming in on the ground from Joey to clean up the K2. A K2 is a powerful unit. I think Red Yellow is Hero is an incredibly powerful combination right now. Has a lot of very strong cards and tools. I don't know if the meta has shaken out yet just for it, but we could see, we're going to see here how well this deck does into what is considered the best deck in the format so far. He is ahead on board. Not sure how many cards he has in hand if he's representing lethal with an aggressive negotiations.
He has discarded a lot with Bix, so I imagine it's not as high as you'd like it to be.
That is true. He has discarded a lot with Bix, but even if he were to send Bix in with an AN, that let's say he has two other cards, 3 cards total. That's 6, putting him to 28. I guess it probably AN isn't the play here. Maybe we see a Sudden Ferocity from hand go on to the Padme. But really all he needs to do is get one attack in and potentially claim if Joey doesn't play a Liberty of his own.
Let's see, yeah. I mean, Lando can also kill the Bix here, which with the Lake Country health, that prevents Liberty from being lethal.
And I did peek in Joey's hand. He does have a Mandalorian, which can clean up the Bix and capture the Liberty and really swing this damage race around. But Rebel's sitting here with 7 open resources.
All right. Aggressive move from Joey there, going for the race. It actually makes sense because the Qui-Gon is 7 attack, which means it is now showing lethal.
It is, but there's still a lot of actions and a lot of resources open by both players. So I don't think this is a check moment per se, because he can still send one of his units. He's definitely got to be aware of the Mandalorian and a potentially a Liberty.
Also have to be
by Joey.
You also have to be aware of Rose, because Rose plus the spy is lethal.
And even if you dealt with the spy, Stolen AT Hauler is not a unique himself.
Yeah. But Bix being able to attack would clear the Rose, so he's thinking he's got to keep the Bix open. Padme can clear the Qui-Gon, but that loses the Bix. But you also have to clear the Qui-Gon at some point.
Honestly, the line of play that I'm thinking of here would be potentially sending Bix into base or into Qui-Gon. Because if you send Bix into Qui-Gon, I know we're dealing with some more knowledge than these players have. Into the spy. Okay. Line I was thinking of is just to prevent any Mandalorian shenanigans from happening, of Mando coming in and capturing Liberty and also removing the easy lethal off the table.
Yeah.
But this is a this is a close game, but I would say it's a tougher spot for Rebel Resource.
Yeah, and it's the big thing is that 4 extra health from the lake country here. So there's that Mando play
if it
you
wasn't for
talked
that
about.
4 extra health, it would have been lethal. Not lethal that turn unless there was some sort of pump, but a much closer. But a Qui-Gon of his own? Nope. We're taking that back. No Qui-Gon of his own, even though that would be establishing lethal. No, we're getting Luke.
Oh, okay. So I mean, yeah, you can't let the Luke be ready.
And
This is so now he just loses the Luke. Bit of a sequencing mistake there, I think.
well, the Luke goes on top. Yeah, a bit of a sequencing mistake. Could have went in first. Um, but Joey's gonna have to open here with his own Liberty.
Yeah, and I do see a rose in hand, which could be the sneak lethal.
Interesting. Tapping. Yeah, this way he can't. Okay. And Qui-Gon coming in to clear up Lando.
All right. So Joey's going to have to take initiative. This now looks like a pretty good position for Ryan. What would be really nice is a Mando or a Qui-Gon here for Joey.
Yeah, we know that Joey has a rose in hand, so the Liberty attack we would assume trades with Ryan's Liberty, taps down the Qui-Gon, allows stolen AT Hauler to go in for 4, and then the Rose for the win. Curious to see what answers Joey or Ryan may have, because he has a very similar top end to this Lando. I don't believe I've seen Padme lists running 3 of Liberties, but without open deck list, we don't know how many Liberties he does have. He could have another one already.
Yeah, and I think we're pretty sure he's got that Luke.
And
so is this
this
last turn or is this the current?
How did wait? What? I looked away for just a second and I missed something. Did he play a second Liberty?
No, he traded Liberties.
Right, Ryan attacked, but Joey had initiative.
Oh, I think
Unless it was
I think Joey
the end of
Ryan
that
might
turn.
not have passed yet. I think it was
the end of that turn. Which it's not lethal on board still, but that rose in hand is, but he can no longer tap down the Qui-Gon. When we know that Ryan has that Luke back in hand.
All right, is that Han? Okay.
Han Solo ambush.
There's the Luke.
Follow it up with a Luke. And we kill your hauler, Rose doesn't come into play, or you get a credit and I get a 9/7. It looks like the 5 damage is the choice, and he takes the hauler, and this match just swung hard into Rebel Resources' favor. He is 1 action away from lethal if this Luke stays.
Oh, and it looks like that's a scoop from Joey.
That is game 1 to the Padme Red. Luke, one of the more lower rated legendaries in the set by a lot of people, winning that game for Mr. Resource.
Mr. Resource is a good one. I think I'm going to start using that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, Luke is great. I've got a couple copies that I tried to sell when the set came out. Nobody wanted to buy them.
I have a handful of prestige ones. Nothing serialized, but this Padme deck's been on my radar for some time because I'm just a big fan of these colors, and I agreed with the ECL team when they said that they started with Lando red and like Sabe red, and then they just went to Lake Country because they realized that most of their cards they were playing were just yellow already, and they could get a better tempo game going. But I've been interested in this Padme deck for a long time. I've played both of these decks on Carabest dozens of times, and really curious to talk with Rebel Resource after the game or after his day is over and see how he felt about it, because it's a really interesting addition to the meta if this can be another deck that can take down Land of Lake Country.
He's halfway there, so
yeah, not giving him his flowers yet. Land of Lake Country is still that top of the A tier of the format, and he will be starting with the initiative this game. I believe he started with the initiative last game. But we'll see what tools each player has in their sideboard and can bring to help shore up their matchup. And Joey looking to turn this current 0-1 situation into a 2-1 win. Mr. Resource obviously hoping for a nice quick 2-0 against the best deck in the format, walk away with a lot of confidence moving towards the remaining rounds of this tournament.
yeah. So, I mean, Joey opened last game with a Master Codebreaker. I wonder if, maybe he gets a Canyon Frontrunner here if the game is different.
Yeah, and I'm
Frontrunner is
interested
kind
to
of
see
Padme,
what response Padme would have to that, because Padme does have Karis Nemec, which is a very good card into a Canyon Runner.
That is true, yeah.
So we'll see how these decks line up after the sideboarding. They are shuffling up, and we should be getting some hands drawn here, mulligans out of the way, and the action back in store. What are you looking for Lando to do in the opening turns this game? He seemed to have the normal game plan, but what do you think he could do different?
I think if you're Lando, you probably think you're the control deck. So you want to try and dominate the board early. Make sure you're getting value in terms of card economy. That's, I think, going to be the biggest thing for Joey here.
Yeah, we saw the powerful stolen AT hauler on the turn 2, the 3 resource turn for Lando, but it was instantly beguiled the finaling turn and didn't come back until later, and then there was a Liberty in the way. With Padme's ping, even a stolen AT hauler might be a liability. I know those decks typically also run charge for treason. I think you're maybe right that Joey may need to play this tempo control and really rely on his bombs as best he can. Maybe even getting an early rose, but as we saw last game, it looks like the Padme had the answer to the rose.
Yeah.
Sacrificing a 3-cost ambusher to get the K2.
Yeah, I believe it's still got a hit off, but the K2 is just immense value for Ryan. I'm starting to sort of rethink my assessment. I think Ryan might actually... You can make an argument that Ryan is actually the control here. because he's got that the Luke in there as an extra piece of top end. He's got
I think
K2
he can
control the
play
board.
much like he did last game, that traditional mid-range approach where you're controlling as much of the board as possible while still keeping the pressure on. And I think that's the strength of this deck is kind of thinking of it as like a bigger, smaller Chewbacca. Like it's not as fast, but it can still apply that board pressure and life pressure at the same time.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing with mid range is like in a mid range mirror, you've got to be able to. I think a lot of it is going to depend on how the actual game itself ends up playing out. But you've got to be able to adapt based on what comes out, and when should you play aggro, when should you play control.
And we see a Faith in the Friends grabbed by the Master Codebreaker and a Karis Nemec committed to the board. Now, Karis doesn't cleanly answer Master Codebreaker unless there is some other disclose or discard that he can have happen.
All right, so now we're going to see which way Ryan decides to go. He's playing this one really fast.
Yeah, they took about 25 minutes, including sideboard, for game one. So I would also be playing a bit quicker just to make sure that if there is that game three, it's not going to end in a tie. You can still think about your turns and not just have to sling cardboard at the speed of light.
All right, Faith for one, coming down for Joey.
And the disclose of the Will of the Force, Mandalorian, and Qui-Gon. Will of the Force, great addition to a lot of these cunning decks. Because unlike Beguile, it doesn't stop at 6 resources. It does cost 4. If you're not playing a Force deck, you're not getting the full text of the card. But it is still a very powerful effect. Being able to bounce in this format has been incredibly strong.
All right, there comes the Anakin. And we didn't get to see this Anakin do much in the last game because it pretty much just got eaten right away by Axe Frigates. That's the wrong Anakin.
That is the wrong Anakin. Still a very good Anakin. I played it when I played Lando Blue. Was able to heal a lot of damage with that card, but Lando's still got 2 resources left. No matter what he does, he's losing initiative. So unless he wants to claim and follow up, but the deck doesn't have a lot of really strong 4R options. So if he wants to make a credit to try and get a Rose down, and he does,
Ooh.
and it hits an Axe Forgets.
Would have loved to have that one in hand.
Yeah, an Axe Forgets answers this Anakin very nicely. Just a nice big tempo play, but Anakin sticking around, he's a big boy. That is Clone Wars Anakin. He is primed and in love and ready to fight for his queen.
Yeah, I wonder, now we're going to get to see, is Ryan going to be the control and start killing these units, or is he just going to go to base with his big unit?
It is a great question. I mean, Anakin with the 5 available resources for Lando, you got to be expecting Rose.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of, do I just start racing? I'll take care of Rose later. I got Karis Nemec, which in theory could answer Rose, but the spy versus spy action can still happen. We're still deciding where or if this Anakin is attacking. Yeah, it's going to be the Karis Nemec into a spy.
Yeah, maybe he's holding Anakin to try and answer the Rose with it.
I know I would. After last game, I'm convinced that maybe my late game's a little bit better with the Luke being a 9-7. But we do get the Bix,
That's great
which
here.
is it
Okay,
is
too.
it and it's a must answer card for Lando. Lando has to take care of this Bix. It was the linchpin of his game plan of Padme's game plan last game.
Yeah, and with the Padme, it kills the Codebreaker right away.
Mhm. And no Rose to so it doesn't just get faced by Anakin. But that means that that 5 damage is going to base with the current board advantage being for Padme. Another Rose goes away, but this means that he will have access to 7 resources on this turn, which is Qui-Gon territory.
And he does have one, we know.
He does. It doesn't instantly get the 2-for-1, but it will demand a follow-up answer. But again, you may just want to throw that Qui-Gon right into that Bix, prevent him from himself getting to 7 resources this turn, and potentially having a because if he goes into Bix, that's 4 damage on Qui-Gon. He can send Anakin into a base. He can send Karis Nemec into a spy. He can. Oh, Arvel. No Qui-Gon this turn for Lando.
Yeah, that's nice. I think I did see Joey pick up another copy of Rose, so he like I mean that is a decent play this turn, although it does get answered out by the Anakin right now.
But yeah, we just get Rose and an aggressive negotiations in hand for Joey. So if the game was as close as it was last time, it could be over very quickly. But there's a lot going on Padme's side. And did we see what he disclosed for the spy when the
I
Karis Nemec
think it was
died?
a K2.
Okay. Yeah, K2 is a great answer into the Mandalorian. And Rose going to base. Really confident in his ability to race right now. It is that 6 resource turn for both of these 6 deploy leaders. But with Padme having the initiative, Arvel can take out this. Oh, no, there was a credit on board, but it is being removed.
And it looks I think the Bix and the spy should be ready. Yeah. Mr. Resource here sometimes gets ahead of himself in terms of tapping things.
I mean, with 20 minutes left in the round in this type of matchup, I would be playing quick too. Because again, Lando can win these games out of nowhere. You can play a Liberty. If you can't deal with that Liberty and aggressive negotiations can come in for
He's
quite a
got
lot of
pretty
damage.
nice grip here. I think that would be at least 5 with aggressive negotiations. I think 6 cards in hand. But yeah, I mean both players. I think So Rebel was actually showing lethal here before this Anakin was killed. With the Padme flip.
And Bix, no discard.
I think he might still be thinking about it. I mean, killing this Rose is pretty nice here. but maybe he's got a
Yep.
really good hand.
And there he goes to also get himself to match this 8 resources that the Lando's going to have this turn. I think is incredibly important. And here's the Padme deploy. I'm sorry, I got a bit ahead of ourselves. Looking at the wrong screen. My apologies. Spoilers. But here's the Padme deploy, and we'll see if there's any plot to follow it up. No plot.
Up to 26. That's close. I think with an aggressive next turn, Mr. Resource can probably get it.
I think that's a Liberty at the top of Joey's hand.
Oh, that would be really nice if it was. Yeah, it is. And that takes away all his credits. So that means Arval can't.
Oh.
Ooh, but Blade Wing.
Instant Blade Wing response.
All right, Joey, though, being aggressive here. I think if he's got the aggressive negotiations in hand, I think either of these is lethal, so it makes sense. But Liberty stalls that out in the space arena and exhausts the Lando.
Yeah, stops that dead. This is...
And Lando exhausted before Ryan can even ready his units. Oh, BD.
BD tech. Oh, the BD tech is incredibly good. That's got to be telegraphing that I am winning this turn. Aggressive negotiations
He's got
for 5.
6. I think he's got exactly 6. So, yeah, that's game. All right, we're going to game 3.
Well played, Joey. Going to game 3, they're going to be shuffling up and making any other sideboard adjustments very quickly. This next game is going to be a blur, but I really like that BD1 tech in Lando. That's nice.
Yeah, obviously won him a game here.
Yeah, I'm sure it's mostly for mirrors, but I mean, it just works against Liberties in general. It can work. It can work on the ground too. I really like this BD1 card in general. With the hidden, you can't attack into it. You need to have a removal spell for it. But with Rebel Resources tapped out on that turn, there was no way he was going to be able to answer that. So very well timed, very well played by Joey. We're going to game 3 of these 2 amazing players. But this is the first time Padme's had initiative on turn 1.
Mm-hmm.
What are you expecting from a Padme open instead of a response to a Lando open?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what the open is out of Joey. I think, I don't know. If I'm Rebel, I think I mean, Faith in Your Friends is obviously really good open. And it lines up really well into a lot of things. I think there's also the potential, Okay, yeah, no, he is gonna go first. And Clan Ordo, yeah, that's a great one because that means that if it's the Codebreaker, the Ordo can just kill it right away. Because basically does 4 damage with the Padme ping.
And you can even start working on getting rid of this N1 Starfighter by simply just putting 3 on base.
Yeah, 2 turns of attacking clears that N1, unless there's a Han pilot for Joey.
Yeah, Han pilot would be big here. Oh, unless sorry, I thought he was discarding it, but he has the throw the rock. He can play the throw the rock, but he's not going to this turn. Master Code Breaker coming out. These guys are starting to move a bit quicker. That game 1 took a while. It was a brutal back and forth. Game 2 was also a very close match, but turned out that aggressive negotiations for 5 out of aspects is still a very good card.
Yeah. All right, now the choice for Mr. Resource. Do you clear the Codebreaker or do you clear the N1 with the Padme ping?
Now, did he pull the axe with the Codebreaker? Or did
I can't remember if he pulled it with the Codebreaker. I looked away for a second, but either way, he played it and bounced the Anakin.
Yeah, I think it's right here to take out the Starfighter. Just keep that damage off your base as best as possible.
Yeah, keep the pressure up also.
And disclosing 2 liberties and another faith. That is about to be a very wide board on the side of Joey, and he can still make a credit this turn. But there's the Anakin. 1 to base from the Codebreaker. Here's the second faith for the turn. And it looks like, oh man, they're too quick right now. Too quick.
Looks like that's the whole hand,
hauler.
I think. So we know that it's just 2 liberties and a hauler.
2 liberties and a hauler. But that's 4 spies on the ground. That is 9 damage represented on the ground right now by Joey. With 8 represented on the ground by Rebel Resource. On the 5R turn, though, we do know he has access to several ambushers, potentially a Sentinel. I'm not sure if he runs the Qui-Gon Sentinel, but we could see that get played down here. Which would require at least 2 of those spies to take care of it.
So yeah, the spies look impressive, but one thing that should be noted in terms of just raw damage output, it's actually only 1 higher for Joey. Anakin's 5, Ordo makes 8. 4 spies times 2 is 8, plus the Codebreaker is 9. But it looks like Ryan's playing some control here and trying to clear these spies with his units.
Yeah, his units don't take any damage back from those spies, so it is pretty efficient to take them off. But we are seeing a charge with espionage, disclosing Blue Ace and Liberty. It's going to be take a unit out of that hand and just slow the race down.
Yeah, I mean, no point in taking one of the Liberties if he's got both of them. So
yeah,
just take the hauler.
And with 3 resources still open by Padme, and now the disclosed ping coming down, I wonder if he still has that rock in his hand, or if he's going to pay pay 3 for an ambush, or I mean, there is a credit. It could be an Arvel. And it is an Arvel. Cleaning up another spy. And with no token on the board, Lando is going to have to spend some tempo to be able to get this Liberty out. But with no Bix on the side of Padme this game, he's going to have a hard time matching that early 8 resource play.
Yeah, and the only play for Joey that last turn was aggressive negotiations for 5 resources to get 2 damage. And it looks like, this time we got the sudden for Padme.
But she is a ferocious lady.
Yeah, and right before she wasn't. It's just suddenly she became like that.
Yeah, so Padme is representing 6 damage. Arvel's staying ready to prevent that 8 resource play, potentially. This is a nail biter of a game, because we've seen a strong board before by Mr. Resource, but and we've seen Joey come back from it. But with this Arvel keeping Lando pinned, essentially, not sure he can even actually flip into the credit acceleration this turn. He's gonna have to get creative with his action economy.
Yeah, things are looking really good for Rebel. Joey doesn't really have a way to deal with this Padme. Ooh, Rose, though. That could eat a Padme hit, I guess.
He's got 1 resource left, so it's definitely not going to play the big card this turn. It's going to be next turn. It's inevitable at this point. He's committed to the Rose. We see 3 resources get tapped for an aggressive negotiation by Padme.
For, I guess, +3, so 9
big
total.
Number. That is check.
Yeah. That's enough that Padme alone next turn gets there.
Yeah, Padme with the Son of Ferocity is a 6/8. Rose, it would be Rose and Lando would have to go into Padme this turn, but that still leaves Arvel open to put him further into check, put him to 32, where either of the 2 other units on board are going to. That's exactly what he does. This is claim, and the handshake comes across. Rebel Resource takes down Joey from Thrawn Pawns. LXO over Thrawn Pawns in this matchup. Very close matchup from the best deck in the format being taken down by the creative Padme Red deck. What do you think about that?
It was, I mean, that was fascinating to see. But the Padme's really got a lot of plays there. I mean, game 2, Lando was Lando, but yeah, I mean, Padme can just Sudden Ferocity is a major play. Being able to aggressive in aspect is sometimes super relevant. Luke is great for the extra top end. Nemec is just a good playmaker. K2 can be nuts. So yeah, let me see if we've got a backup match Okay, it looks like that one is finished. What about our
It doesn't surprise me at all. These guys really took their time. This was not a one-sided matchup by far. It was really a lot of skill showcased by both players on either side of the table to make that match very entertaining for us. I'm very happy I was over here watching it and able to provide all of the lovely people watching on YouTube the best commentary we possibly can here on both the Late Night Gaming channel and Take the Initiative.
And it looks like our backup is also done. So we are going to go to break, I guess, for about 5 minutes. And then we'll be back with round 5.
Thank you. See y'all soon.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
And welcome back, everybody, to Madison, Wisconsin, where we've got the Traitor Planetary Qualifier going on right now. We're in round 4. We've got Rebel Resource on the bottom, facing Joey on top, playing a yellow deck. Just kidding, we're on round 5. And this Padme deck, we loved it so much we brought it back for another one. This time facing off against another person who's also named Joey. It's a different Joey. Playing Vader Yellow, the new Hondas that took down the London sector. I'm joined by Doom here. Say hi.
Hi. So I'm actually excited for this one. Vader has been gaining in popularity again, just because he deals very well into a lot of like these more ground focused strategies that have been coming about. But Vader runs a lot of X1s, and Padme's ability deals 1 damage. I don't want to sound biased or have any recency bias towards the person who skillfully took down a Land of Lake Country last round, but I think this Padme deck is going to have some very good lines into Vader.
Yeah, I think it also might depend on whether or not Joey can get the or whether or not Ryan is main decking upgrade removal also, because a big Vader might be difficult to deal with. Although Ryan does have ways to do it, like, Bex to ramp into Liberty, that would do it. So it's, I think there's going to be openings for Vader, but I would say, that the Padme probably is favored here.
Yeah, and if Faith in Your Friends open to enter this 1/3 ship, which has been much more common in these Vader decks, just to kind of make sure that you do have a you do have something that's going to live on the next turn. And 4 cards had to be disclosed for that Faith in Your Friends.
I think that's the whole hand, right?
Blade Wing. I'm sorry?
I think that's the whole hand, right?
I think that was the whole hand minus the card. Maybe, yeah, including the card.
Yeah, because you start with 6.
Yes.
Faith replaces itself, so yeah.
Yep. This is the whole hand. But importantly, he's got the red 5.
Yeah.
He's got pressure on the ground. He's got the red 5. He can follow it up into a Bix. K2 is not too great in this matchup, but if you do a good job of controlling Vader in the space, you can force him to deploy to the ground.
Yeah, and Blade Wing is a nice way to answer like the Clone Escort Squadron or Combat Squadron, the 4 cost that gets really big.
Yeah, that card, it does a lot with this deck. This Vader deck has a lot of tempo plays. And now that there is a victory or a victor's leader out here, those other ships are gonna start pulling more than their weight. That tribal leader effect is quite good. It's the best one of its kind that we've seen that's really seen play. We've had a few others, but that one with Vader's ability to just make these 1/1s into 2/2s really starts adding up. We'll see if Padme truly has an answer to it, because if that card sticks around, this game could go Vader's favor very quickly. And of course, our players taking their time. This is an important round 5. Both players, I believe, are 4-0 right now. So we definitely want to maintain that undefeated record. It really is a sequencing error. It should have been blue ace into the victory lead, take out the other unit, because it was only a 3 HP with 1 damage on it. But the other one was a 2/4.
Right,
so we should have taken...
Having some stream difficulties here. I might need you to solo cast for a bit.
Yeah, no worries. I got us here. Yeah, it looks like we are taking a look at this again, because that 2/4 victor leader would have made it that card right there a 2/4 rather than a 1/3. Unless he just allowed him to reorder those events, but I would there might be a rewind coming in here. But it looks like we're going to the next action phase. So not too sure about how the rewind can go once we've discovered new information. Might be a warning to both players for maintaining game state. I'm no judge. Not speaking to how to judge, but in my experience, that's how things have gone. But back into the state of the game here. Lots of units on both sides. So far, Padme's ability hasn't really taken too much of an effect on this game. Still, self parity in life totals. Looks like we are,
All
yeah,
right.
we are progressing the game state. There is no rewind happening. New information has been discovered, so
Yeah, the judge said it's
we're
been
just
resolved. The only change would have been an additional attack by the Y-Wing.
okay.
I'm going to refresh the video feed, see if that fixes some of our issues.
Cool. So with those issues resolved, Padme plays a Bix, gets a credit, allows them to start ramping up. An early Liberty in this matchup is going to be incredibly important. This Vader deck is fast. Not as fast without the Victor Leader out there, providing that glorious anthem type effect for my Magic players. But the Padme is ahead in life right now. Does have that lead. But Vader having 2 more open resources, and uses the credit token, is going to forgo just the Liberty ramp and just going wide. Wants to end this game on Vader's flip turn potentially, but Vader has a lot of options when it comes to plot. He has access to Chancellor Palpatine, who makes those 2 spies who are sentinels for the turn, which blocks up that ground arena a bit, probably preventing 4 damage, but then also has a lurking snub fighter, who can exhaust a unit, preventing even more damage. So we'll see if Vader wants to go on to the 3/3 unit, a 2/4 unit, or potentially even the 2/2 shielded unit to try and prevent any aggressive negotiation type shenanigans that may come from Blue Ace. And Vader really thinking about his resources here. This is a pivotal turn. Again, both leaders deploying on 6, and it's a relatively parity in board presence as well as life totals. But with the Bix coming in and the discard to take care of one of those units, it's getting closer and closer to being a close game for Padme. They are representing lethal on board.
Yeah.
If there's no real tricks from Vader.
Yeah, someone in chat says you can't win the damage race against Vader. I'm not so sure. I think
you can win
Ryan
the damage race
there.
against Vader. I've done it with many different decks. Vader is a good deck, and he has disruption. The problem is the timing of that disruption. It's a very linear deck to play, but it does have some nuance to it. It's not just make ties and swing face. You have to account for when your opponent has more efficient units, which Padme has in spades. And again, so we're Vader thinking about the deploy, going on to the bigger ship, not the shielded ship.
Ooh, the snub fighter.
And
That's
looks
big.
like, yeah, it looks like we got one plot of the lurking snub. I mean, is he gonna exhaust one of the ground units? That's what he's been posturing towards. But Blue Ace is yeah, cool. So he exhausts the Blue Ace, which is, I think, the smart play. Still lethal represented on the ground right now.
Yeah, this is, and it's only 14 for Joey, so he can push Ryan to 28. But with the Padme flip, Ryan's got there.
Luke coming in. Do I deal 5 to one of your units of my choice, or do you get a credit token and I get a readied 9/7? Which, if he's got, I was going to say, a hold for questioning, he could take the credit, hold for questioning Luke, but still facing lethal. So this is a win if you do, or lose if you do, lose if you don't situation here.
All right. And so Ryan's going to take game 1 here. Even through that victor leader. I mean, he had the answers to it with the main decked Blue Ace.
Yeah, but Blue Ace is a really good card and incredibly powerful. It has a downside to it, but if you line it up nice enough, and you do your sequencing well, you do your homework, and you get an A on the test with Blue Ace.
Yeah, that's true. Call it ace for a reason.
Looks like Vader is sideboarding in a Chancellor Palpatine.
I like the Palpatine. Yeah, it would have made a lot of sense in that last game. Might even
it could have
won the game.
It could have won him that game. Putting 2 Sentinels on the ground there would have stopped some of that, because it was very close. He could have had a much earlier claim to make sure that he gets back in with Vader.
It looks like the Commandeer's coming in.
Interesting choice on the Commandeers, because I personally, I've been losing a bit of more faith in Commandeers as when I'm playing aggro decks. And Vader is an aggro deck with Disruption. I would much rather hold for questioning something, make sure that I'm getting your future play out, gaining the onboard tempo, getting the attack in, than spending 5 resources to maybe take a Blue Ace or maybe take a Red 5. I don't think unless Ryan has light makers in there, I'm not sure what else that's gonna be doing.
Yeah. But I mean, taking a Blue Ace or a Red 5 in the right position, it could be like, a 6 to 8 damage swing.
It could, but those units could have already have done their damage, and if it doesn't stick around for you to really have anything to deploy your leader on, if Ryan gets a controlling hand, I'm not sure how well it'll work out in decks like Lando, for instance, in Padme, for instance, these decks that can go to your face, but can also have these tempo and mid-range gears that they can shift to. I really like the card. I just personally haven't been sold on it in against the more mid-rangey decks. I like it against Boba, uh, taking their last played for ship, a Fet's Fire Spray, um, or even they're punishing one when they play it, and being able to bounce that up to keep Boba off of his flip. Um,
Looks like a lot of the
but
one
most of,
health ships taken out of the in sideboarding there for Joey, which makes a lot of sense.
it makes sense. He might be slowing down his game plan to try and bring it into like have more longevity with his units. I'm not sure if that's the right play against this though, because Padme's late game, we're talking liberties, and I don't think Vader deals with liberties very well at all. I mean, he can have a craving, like a deploy into a craving power. Um, we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to rule out the Vader yet. That was a close game one. And in the hand of Vader, we do see one of those answers to a Liberty, which is that Galen Urso 3-cost 0/5 unit that when you play it, you can give it to your opponent. And it reads all of your opponent's cards get raid 1 and Saboteur, which if Vader has a Victor leader and a Galen out, those 1/1s are now hitting for 3. Very powerful combinations there, which is why I'm not a fan of slowing down your fast decks. I think you should find ways to go faster. But we'll see how Vader opens up. We'll see how Padme responds.
Ooh.
And it's a 2/3 in space by Vader. Follow it up with a 3/3 ground unit. The lane dodge is real, and Warrior Clan Ordo in this Padme deck, it's like a match made in heaven, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much designed for Padme. In fact, it probably literally was.
Yeah, that one guaranteed disclose a turn is one guaranteed damage a turn, which does start adding up. I mean, this guy's got 3 health. He's got 3 turns, but if we see a red 5 or a Bix discarding a rock, could change a bit. Or a Marin.
Yeah, that's great. That'll kill either one of these space units, actually.
Yeah, that's a guaranteed kill for a discard on one of these space units.
And Ryan does get the initiative.
I've been seeing a lot more decks bringing Marin back into the format to kind of help with these space matchups.
Ooh, and he's got Rock to clear the TIE Fighter too.
Yeah, that's a rock. That's a TIE Fighter. Guess which one wins? That was an attack for 2 that dealt 4 damage to 2 different units total. That's a value play if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
And technically a 1-for-1. But the tempo swing from that, I think, was massive. Because right now we're thinking about 2 damage on base. Both players with 4 resources open. 3 to base coming back. So life totals basically parity. Padme is ability that has been used, so she can't ping the token if he makes one. But here comes back Anakin. That is, as we saw in that Lando matchup, this young man hits hard.
Yeah, one of the stronger stat lines for a 3-cost unit that exists, but only with Padme.
Only with Padme. Speaking of cards that were built for Padme, here is one, and he's great. I do like his little brother, or his cousin, that 2/4 Wookiee that has hidden.
Yeah.
With Raid 2. I think that's a pretty good card. I know it hasn't found a home yet in anything meta, but I think it's a good card. I think hidden's a great keyword. I think it's very unique in card games that I've seen. Because in the later stages, if you can play a hidden unit and you can have check with that. Harder against these yellow decks that can bounce it back, but still, you just can't run a unit into it. It's very powerful.
Evil is everywhere played. He's to defeat a unit with cost equal to or less than the number of villainy aspect icons among friendly units. So he has to kill that Warrior of Clan Ordo.
Okay, interesting card. I mean, works with the tokens, but interesting card. I don't think I've ever actually seen it played before.
Me either, yeah.
But still, the damage is in favor right now of Padme. This Anakin going in for 5 is nothing to shake a stick at.
Ooh, snub.
Working snubbed. Yep, snubbed the Marin, but here comes Bix. Are we going to get a discard with Bix? Try and ramp up, or no discard. So looks like he wants to have everything in his hand. We know there's a Luke in his hand, unless he resourced it, because that was disclosed recently.
It's a bit of a slower game. Unlikely to end on 6 resources like the last game did.
Yeah, and we do see the Chancellor Palpatine did just hit the resource row for Joey here. That could be a very big swing as far as tempo and damage goes, because that's going to stop at least one of these units on the ground. Vader, though, doesn't have any. He doesn't have that clone combat ship that he would love to deploy onto and really just swing away, end the game in two actions.
I wonder if he goes onto the ground here to play around Outer Rim Constable. Okay, no,
doesn't look like it. Goes onto a token. And okay, there's the trade routes plot and the Chancellor Palpatine. Could you pull up trade routes plot for everybody? It's not the most common card.
If it comes out for 2 and it prevents your opponent from playing events if you control more units than them. Which with Vader, because you're going +2 in the unit count, you usually do.
Yeah, and the Palpatine. No events, though, but what events is Padme going to play here? I don't know. Maybe just there's the Constable. Oh, sorry, look at the wrong one again. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm ahead. Sorry for the
And yeah,
spoilers.
there's the constable.
There's the constable. Evening this damage race back out a little bit. Marin can clear both of these spies. And then Anakin can get in for 5, and then Padme can get in for at least 3, which is a very dangerous spot to be in with this Vader. He doesn't have any big units. He's got 2 1 powers and 2 2 powers ready.
Yeah, Mr. Heavy Duty in chat pointing out that Joey had a Galen in hand that he could have played instead of that trade route taxation, which I think would have been a better play.
It would have been a much better play. Yeah, because he can't. It goes to your opponent's side of the board, so it's not like Anakin can go into it. And yeah, discarding Marin to clear the spies, deal 1 damage to a token, and that's check.
Pretty much, and I think we might be heading for a quick 2-0 here for Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a leader unit, so not another Palpatine won't stall this out. He would need to exhaust 2 units. I know there's what is it, bogged down in procedure where you can exhaust a unit and then exhaust another one by disclosing. But even if he did, he doesn't have lethal. But we got another evil is everywhere.
All right, and
to
that's
defeat
game.
the Marin. And the fist bump. Very, very well played by Ryan, Mr. Resource, as we've come to know him.
So
very well
he now should
played.
be locked for top cut.
That is 5-0. So if he'd have to find 2 people that want to ID to lock for top cut.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, usually there's enough if you go 5-0. But all right, we do have a backup match here. Let me pull it up. Oh, it looks like it's finished. We have a second backup match, though. Let's see if that one's finished. I got to shout out Unit Monster and the store for setting up the cameras for us. And it looks like, no, the second backup match is also... Oh, actually, wait, no, we do have... Our first backup match is actually still going. I didn't refresh the timer. Or didn't refresh the feed. So, yeah, we do have a backup match here. It's going to take some time for the quality to catch back up. But it looks like we have... Drew Overly on the bottom playing Obi-Wan Blue and Adam, aka Vorath, on the top playing the Dedra. This is a late night competitive team mirror.
With 25 minutes left in the round, I would assume we're in game 2 right now.
Can you see the stream all right?
I look like I need glasses.
Yeah, okay.
But I know I don't.
Let me see what I can do about that.
Okay, I think I also did find a feed myself, but even the camera quality on that is leaving something to be desired.
All right, let's
Um,
turn up the sharpness a bit. I can see what's going on.
yeah, I can get a general idea. That is a big space triangle on the side of Deidre.
I think that's a
I like to call her
Devastator.
Dee Dee.
Looks like, is that a naked Yoda? I think he didn't use the Force.
That is a naked Yoda. We do not know how much damage is on this Deidre's base. They're not a count it on the base type of player, which is totally fine, to each their own. Quick reminder that um, if someone is taking notes on life and you're using dice on life, if there's any disagreements, it'll go to the notepad.
This looks
Yeah, it
like
looks like that
a
Yoda got no gloried.
pretty commanding position for Adam here. Just has to, presuming it's a Devastator, just has to swing twice with it, basically.
Yeah, and these control into mid-range matchups do typically favor these control decks. Um, they just scale a bit harder, have that much stronger late game, and while Obi can be fast, he can do stuff pretty quickly. If Deidre is going 1-for-1 on their removal, then it can be a bit difficult for Obi to really have enough of a constant presence to keep that pressure on.
Contempt for Culture, going to clear the Maz here, but looks like a second Maz comes down to replace it.
Yeah, I wonder if he didn't have anything else in hand that he could have played besides the Maz. I know he wants to get units on board, but he would also want to hopefully want to get that damage on base.
Yeah.
Does have
I wonder if there's actually a lot of damage on Adam's base here. The way he's playing kind of makes me think like feels like he has to clear these units. Because he's definitely thinking about every move. And if I was ahead 11-0 with a Devastator on board, I would probably not be thinking quite so carefully.
it's definitely not. There's definitely not no damage on that Colossus. I can almost guarantee that. I'm just trying to get a sense of what. I was still trying to. We're coming into this a little bit late.
Oh yeah, looks like a
Oh
clean
man,
there by Adam. So my guess is there's
Oh.
at least 32 damage on that base then.
there, he has one card left in deck. The Obi-Wan has one card left in deck.
Oh, that might be it also, yeah. So okay, so maybe there might actually be more on the base there. It looks like planetary bombardment.
Planetary
That clears
bombardment to clear the
both units.
field. Yeah, so he must be really close to lethal. I would. Um,
14 plus 9, 23.
he takes 3 next turn. He takes 2. Does he have? I mean, even if it's anything he does, that's just a claim by Deidre. Um,
Yoda
Do we know
Saber.
what that? Yeah, Yoda Saber on what unit is that?
That's an Ezra. Oh yeah,
Ezra?
I've been told by the judges that Adam is at 34.
Oh my. The protect the pod, but he's still at 23. And so this spy puts him to 26. He draws his one card. He takes 3 damage for not being able to draw another card. But the spy didn't attack?
What happened there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened in that sequence there, because
Oh, did he mill out? Oh, I think it was probably.
well, he
'cause
did.
was at
He drew his
23,
one card.
so he would have taken
and then
3
he drew his
down to
other one,
26, and then the spy would be lethal.
26.
So Adam, I think, got that one.
Okay, so Adam did claim on that one to get that in. So
I'm not sure what game that was. That might have been game 1. Like, it looked like it went long enough.
Considering that they decked, that could have been game 1. Yeah, the way they're presenting this is going to be this is.
Oh yeah, we just got confirmed that was game 1.
That was game 1. Oh man. So, Obi is playing for a draw. Deidre is playing for a win. I just hope that the players are playing quickly, and we can get a resolution to at least the first 2 games of the match without game 2 going to time. I mean, being at 34 HP, I also would have played that out as best I could. I would have done everything I could just to get something in for that 1 damage. We'll get to see if this is more of that pure hard control focused Deidre, or if they are running those earlier units, the Bith Brutes, the Honas.
Okay. All right, Gunji, turn 1. I think, is that a condemn on it?
That is. Which makes me think that this is the hard control Deidre, because that looks like a display piece.
Yep. I mean, that's Adam's style of deck. That's what he's known for. He played a lot of Iden Data Vault back in last format.
I just had PTSD flashbacks. That was
Ooh. Display piece coming down here.
yeah. I'm a mid range player personally. I like to be able to have those gears switch back and forth, be able to go aggro into the control decks as best I can, and control the aggro decks as best I can. Um, but these decks that don't play units, it
Oh, it
it
looks
just
like
it just hurts.
Drew decided not to deploy his leader despite being able to because of the display piece. He might have just forgotten. Or he might
It's
have
pretty
been,
easy to forget. Display
yeah.
piece is not common. Um, I think it's a very powerful removal in certain archetypes. Deidre being one of them. They really don't care if you accelerate; they're gonna defeat whatever you got anyway. Um,
All right, off aspect, hold for questioning coming in. This is a mainstay in these control decks. It's
just like at
slows
risk
the game
negotiations,
down.
it's very powerful. Even for 5, being able to gain that tempo advantage of preventing tempo advantage by preventing damage to your base, and then also getting that information and then getting rid of their most important card that lines up with those colors. Yeah, I think he probably didn't deploy last turn to prevent any Deidre shenanigans onto it or prevent a condemn. But as we saw from the disclose, there is a condemn and it in Adam's hand. So Drew is doing what he can, but 35 HP is a large amount of HP to surmount. Um, and Deidre only cares about not losing in these first few turns. The few terms you may hear of in Star Wars or into card games at all, there's playing to win, there's playing to not lose. And usually, if you're playing to not lose, you're probably going to lose. Unless you're a control deck, and that is your literal goal, is I need to not lose before I get to X, Y, Z cards and X amount of resources.
Yeah, and that number is 8 in this deck for single reactor ignition.
Which I think is one of the best cards in the format at the moment. It's an incredibly powerful card. I was on Boba Blue for a while. And I think it's very well positioned card in this format. There are decks that are very sorry, I had a hiccup there. There are decks that are very quick that can get you before that, but if you're playing blue red, you should be able to live until that 8 resource turn, and then you're just resetting the board and following it up with very impressive triangle shaped ships.
All right. Looks like there might be a little bit of a break in the dam here. Drew's gonna get some damage in here. Will it be enough though?
We got 10 minutes left in this round before we go to those final turns.
Yeah, I mean Drew basically can't win the match at this point. Best he can hope for is a draw.
Yeah, he's playing for a draw. Deidre's playing for a win. Those Deidre decks can end up having a few draws, but as we talked about earlier, if you get more than one, you could be in bad shape going into that top cut.
Ooh, not taking advantage of the extra resources there is Drew. I'm not sure if he just didn't have the cards for it or if he didn't want to play too hard into the single reactor.
If I was him, I would keep my current board. I would make them have to either whittle that down or force out the single reactor and then use something to refill it. A Keller and Beck would be great right after a single reactor ignition. Force them to have a second one.
Yeah.
But at the same token, Steedra's got a lot of 1-for-1 removal, and she can kind of force you to start overcommitting.
All right, another
As
condemn.
we see another condemn.
Now up to 21 damage on Adam's base.
Gungi goes in. Let's see the disclose.
He
Single reactor ignition for the disclose, and then just following up with playing it.
I mean, that's why you attack even with condemn on the board is to get that information. Now he knows not to spend any of his resources on other units.
Especially when they're low on cards in hand, that they may not have it lining up. But this Deidre deck is, especially this harder control variant, is mostly blue villain cards. There's not going to be too many red aspects in there. Except for some of the bigger ships. Maybe they got double Devastator in hand, which will help you get some damage in, but won't help you in the long run. But there's the Kelleran. Help rebuild that board after the single reactor ignition. And splitting the arenas too. So anything like a, let's call it war, it won't help push damage onto the Kelleran. And Kelleran is a big boy. He's a thick man.
And a second single reactor ignition. All right.
Of course there is.
Double reactor
another 2
ignition.
damage. Those are those moments when people talk about having a bad game into control, when they're like, before rotation, where you're like, yeah, they played Super Laser Blast, and then they played another Super Laser Blast. Those are the games control wants to do, but Deidre has 6 minutes to do 22 damage. To make sure that they don't get a draw. Or no, actually, Deidre doesn't even have to. They already won game 1.
Yeah. About 5 minutes left by our count, which is not official, but I think it's pretty close.
And a Lost and Forgotten, that card is incredibly good. As far as like the what removal we do have in this format right now. I mean, the Obi's got to do what he can, because you got to play for the draw at this point. You got to make sure you got to pull out all the stops, pedal to the metal. He just played 2 single reactor ignitions. The chances of him having that third one are not very high. It's not 0, but it's close. It's as close as it's gonna be. But there's a Ray in hand. I just got a sneak peek of a Ray in the hand.
Ooh, that would be big.
And
not a lot of ways to deal with Ray for
only
for
condemn. Only condemn or a lot of red events.
Or like Devastator into Planetary Bombardment.
Yeah, like, well, a series of events, but if that Ray hits the board, and there we see it disclosed for the Mina draw, and he's just gonna play Ray. Oh man, this this Obi may be able to get this draw. I'm very excited for this. Um, Honestly, that Ray card is the reason why I haven't leaned into some of the more controlling mid-rangey decks myself. Um, I've tried, and then I see that card, and I'm like, oh, that doesn't feel good. Yeah, that Devastator into Planetary Environment, or a hold for questioning.
I mean, that's nice. That'll stop one hit, and you only need to stall for so long to win this one.
But that is a lot of cards in hand.
That's quite the grip. Yeah, I didn't realize that Drew had this many cards still.
There's a lot of cards in hand. There's
I think he pretty much has to be
Itinerant
Kelleran.
Warrior, Amaz. Is that a Haymaker?
Like Shatterpoint.
And a Kelleran gets pulled out. Sitting on the edge of my seat right now. Doesn't play anything, just wants the initiative. Nothing to follow up with this Ray. We've already seen 2 single reactor ignitions. We've seen 2 condemns. Putting everything onto this Ray is dangerous. The Ray's already got 2 damage on it. This Deidre deck can easily do 7 more. The Maz coming down, that is a swing for 11.
So yeah, so that should bring Adam to 30. Which, right? Is that, yeah, so it should be 30. Which means that a Ray hit next turn is lethal. Does he have a way to deal with it? He have like Tree Remembers plus like any removal gets him there.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-card play to take care of this.
Ooh, Cantwell. That does it. Well,
or
there's a Shatterpoint in hand, which is going to deal with that.
Yeah, that's very good. There's the Shatterpoint. And now Adam is going to be forced to claim, I would think.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I had about 30 seconds left in time. So he's going to claim, which means we should get 2 more phases, which means he's got to have so many different answers. I think he picked up another Cantwell. So Cantwell should answer the Ray this turn. Then he's got to answer one of these small units. And if there's no out for Cantwell, then he has to answer another unit next turn. Because I'm assuming time is going to be called this round.
Yeah, time is going to be, it should be called.
It's going to be rough.
He's not doing it. He is doing it. Cantwell. Disclose. Annihilator, Super Laser Blast. And looks like I think it's a Galen Urso, but it doesn't do anything after the Cantwell's been played. Does he have a Protect the Pod? I mean, he's at 30. I mean, he still has to take out one of these smaller units. Because he's still representing 5 on board. And the 2 cards he disclosed are not removal for either of these. Yeah, I'm assuming time was called because they're really taking their time and going over what's been used right now.
Yeah.
Galen Urso is an option to name a removal if he thinks he has one.
It's gonna be No Glory called with the Galen. Nope.
Tree. Yep, and there were the Tree Remembers on Mina. And
All right, I think Drew got that one. Let's see.
I wonder if time was called the turn before. And that was their last one.
It's marked in Melee as a 1-0 win for Adam. So it must have been time was called the turn before.
Yep. Well, good job, Adam, of Late Night Gaming, taking down his teammate Drew, and a very close game too. Honestly, one more turn was it, but that's the problem with these control decks is that if they win that first game, you are incredibly on the back foot because that first game could be over half of your round time. It's a tough time.
All right, we're gonna go to break real quick, and then we'll be back soon with round 6. And welcome back, everybody, to the Star Wars Unlimited Planetary Qualifier in Madison, Wisconsin at Misty Mountain Games. I'm Traitor here with Doom for round 6 out of 7, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, 6-7 all day. No, please, somebody stop me. We have a pretty interesting matchup here with Boba Data Vault versus Aura Data Vault. I think this is going to be a pretty interesting one. I'm not exactly sure who has the edge, but I'm excited to see how our pilots do.
Yeah, me too. I'm an Aura player, and I've wanted to get an Aura match on here one of these rounds. And this is one that I think really could go either way. I would feel good about it as Aura, but it's certainly not free. Sometimes it can be really hard to deal with a big Boba. But as Aura, you don't care as much about top of the summit. So
yeah, and a lot of your units do have shields to really throw off that math a little bit. You can actually be an aggressive deck. As we see a Leppy Lookout in the opening hand of the Aura, they're without a BD1 open from our opponent. There could be some damage going on that data vault, on one of those data vaults early.
all right, so both these players, I believe, are X1. Let me check. Oh, CJ is actually 5-0, but Oscar is 4-1. So they can't quite ID. But looks like Adam and Rebel Resource did ID at table 1.
Yeah, it's the benefit of going undefeated into round 6 of 7 is you get to kind of take those breaks. If you can pretty much guarantee you and your next 2 opponents are going to be able to just draw it out and take that breather, you get to go into the top 8 a lot more refreshed.
All right, Leppy Lookout is a great open here for Oscar. Allows him to clear the honor-bound partisan. Sometimes it's not the ideal open into Boba because it only has 1 health, so you're kind of vulnerable to indirect, but into like an honor-bound partisan, it's fine.
Yeah, and the droid missile platform out here for Boba instantly answered by that pirate snub fighter. Take a little bit of indirect to the base.
Yeah, and see, that's what I mean there, is like you can't take any of that onto the Leppy because it's going to die.
And we see the Leppy start getting damage onto that data vault. It has the 1 health and a claim from...
Oh, and a pass from Oscar. So he doesn't have the... I mean, you're fine with that as Oscar. I mean, of course, all else equal, you would rather have a 4-cost unit, but it's not the worst thing in the world to not. I think he top decked a perimeter ATRT, which would have been nice.
Yep. And there's the punishing one to get rid of the Leppy Lookout. And the No Glory to answer the punishing one. A clear board. I think a clear board here might favor Aura.
Yeah, it definitely does. That's exactly what you want to see as Aura. I mean, that is kind of a punish, but you can come back from that. All right, so yeah, Boba is going to flip onto the ground here. Looks like Oscar has a craving power, which with that Dedra is going to clear the Boba, and then the Aura Flip can take out a lot of things that TJ might bring out in response. So I am feeling pretty good about the Sports State if I'm Aura. Like 20 damage is a lot, but you can get past that. Or it looks like Oscar's going to be taking an interesting route with with the Condemn. Okay, it looks like he's got a second Condemn to follow it up to beat the System Shock. And now there can't be another System Shock because the Dedra would just kill it at that point. All right, salvage for the punishing one, but that gets Aura'd.
And personally, I'm a fan of more of these Aura players putting in Dedra over Eighth Brother.
Yeah.
I just think the spies are much more valuable than the extra 2 HP.
Yeah, it's been a big it's been kind of a game changer for me, being able to like have that thing to get that little bit of extra damage to help clear the board at the end, or even to chain multiple spies together to start making a push for lethal to turn the corner. It makes a big difference.
And I think Aura is about to start running away with this one. They have a Craving Power in hand. They have a Cantwell Cruiser. They have, I believe, a Lost and Forgotten is in there.
Two Cantwells? It's either 2 Cantwells or a Cantwell and a Lawbringer.
That's 2 Cantwells. They did resource a Lawbringer this turn.
Okay. Yeah, Cantwell, there's not really an easy answer to Cantwell in this Boba deck, so I like it here. Also got Craving Power, it looks like. So yeah, okay, it's going to be Craving. I don't think he has anything else to spend 3 on. All right, couple small units coming down for Boba, but now like Aura's basically turned the corner and is now going to take the damage lead. And onward we go next turn.
Aura's rounding the corner, and that is a Lando Calrissian that they just drew, which is probably going to solidify this game as a win for the Aura player. The heal 6, and then you get a 6/8 with grit. So Boba would need to be very careful not to play a Planetary Bombardment into that by accident.
Yeah. Another thing that Dedra's really good for is that Lando. Like sometimes, one thing I was noticing in previous versions without Dedra was like you had a hard time getting units out for Lando, but Dedra gives you a bunch of small bodies that can come down for that heal 6, which oftentimes really just locks things up.
Yeah, and Top of the Summit played from hand here to clear out those units. So we're not going to be seeing the heal from Lando this turn. But going in for 5. Yeah, and I would just play the Lando and put him in check.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the heal's nice.
That's how I would go here.
I'm trying to think, is there anything that you lose to if you do that? I don't think there is.
Not against this Data Vault.
And I think there are things that you would lose to if you didn't. Or
not if you didn't, yes.
But the Aura could get killed by a number of things.
If he didn't play Lando there, then yeah, he does lose. But there's no one action response that that TJ can have here to clear both of these units.
And that's it. Oscar takes game 1.
Yeah,
And yeah,
a fairly quick game one considering the decks that were there. I know Boba is typically pretty quick, but the Data Vault version can be a little bit slower, a little bit more mid rangey. Um, Still a Boba deck, still quick, but a lot of speed from this Aura deck. Just really able to switch gears. I know a lot of people call it a soft control deck. I would still call it a mid range deck. It runs a 3/1 2 drop. Um, it has a lot of units, and those units can go to your base.
yeah. I mean, I think it's the thing in that game was Boba didn't really have anything that could break out once Aura had established dominance of the board. Um, so yeah, that's the thing. I definitely would call Aura control because I mean that's what she was doing in those first few turns. Even though she did play, some aggressive looking 2-drops, she was using them to clear the board, and not necessarily to push damage early. Yeah.
Well, this is where the
starts dealing
age long
damage once it
debate
took over.
of control decks, and if a deck plays controlling, is it a control deck? There's hard control, there's soft control. Any deck that can switch gears and just start popping face, I'm calling it mid range. It can fit right there in the middle. That game ended very quickly. Having some of these value cards like Deidre, really providing those extra bodies to just end the game.
Yeah, I think the big difference is that Aura can't really turn the quarter until like 7 resources, and she's never gonna race like a Vader deck or a Chewie. She might be able to race like Dedra, but nothing faster than that.
Well, let's see how this game 2 goes with Boba starting with the initiative. See if there's anything else, because there's one thing about these Data Vault decks is consistency is not their strong suit. Post board, who do you think is more favored after that game 1?
I still think it's gonna be Aura. I don't think there's much that can come in out of the board for TJ. Maybe if you brought in Rays like off aspects, but I doubt that that's in there.
Even then, we already saw the ability for Aura to start pushing damage once they've taken control of the board, and by the time that Boba's on 11 resources to play that Ray, that game's over.
Yeah. The other thing I'd be looking for is like removal, but I'm not sure like what you can even play that's removal. I bet he's got craving powers in there. That's definitely a thing. Like maybe charge with treason. But I'm thinking for something like a Cantwell or even for that Dedra, like you gotta have some way to take that off the board.
Yeah, I know some of these red decks on the with initiative, they do sideboard in like let's call it Wars, which could take care of a Daedra and her spy, could take care of a Leppy Lookout and a Lats if those hit the ground. But yeah, I think blue green definitely has the advantage into red green, just as a card pool.
Gotta give a shout out to Chris Tot for making the Take 30 app, which is what we're using for our health totals. And we've got a way to hook it up to our OBS, so it's actually updating live. It's the timing we're still working on. Like as you can see, it just jumped up to 2, even though there's the Honor Brown Partisan, and that's why we're working out the kinks. But it's a great app, and it looks awesome. So shout out to Take 30.
And to catch us up on the board state, we had the honor bound Partisan, followed up with a Director Krennic, and then we got that Partisan going into Krennic or to get rid of the shield, and then an emergency powers on Krennic. Oh, yeah, emergency powers on Krennic for
Okay.
2.
It's not. I mean, that's not ideal, but it works.
The race is on. And Boba having 2 ships is kind of where Boba wants to be. Boba definitely would prefer to deploy there instead of on the ground.
Ooh, there's the expendable.
The expendable just eats up that
yeah,
that indirect damage to ramp up. That's one of the better things that I have seen that this Aura deck can do is just eat up indirect damage and get ramp out of it.
Yeah.
Oh man, and the 2/2 tie for 3 that when played deals 2 damage to a damaged unit. Gets no value there, but just Boba valuing going wide.
Yeah. All right. There's an eager escort in hand, and I think is that a knowledge and defense also. Those would be great.
I think it's a craving power under the thumb.
Yeah, that
it is a craving power under the thumb.
Ooh, Vader
Takes
pilot.
out that TIE bomber and a Vader pilot, which this is one of the. I'm going to say this is one of the few times where a pilot is pretty good. Is into these decks that don't run any upgrade removal, but this deck is not shy of other kinds of removal.
Absolutely.
But it is great value to get some damage onto the Krennic. And in eject, or not eject, salvage?
Yeah,
the
salvage.
card? I loved that card before rotation. I played it in a few of my blue villain blue green villain decks to bring back that TIE fighter.
Yeah, one of the other things it can be used for is to be extra copies of Devastator in the late game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there's Tree Remembers to clear the piloted starfighter here. And now Boba flips, and I think TJ's looking at
that TIE bomber
resources.
has damage on it, so if he topples, he's gonna get rid of. He just wasted his salvage. Yep, and with the topple.
Oh, it looks like they might have missed that.
What? That is, yeah.
Let me talk to the judges here. All right, I notified the judges, so it's in their hands if they want to do a rewind or something, because it might change whether or not you want to play that eager escort there.
Yeah, because also we got they've already moved to the next turn. It's really hard when these players are moving that fast to rewind those errors. Shout out to all the judges working these events. These decisions that they have to make are not easy. There's a lot to consider, and you have to taking intention into play and players' mind states and how long we've been in the day. Like, these guys have been playing this game for 6 hours so far today. Everybody's tired.
All right. So 21 damage on TJ's base, 8 showing on board, 25 on Oscars with 6 showing. Does he have an aggressive negotiations? I mean, I think he'd be slamming it if he did. Oh, it looks like the judges are investigating the.
Yeah, we're
Topple thing.
rereading Topple the Summit. It does say all damaged units each damaged unit, not just opponents. So while the judges are sorting this out, obviously this board state is a little off right now, but even so, Boba's still deployed as a pilot. That's a scary thing to deal with. If you've played Aura, what are your outs in this situation right now?
I mean, it's game 2, so you've got like hyperspace disaster. Depending on the build, you might be running Tragedy of Plagueis or Imperial Shuttle, whatever it's called. The 5-cost ship that is Power of the Dark Side, basically. Not a ton else. You could, I don't know. Condemns kind of does it, but yeah, nothing through Devastator. And that's, I think, Oscar got into a trap there where he had that Krennic early and he thought he could use it to race, and he couldn't because this is a control deck. It's not meant to push damage like that. And it might have just been bad draw. Like, he might not have had anything great to play on 3. But
that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, he may have just not had anything to do on 3 and wanted to use his resources, which you can't blame him for that. Ideally, you want to use that emergency powers a little bit later in the game to really take your opponent by surprise and be like, hey, guess what? Now I'm swinging for 10. But it can work earlier in the game. It didn't that time. I'm not sure what the judge's ruling was on that. It is both players' responsibility to understand the cards and maintain game state.
Yeah. Yes. The judges told me they just decided that it was too far past the initial thing to do it. And I think there are reasons to play that eager escort, like even if you're not killing the bomber with it. So I don't think it would have made a huge difference.
Yeah, it's just one of those ones where if you could always ask those what ifs afterwards, but there's no real point in dwelling on it as the players. Like I said, these guys it's been a long day. They are playing quick just because this Aura deck can make games go a little bit long. But they have 35 minutes left in this round. If I was both of these players, I would be taking a couple deep breaths before every play.
All right, there's Hyperspace Disaster in Oscar's hand. So that's pretty much the best out for Boba. For Boba flipped. And I think that's an eager escort, so that should be able to kill the bomber.
Yeah, this is lining. So far, these early turns are looking to line up Aura. We'll see how he plays them out, but it's also a tree remembers, I believe. So looks like Aura's going to have answers on answers for at least these first few turns. And I know they had a Lat's Razzie earlier in their hand. I wonder if they still do. Where they can potentially take out this HK too. Just keep the board clear, keep shields on all our important units.
There's lots with the experience. That puts 3 on the HK, which puts into Aura range.
Yep. And IG here to clean up a shield, get some damage down, clear out an eager. HK triggers to deal 1.
It looks like they might have missed the Boba interaction. Okay. Yeah, it's just going to go on to base.
He's doing it in the proper order. The damage gets dealt, and then he exhausts. Personally, I'm not a fan of when someone does indirect me with Boba, and they're like they attack with Ty, and they're like, it's 4. And I'm like, well, I haven't even taken the 3 yet, buddy. I like the sequence of events. There's shortcuts to be had, but me personally, I'm a fan of I want to see each and every action. But that Lance is going in. We got 3 on the ground there. Is she going in? Is she not going in?
Do you not have a way to deal with that? IG. Looks like no. He might just be playing.
No, but he's got the Purgle in hand. If he can survive to 8R, that card. When I play Boba and they play Purgle, if I'm not playing Boba Blue, I feel like I just need to concede. It's the 4 restore return is just painful.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're lining up for kind of hyperspace disaster on 7 into Peking on 8. And yeah, that would... We'll see how much damage CJ can push in the meantime, but... he's got a turn with Boba and both these ships up. So we'll see what the move is. Is that emergency powers, I think? Emergency powers, Peking, hyperspace disaster, and something else. Knowledge and defense, I think.
So this is 6 resources, so you can knowledge and power for 5.
It's only 3.
I mean, not knowledge power. Sorry. Emergency powers.
Oh, yeah. All right. Now, this is tricky. So, Oscar... He can go, like, Knight of Ren into... Ooh, he's thinking about where to... He looks like he took both the Fire Spray indirect onto the base, which I don't like.
Yeah, taking it as the Knight of Ren, and then, running Knight of Ren into Cinta, and then hyperspace disaster in the following turn, but...
All right, I guess he thinks maybe... Okay, I guess he thinks he's going to go hyperspace disaster, flip into Aura to take out Cinta, and then, like... I mean, that insulates the Knight of Ren from some things, but I don't know. It's not a very valuable piece to you right now. And if you're Aura, you got to be thinking about not dying here before you think about, trying to keep your...
Yeah, like I was saying with the when you're the control in the matchup, you have to play to not lose until you get that opening where you can play to win. And
should be
he's in a bad spot here, but he has the Purgle King. If there's not a Devastator right here, then next turn Purgle King can just come out. He's got a Tree Remember still in hand for that droid laser platform. I do believe he still has a Tree Remembers in hand for that droid missile platform. Oh, it's a tough spot, but not unwinnable from Aura's position.
Yeah, I just told our judges about the missing damage, and So it's in their hands now. All right, what I really want to see is a Lawbringer here. That kills both units.
Yeah, Lawbringer probably put the damage on Aura. The indirect from the droid missile platform. I don't think he's got the Lawbringer. I think it's a no glory.
Yeah, I don't think he has it.
Looks like we're still having some technical issues with looks like we're getting those technical issues with the life counter resolved. Everything where it should be. So coming back to this, the Boba player has a commanding life lead right now, which puts Aura in a dangerous situation. This is entering in very close to just Devastator for the win territory. One swing by either of these units can be followed up with a Devastator, and game is over.
So okay, yeah. I mean, judges are the final arbiters here. It should be 26 on Oscar's base. Really, it should be 24 because he should have taken that indirect on the Nidoran. But
I mean, 26 is even in a worse spot. Because then even if he starts trading into some of these units, like even if he is able to trade into these units, and putting indirect on his own, then there's planetary bombardment that'll win the game, and there is a planetary bombardment in the hand of TJ. So ideally, Oscar wants to get this Purgle King down, but he doesn't have the room for it right now. Just and it looks like we are getting that life resolved. We should see gameplay resume here in a moment. Yep, and there it is, the 26 we were talking about before. Should be resolving this any second. All right, and Tree remembers. Yep, on the droid missile platform, really avoid taking that 3 indirect. And then Constable for 3. Traded it into the Aura, but there's the Devastator. There's the fist bump.
and that's why you take the indirect onto the Nidoran there. If he had done that, he would have stayed alive.
Even that one indirect wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered if he was at 28. That's still plus boba trigger.
It was 2 indirect, so it would have been at 27.
Oh, it's two indirect. Oh yeah. But then he had planetary bombardment in hand. I think even though that was a misplay, I don't know if it mattered in the end. The boba had the cards in hand for it.
Yeah, I suppose.
Just no room to get out the Purgle King, which it's a great. I think it's one of the best cards in Aura's arsenal to deal with these aggressive decks. But if they're aggressive enough and they don't give you the room to play it, it's not gaining you 4 life a turn in hand.
Exactly. All right. We should have a backup match here. Let's go to that. All right, so this should be table 3. It should be a Boba Lake Country, and that's going to be Ted versus Eric playing the Talzin Green.
And so right now, it's a very close match. 24 damage on Talzin's green base, 20, or not as close as we thought, because that is Lake Country, 23 on the 34 HP Lake Country base.
And it looks like I think judging from that, the Boba won, but I can't be 100% sure because I think he probably just. I think it looked like Devastator for game. But it looks like they're still shuffling up. So my guess is, or maybe they're just desideboarding. Boba gets at least one there.
Yeah, the phone's out. Looks like we're reporting.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, that was a 2-0 for the Boba. We might have a third match. Let's see if we do. Takes a few seconds to switch over here. All right, and it looks like that one is not going either way. Okay, so we're going to go to break then, and we'll be back soon with round 7. And yeah, any final words, Doom?
Hey, thanks for having me, RT. It's always my pleasure to be on here and stream with the late night gaming crew and the Take the Initiative boys. I really appreciate you having me on. I'm really enjoying being the SWU content mercenary that I am.
Yeah, we love having you. Are you scheduled to come on later?
I'm not scheduled to come on later tonight. I'm actually about to go to my local LGS and start testing for my PQ. Shout out to Duke City Games in New Mexico and the 505th Legion.
All right, have fun with that. Thanks for coming on, and with that, we're gonna head out.
Thanks.
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here for the final round of Swiss at the Misty Mountain Games Planetary Qualifier. Uh, and I am Jeff Creasy, the Bot the Network. I am here with Kyle Kraft of the Colorado Cantina crew. How you doing today, Kyle?
Yeah, good. It was time for Colorado to come take over the commentary here, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So this is a matchup that two decks that I've played a lot of personally. I think these two players, both sitting at 4-2, probably aren't playing for an opportunity to make top eight, but a very interesting matchup.
Definitely. And I like to say this matchup is for the complaint equity. You get to 5-2, you get that 10th or 11th place, or even up to 9th, and you say, man, stinking draws. I should have got in there, So you get the complaint equity. That's what they're playing for here.
That's right.
Um,
And on our team, we have a Bubble Boy jersey, right? And
oh yeah.
Sharky earns that one all the time, finishing
hmm
ninth or 10th and wearing his Bubbles jersey around because he's just right there.
The key for me was at RPQ I dropped at 4-2, so I didn't have to look at myself bubbling.
Yeah, good. Don't want to finish 5-2 and then finish that ninth place.
Exactly.
All right.
But what are your thoughts on this matchup? Having played both sides of it.
I think this is a challenging matchup for Qui-Gon. You're going to need a real hot start. For Obi-Wan here, I think you really want to try to just run Qui-Gon over. If we get to the late game and Qui-Gon can start doing Yoda bounce nonsense, then
hmm
Qui-Gon's got a chance. But it's really Obi-Wan's opportunity here just to run Qui-Gon over before we get there.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, so I couldn't tell who got initiative. It looks like we're
Looks
shuffling
like
up and just about ready to
Obi
go.
has initiative. Obi is mulliganed and Qui-Gon kept.
Oh, okay, is that sweet duck-looking token there?
That's what I think it is, yeah. And then the other ones are their force tokens, the ones by their base.
Okay, that makes sense. I thought, yeah, the top token looks like it is a silver initiative token, but we're using it for force. So
hmm
anyway, underway here.
Gungi and Amina. So Obi getting the force, Qui-Gon not getting the force.
Yeah, that's Jin though, right? Not Mina. And
Oh,
so
sorry, yeah, you're right. That is Jin. So 3-3, but still not getting the force. 3-3-3. Um, but yeah,
yep.
no force for Qui-Gon. Obi will have the force to play around with. Of course, Qui-Gon doesn't really need the force this early. There's not much to bounce on turn 2 that you're trying to get into, but you do need it eventually.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, the only time really early you're going to need it is with the Jedi Counselor, right? But we're not seeing
hmm
that start here. So to your point,
Yeah.
we just want to contest the board. Unfortunately, Gungi is a hard contest for our Qui-Gon player. Really,
Yeah.
you're playing the control early on in this game.
hmm Yeah, I mean, you get the way the actions work out here, where even if Obi puts an experience on the Gungi, since you got that attack in and lived with your 3-3, you can kill it next turn unless Obi does something else. But just the
Mhm.
blue leader. Oh, blue leader to blue leader. I like that a lot because you're basically just turning off Obi's action. There's no point in Obi putting an XP on the Gungi; it'll still die to the Jin. So I'd imagine
Yep.
Obi's just gonna claim here and get their 2 to base first action.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just trying to slow things down
hmm
as our Qui-Gon player.
Yeah, Obi wants to. You're saying Obi wants to pump in the damage. Qui-Gon wants to pump on the
Yeah.
breaks.
Yep, exactly.
Speaking of getting ahead, that's a Max Rebo in hand for Qui-Gon. That'll get you to flip on the same turn, and this is where Max Rebo really shines. I think when you get a 5 deploy leader versus a 6 deploy leader, and you say, what if we both flipped on the same turn? But speaking of killing Gungi for free, there's a turret that is not going to allow that to happen.
Yeah, I think as the
So.
Qui-Gon player, most of the games that I play feel the best, especially in this matchup, if I just immediately slam Max and I'm just saying, let's just go
Mhm.
straight to the late game. I want to get to these
Yeah.
turns where I'm playing Qui-Gons, I'm playing Yodas, and I'm going to dominate the game.
Yeah, and I like what Obi did there, where they said, "Hey, I'm going to protect my Gungi," and then Qui Gon said, "You can protect it if you want. We're going to both of our flip turns. Now, gonna get the Force back with the Gungi attack. Is he debating taking out the Jin? I don't think you would ever want to do that.
No,
Yeah,
I
goes
agree. You
through.
want the damage on base. Yeah.
hmm So now we get regroup phase number 1. Both players are going to go up to 5, untap everything. Then we get regroup phase number 2, where both players are going to go up to 6, and everything remains untapped.
And
So we.
sometimes the first time you play this Max Rebo, right? If it's something
Mhm.
your opponent's not familiar with, it can be very surprising, right? You're like, hold on,
Oh
let's
yeah.
slow down, explain how this
hmm
is going to go. Let's do it
Yep.
together, right?
hmm Yeah, I played against Qui-Gon at RPQ, and they played Max Revo, but I was on a 6 deploy leader invader, so I said, "Oh, great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play a clone combat squadron on 4, flip onto it the next turn, and we're gonna be having fun."
All
Depa
right.
coming out for 6, so still can't kill the turret because Obi has the Force, but you do get to clear off the Gungi, and now you can bounce the Depa, play something else. We do see a Yoda in hand
Yeah,
for eventual fun.
Depa's a juicy bounce target, right? I saw an
Mhm. Oh,
Ahsoka in
yeah.
hand, right? So you're going to play able to play Ahsoka, potentially tap down a unit, and this is the game that Qui Gon wanted to have, right? Only 4 damage
Yeah.
on base. We're staying in an okay spot. Max is out. We're headed towards 8 resources, so
Mhm.
in a good position. But real astute of the Obi-Wan player to clear that Depa.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Obi didn't want to play Shatterpoint this turn, but they recognize that you've got to kill the expensive units, or you just get bounce valued to death.
Yep. Yeah, we can't allow that to happen.
Yeah.
And that's that Shatterpoint being played, though. I mean, I agree with you. It had to happen there. But if we don't have an additional removal in hand, we're gonna
Mhm.
we're gonna max Rebo up to 8 right away here, and we're gonna wish we had it
Yeah.
for Yoda.
Yeah, definitely. And Qui-Gon here forced to go into the turret. Obi's gonna flip. This XP on the turret does so much work. Where you already have to count to 5 plus 2 every attack. Now you've got to count to 6 plus 2 every attack. So just no Jin or Max Rebo attacks. I wouldn't have hated the Jin attack in there because he didn't have the Force, but I think either way, as
Having
Obi.
Yeah,
Go
the
ahead.
saber here. Do you kill the max Rebo?
You can't. It has 7 health. Obi still only attacks
Ah,
for 6. That's what I was
correct.
gonna say. Is yeah, you're still one short. Max Rebo has so much health. Uh, so yeah, just going into base. So Obi getting in the damage here, but Qui-Gon is rapidly approaching the late game. We saw a Yoda in hand earlier. No big unit to bounce, but he's just going to be on 8 resources this turn and has the Force. So
Yeah,
he
being able to
can.
open with Yoda is a huge problem, right? Because that's gonna just clear
Mhm.
Obi-Wan immediately.
Exactly. I was going to say he can deal 8 damage, which will kill either unit. I would imagine you just killed Obi, which has 7 health. Yoda Saber only being +3/+1. And this might be a game for Qui-Gon here. I'm not sure how Obi is going to be able to come back from this.
Yeah, just an absolute dominating board position here.
Hmm.
Qui-Gon's still up and alive, right? If
Yeah,
not dealt with here, first action is going to be able to start this kind of bounce train going on, and yeah, looking real tough for the Obi-Wan player. Not the
yeah.
start Obi-Wan was looking for, and Max Rebo a
Hmm.
huge problem.
Is Qui-Gon when he completes the attack?
Yes.
Okay, because right now he's going to have to suicide into this turret.
Mhm.
So at least you've got that going for you as the Obi-Wan player. Oh, Yoda on Yoda violence, killing the Qui-Gon here.
There's a lot of variants of Yoda out there. This is the
Hmm.
weekly play pack version, and is my
Yeah.
favorite version. I mean, I know there's cooler
Hmm.
ones out there. I happen to have a serialized one myself, but
Yeah.
I choose to play with this one because I like the art the best.
Yeah, yeah. I was talking about in an earlier round how a lot of people say they dislike these borders of the OP packs. I personally like the borders as well, but the art in the OP packs is undeniably just really good. They
Mhm.
they do a really good job picking the art for these variants, in my opinion.
Well, going into these next couple of rounds, now that both players have been able to establish a Yoda,
Hmm.
I find that a lot of the time it's going to be, well, who can kill the other person's Yoda, right? Clear this off the
Yeah,
board. Qui Gon having another one in hand, though, should that happen.
yeah, and it is easier. I guess they can both just activate their leader to use the Force. Qui Gon or Obi can get a little bit of value out of using his leader, whereas with Qui Gon. I guess using the Force is a cost. So if Qui Gon uses the Force to bounce his Yoda, I would guess the Yoda trigger still happens. Um, I'm not 100% sure on that rules interaction,
Well,
but
we're
we'll
still
see if that comes up.
we're still allowing Max Rebo to just happen into eternity here. So both
Yeah,
players just having a giant fistful of cards. Now,
yeah.
I've played a little bit of Qui Gon and as well Avar, and I know in my
Hmm.
Avar list we were running some aggressive negotiations in out of aspect, which could be
Yeah,
really relevant here if Qui Gon's got a copy in the deck.
yeah. 'Cause you just get so many cards in hand. Depa probably looks like he's attempting to clear this turret.
Didn't see the attack. Okay, we just haven't cleared the
Yeah,
board yet. That makes sense. We put the damage on Depo, and I was like, we need to resolve. All right, there we go.
yeah. They're probably triple checking that using the force didn't save the turret. Or also, I guess you could use the force anyway to get 4 damage on something. So you could have killed the Depa if you wanted to with the Yoda ability. But Shatterpoint, this works the same thing here. You still get to... Depa has 6 health naturally, or... Because the Yoda trick should have triggered off the Shatterpoint to deal 2 damage to something.
Yeah, it looks like we're missing that trigger. So the Shatter Point
Yeah.
happens to kill Yoda. Force activation also triggering the Yoda ability not happening there. But now Qui-Gon getting an opportunity to bounce that Depa had it not been
Hmm.
removed from the board. That could really end up mattering later that we kind of missed a
Absolutely.
trigger. I guess the
Yeah.
Yoda it's a May, I assume, right? So
Yes. Yeah, Yoda's definitely a Mei, so it's not anyone's responsibility to force that interaction to happen. But that is a pretty big miss from the Obi-Wan player. You would just be this without a Queen Amidala on the board right now and no
Mhm.
Depa in hand.
Yeah, Yoda trading in, either hitting board or advancing
Mhm.
your board state there by killing Jin should he chosen to. And right now we'd be looking at a
Yeah,
much smaller board on the Qui-Gon side.
yeah, definitely. Yoda does, or Obi does still have a bunch of resources up to deal with thanks to this Max Rebo being around for a while. Padawan Youngling to get the Force back without attacking anything. So it could just be setting up a first action Qui-Gon action next turn of bouncing the Amidala. Rex coming
Yeah.
in for 7. So wide board for Qui-Gon, powerful board for Obi.
The wide board being relevant because we know that our Qui-Gon player has another Yoda, so
Mm-hmm.
you get to kill anything you want, right? 12 damage to whatever I want to hit.
And well, yeah, it's only 14 damage. You could buff something out of that range once you play the Yoda.
Yeah. Which one do you go for, though? I would think the Yoda over the Rex, although the Rex is presenting a huge problem. You're already up to
Yeah.
18 health. It's darn near lethal.
Well, you've already seen one Yoda trigger get missed. So, and also, even if they don't miss the triggers, Yoda for 2 damage is a lot less scary. I don't hate just getting the one that kills you faster in the Rex, because also you have the multiple Yoda problem of, okay, what if they respond playing their Yoda and immediately get to ping something? That doesn't work as well when your other unit on board is Yoda.
Well, Jeff, I prefer when the players agree with my choice of lines. So I'm going to say it's correct. All right. And quite a bit of damage here on board. Let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll catch up really quick with the wide board.
Yeah, 16 potentially coming in. Now, of
Hmm.
course, Rex can give Sentinel should he attack. So you can stymie
Yeah.
quite a bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Well, the problem is with Rex is you've got this Amidala with 2 spies. So Amidala goes in, kills a spy, and then you can either throw the Youngling Padawan or the Jin in, or just the other spy. I kind of like keeping Jin alive because that's a nice bounce target for Qui-Gon where you can just replay it and exhaust more units. So I wouldn't hate just seeing the Jin kept alive.
I agree. A little bit of a safety valve, right? Potentially.
Hmm. Exactly. And yeah, it looks like that is what we're going to see. So the Youngling Padawan goes in to give the Force first, and now Amidala is threatening to clear this Rex.
Yep.
I don't believe Obi has been used this phase. I think it just never got readied from when it died before.
Having him up to 20 health is good.
Yeah, there's Obi ready.
Yeah, we had the Yoda heal again this turn, though, which was really relevant. I mean, not only
Absolutely.
clearing the opponent's Yoda, but getting the 5 health off, keeping
Hmm.
us safe here. I think as the Qui-Gon player, your job at this point is you have such board dominance. It's just kill everything over in
Hmm.
plays and then chip in damage as you can.
Yeah. Let's see what Kelleran finds. Still 5 resources up after playing Kelleran, so can play a Yoda or anything else that they might find off of this Kelleran.
We have the Force, so, a Yoda
Hmm.
can kill something.
It would only do 6, so it actually can't kill much. It can kill a spy or Jin.
Yep. Yep. And no heal to be done.
Yeah. It's not often you see 6 units on your opponent's board and there are only 2 of them you can kill with 6 damage. So we see a
Yeah.
blue leader probably just going to ambush a spy, I would guess. And yeah, that is what they go for.
Very similar result to finding another Yoda, clearing off one small unit, but at least still doing something. But Qui-Gon's going to be able to get the machine gun Yoda going here, right? So we're going to
Mm-hmm.
bounce Yoda himself. Okay.
Bounce Yoda play their own Caloran. Interesting, because did the Depa ever die, or is the Depa back in hand? I think the Depa's back in hand. So yeah,
Yep.
so Depa is still an option there. We see a Liberty. I think there's only 4 available, so
Yep.
can't Liberty with this Qui-Gon, but just getting the Force back. Yeah, it feels like Qui-Gon has wrested control of this matchup pretty well. And then, yeah, okay, so that is the trigger. That's the way I thought it would work, but I wasn't 100% sure. So
Yeah,
you
Yoda still
activate
sees
Qui-Gon with Yoda
the
on, so
force
Yoda still
activation.
sees it. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So it's still pretty easy to clear the rest of the board. To your point with Amidala going to be able to come in and take care of Rex. Probably gonna have to throw most of the rest of the board though here into this Kelleran. You can't allow him to hit
Yeah.
you.
Well, it is interesting. I'm guessing they wanted to start getting damage in on base, so they killed the Rex with the Yoda trigger, and then a constructed saber came in on the Kelleran, which would have had no other targets because it has to be played on a force unit. So now there's 10 health on this Kelleran for them to deal with if they want to clear it this turn.
Let's see. You got to do 10, 15 if you want to clear both things. Fine. You have exactly 15 attack power. So yeah, he can trade in and clear the entire board here.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking if you'd want to claim, he did bounce his Yoda to his hand. You could potentially claim, kill the Kelleran, heal for another 5, leaving just the blue leader and keep his board as well.
Well, he didn't get well, he should have the force because he played the youngling off of the Kelleran.
No, then he played Vernestra here and readied it. So I guess the
Oh,
force
he
has been
readied the
used.
Vernestra.
Yep.
Gotcha. I was too busy looking at the Kelleran when he played the Vernestra. So that could come back to haunt him here because he can't claim with the force.
Mm-hmm. But if Obi-Wan here, okay, so if Obi-Wan, so he has 10 total attack power, 10, 15 total attack power, and he has 15 total health. Perhaps buffing with the Obi-Wan would have left one of these units unreachable from this entire board. So I think it was a
Yeah.
big decision there not to choose to buff with Obi-Wan.
Yeah, and you're still at the same point where even if you buff, Obi-Wan still doesn't have the force at that point, so they can't just claim and play a Yoda. They have to do something else. So I agree with you that it's another big decision point in this game here to not use Obi-Wan there.
Interesting. My math may have been off. I guess killing Kelleran, I guess, would have then eaten the max Rebo, so we still would have been
Yeah,
able to
well, I
clear
think
it.
they did 2 less damage because they had Amidala kill a spy instead of the spy attack in. So the spy just attacked base for 2 and not a
There you
unit.
go. Okay. All right. Well, to your point, a little more of a difficult beginning with Qui-Gon here because he's not starting with the Force, so you can't just slam Yoda into a Force usage of healing.
He has it now because he attacked base a bunch with force units. So yeah, Qui-Gon has the force now.
Yeah, I don't like this icon being used for Force. My
Yeah,
apologies.
it's same. I'm just going a lot based on memory, but yeah,
Yeah.
this force token is not very intuitive as to whether he has the force or not. It might
Perhaps
make
looks better
sense
in
in person. Yeah, exactly.
Same thought. Same thought.
5 to base, so getting really close here. 5 off of base, getting further away here.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about at the onset of the matchup. If Qui-Gon can get to where we're going to just bounce Yodas, it's very, very hard for Obi-Wan to finish the game, right? He might be able to get a swinger here and there, but when Yoda's getting bounced and healing for 5, clearing things over and over, it just puts things out of reach.
Yeah, and with multiple force units on board with the Kelleran and the youngling Padawan, it's going to be pretty hard to stop Qui-Gon from getting the force again and being able to just bounce the Yoda back again. Here's a Kelleran. But even if you get something like a Liberty, it might... I guess Liberty would be good here specifically. Qui-Gon Leader also should be readied. I don't believe it got readied this turn.
You say Liberty coming out of Obi-Wan, out of aspects? That would be a surprise.
Sorry. Yeah, I saw it in Qui-Gon's hand, and it messed up my brain. You're right. Yeah, they don't play that card in Obi Blue. Sorry about that.
I was thinking maybe the Bothan network had some secret
No,
tech I
well,
hadn't been planning for.
I was just trying to think of big space units because I think now Obi needs to try to go to space to get the last few points of damage, but that is not where Obi thrives.
The Qui-Gon leader should be ready. No, we started by
Correct.
playing Yoda. I
Yeah.
don't think it's been used yet, so there is a potential bounce coming and another Yoda activation if it's needed.
And there is a Yoda activation just from using the Force from the Vernestra. But now you get to attack with Force units and potentially get another activation. We'll see if he readies his Qui-Gon. Obi was played this turn, so it does have Sentinel as now a 4/6 Sentinel.
I can't believe this Max Rebo is still going. These
I
players might be
know.
running out of cards here pretty soon.
Yeah, this is how you get into fatigue with Qui-Gon versus Obi. I think now they're trying to figure out if they use Qui-Gon or not. I think he went over to touch his Qui-Gon. He was like, "Wait, why is this exhausted?"
hmm Yeah, he
That
just
that
never
may be a
came up
quick
this turn.
discussion. Hmm. Yeah, they're definitely discussing it and realizing that he has not used Qui-Gon.
Yeah, an irrelevant card to be used here, right? I mean, we have multiple
Hmm.
bounce options. That'll trigger another Yoda, clearing the Obi-Wan and
Yeah.
allowing you to push damage and keep the board totally cleared. I think at this point, if I'm the Obi-Wan player, you're starting to look at the clock. We've only got 33 minutes left. It might be scoop time.
Yeah, I agree. This game got long and grindy really quick. Um, and I think I don't know what you can do to win from here with they're at the point where the Yoda is staying on the board and they're bouncing everything else just to get cards out of hand. You probably only got a couple of turns anyway, but don't think you're gonna get in that last 7 points of damage, or sorry, 8 with the 4 spaces.
Yeah, I can't imagine Obi-Wan really being able to stick anything on the board at this point, right?
Hmm.
Yoda just going to gun things down, easy trades, and of course Qui-Gon's sitting with about 40 cards in hand. So
Yeah, yeah, both players with a lot of cards in hand. It's kind of interesting to see the Ahsoka discard get played when Max Rebo's been on the table for 6 turns.
yeah,
We got an itinerant warrior out trying to do his best. Um, he's trying.
his best, her best. I'm trying to remember the arc there. It's a
I
little
don't
blurred.
know. Their best. You
There you
should
go.
assume. Yeah. Itinerant doing their best.
A little bit harder to remove. Just going to take some extra actions, right? You can't just gun it down with
Hmm.
Yoda immediately. You're going to have to deal with the shield first, and
Hmm.
you are still in the danger zone potentially, right? Now,
Yeah.
throwing a lightsaber on there, we got things like Maz Kanata that could come up. You don't want to just get got, right? You
Hmm.
can't let this stay.
Yeah. And I think I like this bouncing first to ping the shield, bouncing the Yoda. You can still just replay the Yoda once you gain the Force back. And you have the Kelleran here. So the problem is Kelleran can't. Oh, or you just play a Blade Wing and bounce it that way. Who needs to ping the shield? And now that's enough to go to game 2. I
I've seen enough. Yep.
I don't mind that from Obi. You say, you know what? Here's one more sticky threat, and you deal with it, and we're going to the next game.
Yeah, you never
I
know.
don't mind that kind of tactic from Austin here.
So I think the Obi-Wan player, the lesson learned from that game is you got to have removal for Max Rebo. We cannot
Oh yeah.
allow Max Rebo to just go off like that.
Hmm.
So prioritizing the contour of a hand to make sure I have some form of an answer, whether it be
Yeah.
a Maz attack with multiple units, just hard removal, but we can't let Max Rebo just get slammed on the board and go off.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to that turn, it was really well positioned by the Qui-Gon player where they were threatening to kill a Gungi and they kind of forced Obi-Wan to first action play a turret, play a Sentinel, protect their unit, which left the board wide open for because honestly, I think once Max takes you from 4 to 6, the damage is kind of done. 6 to 8 is another big deal because that opens up the Yodas and for Qui-Gon who plays that card, the Liberties. Um, but I think 4 to 6 is the big one. You just have to kill it right away.
Mhm. Yep, I agree. Now, for the Qui-Gon deck, what are you bringing in here? Potentially more. He's going to show us. Oh, we saw for
Yeah,
just a
so
second. I
show
saw
it.
an Amidala.
I'm not sure if the Amidala is coming in or going out.
Yeah.
I did see a lot of these decks with. Okay, so they're taking out their space ambush, bringing in more stuff on the ground. So it looks
Just
like
more
Blue Aces
threats.
came out. Yeah, Blue Aces came out. A third Amidala. I've seen a lot of these decks with two Amidalas main, one on the board. So it seems like third Amidala came in along with some removal spells. It looked like
Yeah, makes
might
sense.
might have
This
been
game is
protect the
won or
pod.
lost on the ground, right? So you
Definitely.
want to make sure you have plenty of threats, good bounce
Hmm.
targets, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and from Qui Gon's side, I think they just need to stop a giant suited up Obi Wan from killing them, which could be a reason to look at things like protect the pod to just get in a big punch onto a leader or onto a Kelleran or onto a Yoda or whatever it may be.
I guess as Obi-Wan, your ideal line here is early aggression, right?
Hmm.
Try going after him into don't let Max Rebo get you,
Yeah.
followed up by suited up Obi-Wan to really threaten lethal going into, turn
Hmm.
resource 6 or so.
Yeah. I think even if shatter point the Max Rebo, it still probably feels pretty bad as Obi because you're not piling on the pressure. So I think you're just hoping Qui Gon doesn't draw the the Max Rebo to play on 4 on curve.
Yeah. I wouldn't call Qui-Gon favored in this matchup, but it's a huge difference if Max
Hmm.
hits the board versus not. Same goes
Yeah,
for the Avar
definitely.
matchup.
Hmm. Yeah, I feel like one of the things that Obi wants to do is build a large enough advantage before the Qui Gon flip that you can kill him right away or stop the bounce shenanigans. But when you flip on the same turn, that's it's basically never going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have a dominating board presence, then Qui-Gon never has a unit
Hmm.
to bounce that's of any relevance.
Exactly. So we see the Gungi here from Qui Gon. So a hard to remove threat from here from him. Both players going to get the Force now.
Yeah, the other problem with Gunji too is a lot of times in Obi-Wan, I want to be playing Maz Kanata on my second play to
Hmm.
clear your turn one play, but that 5 health is such a pain.
Well, you can always just Maz Kanata to the base. Gungi can't kill either unit by himself.
Yeah, I think at that point that's what you have to do, right? If you can't
Hmm.
clear their turn one play, you take your damage, get the force, and then consider a
Yeah,
buff.
yeah, definitely. Looks like there's an Ezra in hand as well, so Opie may just be going for more Force units to play.
Guess the other positive about building a board is if your opponent does have max rebo, if you have multiple units in play, you could potentially get up to that 7 damage needed to clear him.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a lot to get through, but it's possible.
And when that card was originally spoiled, I think we had our somebody's going to do something broken with this. I don't know what it
Yeah.
is, but it's going to be obnoxious.
It's
When it
also the
works, it
card
works.
where yeah, what I was saying a lot too is that even if it's not broken now, it will be. Like as soon as you have a combination of 5 deploy and 6 deploy leaders, and the 6 deploy is the one that wants to play max, I think that any kind of meta like that, he's going to shine. In addition to obviously potentially other break points where you want to play your 6 drops or skip their 5s or anything like that. We see the band coming out here.
The band could be obnoxious, but not as obnoxious. It doesn't
Hmm.
enable your Qui-Gon to flip earlier, but if you leave it alone and they get enough credits, it definitely can bring a surprise early Liberty or early Yoda that's
Hmm.
going to cause you a huge problem. So this is another threat you can't really let fester for too long.
Yeah, and another nice thing about the band too is it's 3 resource, 5 health unit, so it curves really well into protect the pod for 5, which could potentially kill this Yaddle, kill whatever else Obi tries to play this turn.
Yep, absolutely. The other thing it says on it most of the time is just restore 5 to your point if your opponent
Yeah.
chooses to attack into it.
Hmm. Opponent ignoring it here, saying you can have your credits. We can see the 1 credit there kind of on the edge of the ground arena side of the board. Maybe a little tough to see. But there's currently 1 credit here for the Qui-Gon player. Qui-Gon Sentinel coming out now.
Yeah, deciding to go base there tells me I'm going to try to race you down. Maybe I
Hmm.
have a saber in my hand. I'm going to try to suit up Obi, and I'm going after you. Unfortunately, the
Yeah.
Qui Gon player with the Qui Gon Sentinel unit kind of immediately putting a damper on that plan.
Yeah. The nice thing though is you're not getting max reboot at least.
Yeah, fair.
And you can still buff this Maz Kanata to be a 4/4, so it's not as terrible into the 3/5 Qui-Gon Sentinel. You don't get the Force back, which could be an issue. Like maybe as soon as you use the Force, Gungi and Max Rebo Band kill off this Yaddle. Oh, we just see a Shatter Point here to kill off the Sentinel. Still uses the Force. And yeah, we do see the same thing here. So now that the Force has been used, Qui-Gon player just going to take out this Yaddle, so Obi is not going to have the Force next turn.
I think now you got to decide if you want to run Maz into the band here, because if the band runs back into Yaddle to finish it off, at least then the band is removed. You're going to make the
Yeah.
choice difficult for Qui-Gon.
Yeah, and I like this. I think this is absolutely the right call. You want your Force unit around, you want their Max Rebo Band gone, so you're making them make a choice. Qui-Gon has to make a choice of do they want the credit or do they want you to not have a Force unit. I wouldn't hate just claiming here, and then first action you run the band into Yaddle. It's kind of the same thing except you get your second credit.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was the right play by the Qui-Gon
Mhm.
player. To your point, exactly. Get that credit, and if you wanted to kill the Yaddle, you just do that first action anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen them printed in the game before, but right now there aren't a lot of units or cards out there that say, "Oh, if you've lost a unit this turn, do XYZ thing." So that's not a consideration in the meta right now. At least not of any card I can think of.
All right. I think this is a really important turn for the Obi-Wan. Do we have a
Mm,
good use of these credits? And we do.
yeah,
Um, Now, interesting, he decides to go with that right away. I guess the thought process there was, some Obi-Wans are running credit hate in the sideboard. So had there been credit hate present, say to, buff your units, the one that gives XP, then
hmm
you're stuck without being able to play Kelleran. But this also gives an opportunity now for this Yaddle to attack. Less
yeah,
effective now that Obi-Wan has been popped out of the Kelleran, though.
hmm yeah. Definitely a little bit less effective here. And now, even if you pump the Maz Kanata, it still dies to the Obi-Wan, so you don't get as much efficiency as you would like. But we might just see Obi with a saber. Is there going to be a Depa? I think that's the best six I can think of here, and it is a
Ooh.
Depa.
Stars aligned.
Yeah. So as a 5/7 for Depa, you can't kill the Obi, but you also don't die as easily. So yeah, just taking out the Maz Kanata. Interesting there to not take out the Yaddle, because I guess either way you take 3 back. But you're still threatening to take out Yaddle with Max Rebo Band. So maybe that was the thought process there.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, Maz could still get buffed by Obi, and Yaddle cannot get buffed again.
Captain 3, this feels very constructed sabery. And there it is.
Oh, on to the Yaddle.
Suppose this allows Yaddle to kill Obi-Wan. Still going to be able to run back into it with the band, so allows a clear of 2 units, but things starting to get a little difficult for Obi-Wan as he's losing his board.
Yeah, and we saw just a claim here from Qui-Gon. So same point where they can potentially run the band into Yaddle on the first action. Um,
Okay, Mina. But what
yep,
do we do with
Mina
this
come in
Obi-Wan,
here.
right? Where do we attack? What would be your plan of action here?
Well, it's you can't kill the Depa. Obi can't give himself an XP. Depa has 7 health, so it's either 3 to base and pump the Mina, or kill the Rebo Band and pump the Mina. Think I like killing the band. Um,
I
just
agree.
because
Yeah.
you're taking out the easy kill on your Yaddle, and you're also taking out an extra credit that they'll have going into the 6 resource turn, so they wouldn't be able to make any 7 resource plays, and they just bounced to Kelleran. So I think stopping the credit so they can't replay the Kelleran is pretty big.
Yep, agreed. Yeah, that's where I was headed with that one. So, Depa here. I think we do have the Force. Same
Yes.
explanation before with this Force token. So there is a consideration for a bounce if we have a real efficient play off the bounce. But if you're going from 6 down to 5, I see an Amidala in hand. I
Mhm.
don't think that's the way you'd want to go. You're probably going to run the Depa into dealing with one of these threats.
Yeah,
It'll be
Depa
Obi-Wan.
just running in to kill the Obi. Now the bounce is a real threat because then you can bounce, play the Amidala, and then just replay the Depa as well to get another ambush. So now Obi has another conundrum of, do I have to just run this Mina into the Depa so you don't get any bounce value off of the Depa?
Hmm.
And yeah, that is what they go for. And we see Kellerin, and I can't tell what the bottom disclosed card was,
Yeah,
but a
not
Kellerin
sure.
and something else.
Also green.
Yeah. So I'm guessing we just run the Amidala. Yeah, let's run the Amidala out here. Kind of dirtling a bit before you commit to deploying the Qui-Gon. Yaddle doesn't hit for the full 7 to kill Qui-Gon. He only hits for 5. But I still think you want to keep your Qui-Gon healthy if you can. Maybe bounce this Amidala, play something else.
Having to run the Yaddle into a spy does not feel great at this point in the game.
It really doesn't. I do think you have to do it because just letting Amidala freely trade with everything on your board feels pretty bad.
Yeah. Yep. And we are heading towards the Yoda turns. So if we let the Qui-Gon
Hmm.
board stay too large, then suddenly Yoda's killing any major threat we're able to play.
Yeah, Qui-Gon hitting base and not bouncing anything also doesn't feel good. I think I saw a blue leader in hand, but he only had 1 resource up. I think if he has the second resource there, you maybe bounce the queen to play the blue leader. But if you can't move it to ground, that's not a play I like. So Obi has initiative. Do you just have to run this Yaddle into a spy again? You get to restore 3, so this damage is not sticking.
I think you do. You already committed to doing it the last turn. I think you have to
Hmm.
stick, hold the line here. So I think we do run it straight into the spy again. To your point,
Yeah.
healing 3 and also, giving a restore over to our itinerant warrior.
You're also then threatening Itinerant Warrior Shield, just trading for the Queen Amidala, which is nice. Should be restore 3 there from an extra restore 2 from the constructed saber, but they only took 1 off of their base.
Mhm. Maybe they'll correct that here in a second.
They remembered the Yaddle trigger at least, so Itinerant Warrior is going to restore another 1. I would be shocked if this game came down to 2 damage anyway. I think this game is going to come down to, yeah, this game is going to come down to either Obi winning on damage or Qui-Gon controlling the board and Obi losing no matter how much HP they have.
Yeah, agreed. Probably not relevant, but thing to note.
Still good to, yeah, still good to consider and remember all your triggers.
A
7,
little
so Kellerin.
a little bit different at this point in the game because both players are not holding 10 cards from multiple
Hmm.
max.
Yeah.
So this is a situation now where it's going to be who really gets their bombs and who
Hmm.
orders them properly, right? So since
Yeah.
we don't both have unlimited resources in our hands, it's going to be kind of how those bombs come out and in what order.
Yeah, I mean, last game we saw Yoda damage for 14. Now it's going to be a measly 6 if it comes out. Couldn't even kill the Kellerin, so what's the point? Um,
All
Yeah,
right.
Qui-Gon with initiative. Both players have the Force. Obi could use the Force. I don't hate buffing the Obi-Wan unit that's out right now so that it's threatening another clean trade into the Queen.
That was an interesting claim. That makes me feel like our Qui-Gon player has a Yoda in hand,
Hmm.
wants the initiative to just slam it immediately.
Yeah, and that is the case. That's honestly another reason. Maybe that's why the Obi didn't activate. They read the Yoda and they said the only unit you can kill is this Obi-Wan anyway. Um, But now, yeah, I was gonna say without the buff to the Obi, you could just put 6 on the Kellerin and be threatening that with everything, and you still don't have this. Obi just dies if he trades into the Queen.
It's interesting though because Qui-Gon's only got 7 HP, right? So you've
Hmm.
softened up the Kellerin to make a pretty easy trade back into Qui-Gon, though he's going to choose to go play his own Yoda.
Yeah. So do you just have to kill the Yoda? No, you can't kill the Yoda because Qui-Gon's gonna
Mhm.
bounce it. So I guess you
Yeah.
have to hit the Qui-Gon for 6 or kill the Queen. Those are the 2 options. He does put damage into the Yoda. I don't think
Okay.
that is gonna last very long.
Yeah. I don't love this sequence of events, right? This is going to allow
Hmm.
the bounce and then the trigger of the activation because Qui-Gon can attack and complete the attack. I'm not sure I would
Hmm.
have played Yoda there. I think just running Kelleran into Qui-Gon to prevent this from happening was the way to go.
Yeah. Yeah, just stop the Yoda from getting bounced this turn. Also, there was no force. The Qui-Gon attack gave the force. So if you kill the Qui-Gon, you can then play your Yoda, damage their Yoda. They can't bounce it until after they attack, so you get another action to try to deal with their Yoda before they could bounce it with Qui-Gon.
Yeah, on the following turn.
Yeah, so I think I like your line a lot there of just Kelleran running into Qui. He only has 1 health left anyway. He's not doing much else. Just use him to kill the Qui-Gon.
Okay, so now our Obi-Wan player, how do we clean up from this sequence of events? We still have our Kelleran, I guess could be
Hmm.
traded into the other Kelleran. We want to make good use of this 1 health Kelleran left over.
Yeah, I think you go into Kelleran at this point. Um, yeah, give yourself the force back. Queen has to take this trade, otherwise Obi uses the force to buff Yoda and deals 4 and kills Qui-Gon. So, oh, just a claim here. So
Ooh.
if Obi uses the force, puts a token onto Yoda, they can just kill the Qui-Gon leader now
Or
with
the
no
queen, right?
force.
I guess you
Or
get
the
to choose.
queen. You get to choose, but I think when they don't have the force, they don't go for it. They just trade with
Yeah.
the queen.
Yeah, we could have taken out both. We could have gone with your line,
Yeah.
use the force, buff Yoda, kill Qui-Gon, then trade the Obi-Wan into the queen and have them both removed, right?
Hmm. Yeah. We saw that last game as well, where this Obi player used the force with Yoda out and didn't get the damage. So they may just not be thinking about the fact that it's every time you use the force. They're just considering it as a win played to deal damage kind of thing.
Hmm. Yep.
Which the strength in this card, which is what this Qui-Gon deck really showcases, the strength in the card is that you keep it out and keep using the force and you just murder everything.
Yeah, rough turn there for Obi-Wan, which I think is
Hmm.
going to be challenging to now recover from that sequence of events.
Yeah.
The attack sequence, then followed up by the non-force use there. So I
Hmm.
think putting himself on the back foot, but not totally over. I mean, not a commanding presence for our Qui-Gon player, though you
Yeah.
do know Yoda's in the hand.
Hmm. They may be waiting. Like they might want to replay the Yoda this turn, but 2 damage doesn't deal anything. You don't have anything on your base to heal, so I wouldn't hate just playing something else and keeping the Yoda in hand.
Yeah, in chat, I think Doom Thoughts asking if this is a 4-1 match. I believe this is a 4-2 match. So these
Yeah.
players playing for the right to be on the bubble, unlikely a chance at top 8.
Hmm. We do see Yoda come down to deal 2 damage to the Qui-Gon. And Qui-Gon bouncing the Blade Wing, playing an Ahsoka, discarding a card much more relevant when you don't have 10 cards in your hand from Max Rebo being out the whole game. Yoda's Saber getting discarded, which is the Force usage, but we also haven't seen the Obi worry about that too much with his Yoda out.
Mhm.
And then, yeah,
To
I'm
go back to the
guessing just
earlier
runs base
conversation,
here.
it is the best looking Yoda, though. Although I
Hmm.
guess the Judge Yoda is probably up there. I haven't seen that one in person, but
Oh,
seeing it
yeah.
on screen here, if I
Hmm.
owned that one, it would probably be in the round of best Yodas.
Yeah, the Judge Yoda art looks really good. I need more of these cards to be available in non-foil because I don't play with foils. So a lot of these variants I don't even look at. I know that I'm not gonna be able to use them as much. So we've
Mm.
got the Blade Wing in hand. I think Qui-Gon is basically just in the Yoda waiting room at this point of looking for their second Yoda. See a Shatter Point here. But Obi needs to get more units out so that these Yoda triggers are more impactful.
Yeah, the Qui-Gon's playing more main deck Yoda, more or the same amount. Plus, we've got liberties, just a lot
Mhm.
more, just 8+ drops to come. I think
Yeah.
as the Qui-Gon player, your job here is it's the same as last game. We've gotten to the point in the game where I'm just going to kill anything you play until you either
Yeah.
scoop or I chip away and finish this game.
Yeah, exactly. I'll win eventually. If you don't win long enough, I'm gonna win. And I think we're reaching that point. But it's game two and you lost game one. So there's no real reason to do an early scoop now. If you're Obi, you might as well see if you can come back and get there.
Well, it depends on what kind of restaurants are around the venue here.
True. Well, this is the last round of Swiss, so either way, you can go to whatever restaurant you want after.
Hmm.
I will say I've been to Madison, Wisconsin before. They have some good restaurants there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm originally from Wisconsin myself. My mom still lives up in that area, so I get to
Nice.
travel back from time to time and get to visit, which is great. All right,
Mhm.
Shatterpoint cleaning up the Yoda. Step one.
Yeah, it makes the turret less impactful when you can't use the force on it, but you got to do what you got to do. Also, Amina. So just a flood of little guys for Qui-Gon. I think Qui-Gon might be out of cards in hand.
No, there's some under the resources there. One or two there. He's about to draw his two for this turn, and then I think right
I
under
thought
the
those
resources.
were other resources.
Now
Oh
he's gonna
no,
pick it
that's
up there.
other. Oh, so he had one more card in hand. Yeah,
Yep. Yep.
might see a Galen here. I think that's in hand for Obi-Wan. Good to stop the Yodas, but with a wide board like this, doesn't do as much when it can just get attacked down if they need it, or ignore it if they don't have the card you're calling.
Yeah, I mean, if at this point anything you would call that would be of any detriment to Qui Gon, he'll just say, "Fine, I'll just kill it," and we'll move
Hmm.
on. All
He
right, let's
does
see what
play
we.
the Galen. If he follows it up with a Sentinel, that could be better. Maybe he has an Obi-Wan or something. We're not sure what he called. Could have called the Force base potentially, although Qui-Gon already has the Force right now, so they get one usage out of it. Could have just called Yoda, uh, hoping not to see. Or did the Yoda get bounced? No, the Yoda didn't get bounced, and it is calling
It
Yoda.
was Yoda. Yeah, that
Okay.
makes sense. I mean, I think that's
Hmm.
the only thing you're kind of worried about at Qui Gon at this point is
Hmm.
an uncontrolled Yoda, but
Yeah. I think the only other
or Obi. I
possible,
mean,
yeah, the only other thing that feels relevant is if he called the Force base.
mhm.
Another Ahsoka discarding another Yoda saber.
Our Qui Gon player has gotten a little bit away from the control game here. We're saying my
Hmm.
board's big enough. I'm 15 ahead. Let's just put this away. I'm just going to
Yeah,
start pounding the
definitely.
base.
Hmm. And I don't disagree. We're
Yeah.
getting to the point where he's gonna have lethal next turn. Yoda's gonna have to have multiple. Yeah, he just calls it. No, nothing else here. So Qui-Gon, pretty convincing fashion, I think, takes it over Obi. There were some decision points I think there that the Obi could look back on. Whether we talked about some of the attack decisions, maybe not remembering all of the things that Yoda does. So I think if the Obi player Austin looks back on this game, will hopefully take away some of the intricacies of like Yoda and Force gameplay. But how do you think that played out versus how it was going to go in your head?
Well, in my play experience of this, Obi-Wan has been a bit more favored. I
Hmm.
tend to see the Obi-Wan deck run over the Qui-Gon more often. Uh, to the point we talked about earlier, being able to get, say, a suited up Obi-Wan with an early hot start is one way to
Hmm.
do it. We
Yeah.
never really saw Obi-Wan get suited up. We never really saw a hot start, although that second game, we were able to go pretty quick. It was slowed a little bit by Qui-Gon. But, I
Hmm.
think for our Austin here, well, two things. This is the end of a very, very long day, right? So
Oh,
missing some triggers,
absolutely.
that sort of
Yeah,
thing,
it
that's going to
happens.
happen.
We've
That's
all
going
been
to
there.
happen to
Yeah.
everybody. Yeah. But
Hmm.
also, this is why I prefer to play on stream. So going into this final match, we had a couple of matches decline stream going in, right?
Hmm.
I actually prefer to play on stream.
Yeah.
If I make
Same.
mistakes, I make mistakes, but then I can review them later. I like having tape of mistakes that I made so I can go back, and especially if I make them on stream, then I never make them again, right? So, the good with
True.
the
True.
bad.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. I also love playing on stream. Okay, so there are no backups for this because a lot of the top tables drew. So there's only 6 minutes left in the round, but there's usually going to be a little bit of a delay before top eight start because they have to finish deck checks and set up the pairings and do things like that. So there'll probably be a little bit of a break before top eight starts. But this was the last round of Swiss. And I believe for top 8, you will see myself and Kyle back here. So if you hang out for a little bit, we'll be back with top 8. This is the Misty Mountain Games PQ in Madison, Wisconsin. I'm Jeff Creasy, the Bot the Network, here with Kyle Kraft of the Colorado Cantina crew on Late Night Gaming and Take the Initiative channel. Also, big shout out to Rebel Traitor. I think those are the most of the people I was supposed to shout out. So stick with us, and we will be back in a bit with top 8. Thanks for hanging out.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here with the top 8 of the Misty Mountain Games Planetary Qualifier in Madison, Wisconsin. I am Jeff Creasy of the Boston Network here with Kyle Kraft at the Colorado Cantina. Are you ready for some top 8 action, Kyle?
Yeah, and I'm happy that we got Ryan here with the
Hmm.
Pod My Red deck. This is a
Yeah.
deck that we started playing a good amount within the team as a potential way to try to target Lando. Just the pings is a good way to kind of deal with spies, clean things up,
Hmm.
and you could be fairly aggressive with the deck. So I'd like to see it hitting a top 8 here because it's a deck that we've been toying around with. How about you?
Yeah, I like it a lot too. I always like. I mean, I think if you give Ryan red yellow hero aggressive deck, he's gonna thrive with it. He's pre-rotation. He was known for his Sabine yellow. I think this style of deck is right up his alley, and I like this kind of new branding of decks that's coming out to target Lando Lake, target go wide with spies, target playing a bunch of smaller units early.
Yeah, we
How do
saw
you?
it on stream earlier too, and it
Mhm.
did very well into say like Vader pilot, right? So you've got
Yeah.
a lot of these aggressive decks that you're trying to roll on the ground. Sometimes can get got by a space deck or like a Vader, but the pings very good. You
Mhm.
know, you've got space ambush with yellow, that sort of thing. So
Yeah.
ended up being a matchup that was pretty easily handled.
Yeah, it reminds me back in the olden pre-rotation days of comparing things like Quinlan versus Cad Bane. And this is kind of the best combination of both of those worlds, where with Quinlan, you could get away with your tokens because they couldn't ping them. They had to play a zero cost unit. And with Cad, you could put the damage on your other units. But here it says I'm going to be able to punch your unit whichever unit I want. So it's probably really good at cleaning up all of these token type of strategies.
Nice. Yeah. The other thing, when playing it is that it's a bit of a surprise, right? The
Hmm.
meta has really settled in. These are certain decks you prepare for. These are certain decks you know about. You sit down, you're on your way towards the top 8, and suddenly you sit down against this, and you're like, What? you know,
Yeah.
you might be a little unfamiliar, and you can get surprised and maybe stumble.
Yeah, definitely, and they're getting right into the action here. So we have a Mina and a Tie Bomber, a lot of times this Tie Bomber has been a little underwhelming, but it might have good purchase here, where if there's not a lot of space units, and might be able to get in some good damage to base.
So Nemec here. I thought I heard Mina, but yeah. So we did see
Or
the
sorry,
Boba
yes,
Lake.
Nemec.
Yeah, we saw the Boba
Mhm.
Lake list there. Looked pretty standard. There was a little spice in the sideboard, but if you've been playing Boba Lake, nothing in there that really surprised me.
Yeah, I mean they've only got one color to work with, right? And a lot of the cards in that color are good, so I think most of it is just which red events do you want to run, which ones are sideboard and which ones are main, and are you going out of your way with any of these other space units that maybe have a little more health?
Yeah. Yeah, I've played against Ryan a couple times in person down at Seattle and
Hmm.
casted a couple of games of his from here to there. And I think the first thing you're going to notice to get with him is that he plays at lightning speed. It's
Oh
either
yeah,
at 100%, or if it's on a difficult turn, he'll really slow it down and pause for a moment. But it's going to
yeah.
be quick.
Yeah, that's the way that I like to play too. I like to play quickly so that when I need to take my time, I can. And we see here the Amidala action's already going, pinging the missile turret and then playing the red 5. So he's threatening red 5 attack into anything can just kill the missile turret. If he has something like a hot shot maneuver, he can kill the TIE bomber and the missile turret in one action.
And our Nemec down there floating in the discard pile, very near play. So just be aware
Yeah,
that is the discard pile. Little bit of a, I'd say I don't like that game board state, but we know what it is.
yeah, I agree. It can be a little bit confusing to the eye as you're walking by. We see, yeah, red. So red 5 going to base and taking out the missile turret. So staying on the front foot here, making sure he's aggressive. And then we're just going to see some attack backs here from Boba. So both players keeping their resource up, telling Ryan to place 3 more indirect after he already placed 4 from the missile turret dying, plus Boba activation.
Yep, and smart, I think, putting it on the red 5. The writing's on the wall that that thing is not going to be around too much longer. So using
Yeah.
your units, HP as a resource makes sense. But man, I feel like we've only been playing about 35 seconds, and we're already at 19 versus 15 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, he played around the Tie Dagger Vanguard there really well. He could have left 2 HP on it just to avoid a punishing one from finishing it off, but doing that kind of wasted a damage from the Tie Dagger Vanguard there. And then playing a Bix to potentially get a credit. I don't think he's discarding here. Yeah, I don't see a discard. So just playing it
Yep.
out as a unit at this point.
I think the hand's pretty depleted, so probably
Mhm.
likes the couple of cards he has.
Yeah.
It did miss an opportunity to use Amidala's ability, though I don't think it would have been too effective. There was not a lot of real good choices there.
Yeah, I think he would have discarded had IG run into the red 5, right? If you have a 1 health IG, you probably just kill that. But if not, you might want to just keep the cards in your hand.
Yeah. So the question that I have now is that we've already done 21 damage.
Hmm.
Does Ryan have sudden ferocity in row? Because a suited up leader here is going to be a real problem.
And does Boba have topple to completely clear this board?
Yeah. Reach in
Looks
the row. I'm
like
going to
reach.
say
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've got the topple. So now it comes down to uh, is there one or are there two sudden ferocities? Two ferocities, and I think the game ends now. One, and I think we're going to the next turn.
Not
None,
quite.
and Boba might be winning this.
Yeah, not quite. Even if there's two, it's not quite because we have
Oh,
34
Lake
HP with
Country, yeah.
Lake, right? Yeah.
Hmm. So yeah, it looks like we're going to game 2 with the no way to deal with the Boba leader there.
Yeah. Well, you asked the question, does he have topple? I can tell you that whenever I'm playing, the answer is yes. They always,
Hmm.
always have it. And so I guess I have to play assuming that's going to be the case.
Yeah, exactly. I just always assume Boba has topple, and I'm never disappointed.
All right, playing at lightning speed there. So we
Mhm.
got to see the list before. I know that Ryan here in the side did have a lot more space answers in the sideboard. So
Mhm.
if I'm coming from thought here, maybe blue aces, some other ways to kind of interact in space and try to prevent a fleet from appearing like that.
Yeah, I think that the key is you just don't want have Boba. You don't want Boba to have this overwhelming space presence where they have the option to flip onto a ship first action or to attack with a ship and still have some ready ones. Like you don't want them to have options. You want them to either have to flip onto a tapped ship or flip onto the ground. Um, and that's always the goal. And I think Boba Lake all the Boba decks have always had a problem with if you're faster than me, there's not much I can do about it, right? Like if you decide to put all of your indirect damage on base, and there are instances where that's the correct call, and then Boba just can't do anything to win the race. But I think here he showed that with this extra 4 HP and with the list where they're at now against this Padme list specifically, he was able to last long enough to get his damage in before he died. So Ryan's going to have to do some amount of interaction, as at least the way game 1 went, pure racing is not gonna be enough for him.
Okay. I'm looking at the list now. And so the blue
Hmm.
aces are already in the main. I think I saw
Yeah,
Ryan set down 3 cards. Looking at the sideboard here, he's got a couple of commandeers. So I think
commandeers for sure.
those are definitely coming in, right? And there is
Hmm.
a couple of charged with espionage. So that could have been, and as well as jam communications. I'm not sure I'd bring in jam. So maybe if he did bring in more than 2 cards, we're looking at the espionages.
Yeah, I mean the problem with topple is as soon as you see it, you resource it, so you can't
Mhm.
hit it with the jam. Um, but yeah, you definitely bring in the commandeer. I'm not sure if there's anything else that I would want to bring in. You're also on triple faith in your friends, so in terms of what you're bringing out, you want to make sure that you don't mess up your ratios too much so that faith can still hit. Um, looking here at the list, I would imagine K2SO probably doesn't do a ton for you. So maybe two K2s come out and Commandeer comes in because they both fill that 5 resource slot.
Yeah,
Um,
makes sense. And then Ted here on Lake Country, looking at the sideboard here, a little bit of space
mhm.
hate, right? Some direct hits, Arvel Skeen, right? Uh, Shoot down things that probably aren't coming in. I'd say the one card that does stick out to me is collateral damage. We've seen
Oh, yeah.
spy generation, that sort of thing. So I imagine that's coming in. Maybe the
Mhm.
aggressive negotiations, because does look like we're racing.
Yeah. So Boba took game 1. And I agree. I definitely like the collateral damage, especially when you saw how Ryan spread all the indirect out on his units. You can just get a really nice 2-for-1.
Oh,
There are
and we
already
are
2 collaterals main, so it'll just be the third here.
Yeah, this game is already off with a bang again. With Ryan playing, we're
Oh,
moving
I was
fast.
looking at I was looking at resources. Yeah, we're already on turn 3. Sorry about that, folks. I was looking at deck lists. So yeah, IG 2000 hitting the spies. There's a Sabine unit in the discard pile. Looks like Sabine. Okay, so Sabine ambushed into Cyril, and then IG 2000 cleaned up the Sabine, put a damage on each of the spies, which I would imagine was from a turn 1 Faith in Your Friends.
Yep, you can see it at the bottom of the discard pile there. So,
Yeah.
yep, caught up, and I guess we can't miss any action when Ryan's playing because we're
Yeah,
gonna miss 2
exactly.
turns.
No breaks. All gas, no breaks.
Okay, the 000 ability, add a Cyril to the bottom of the deck and +1 damage to base. Moving right
Interesting. He
along.
goes spy 2 to base instead of killing the. Oh, because he's discarding That's a Rock. So he's discarding That's a Rock with Padme's ability to deal 2 and kill the 000 here.
Makes sense. Keep that resource on the board. You had another way to take care of it.
Mm-hmm. We are at a point where Boba likes to be currently, where he says, "Hey, I have a ship going into 5. I can probably play another one on 5 and give myself 2 options to flip onto." So we'll
Yeah,
have
and
to
that's where
see.
Commandeer
Yeah.
really comes into play, right? Because you
Mm-hmm.
take one of them, you run it into the other one, you clear the space
Yeah.
lane, suddenly Boba's in an awkward position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he discards again and gets the damage there. So he's also got 2 credits to be able to play around with. So 7 resources to play. And here's the fire spray. So it's kind of unfortunate if he does have the commandeer, the sequencing to not be able to kill both units, but he doesn't have it anyway. He's playing a Luke for 7. So this is giving Ted the option of getting a credit and readying Luke, or Ryan gets to deal 5 damage to a unit.
Yeah, I think this all really depends on, do you have Topple? Because
Mm-hmm.
if he's got Topple in the row, I think you can afford to let Luke ready and just take a swing, knowing that you're about to claim and wipe this board out.
Yeah, but I mean, I think either way, even if you have Topple, you know he's only going to kill 1 unit. So I think
Mhm.
even if you have Topple, I don't hate just saying, okay, your Luke is a removal spell for my fire spray, and now I'm going to clear the board.
Okay, so you're taking the safe route. You don't want to risk taking the
Exactly.
9. I suppose a Padme flipping into that turn after a Topple with sudden ferocities would put you in a awkward spot.
Yeah, because you already know that these red yellow hero decks, they're not going to have a great way to kill a big leader. The best they could do is if he plays like another Sabine unit to kill just the Boba.
Not quite a board clear though. Luke
Yeah.
having enough HP to keep Bix
Oh,
alive.
true. Yeah, you had to put all 4 damage on the Luke, so the 3 from Topple killed it. And Bix has 5 HP. For some reason, I thought Bix was a 5/4. Bix is a 4/5, so survived the Topple.
Bix turning out to be just a great uncommon out of the last set. I mean, seeing it
Absolutely.
in a few different decks and useful in
Mhm.
different ways, right? With
Yeah.
Lando getting your credit generation without the leader ability, but of course here in Padme, with the discard
Mhm.
happening, giving you a different type of activation. Just a
Yeah.
solid card that's seen a lot of play.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely. Being able to turn any card in your hand into a credit is a really nice feature.
Definitely one of those cards I can't wait to see. Some sort of alternate art variant at one of our upcoming events. It seems like a prime
Mhm.
target for that.
Yeah. What part of Star Wars lore is Bix from? As they seem to be figuring out a question with Boba, and so they're actually not actioning.
Andor.
Andor,
So
okay.
if you don't know that, you need to go watch
I've
some
seen
Andor.
Andor. I just don't remember all the characters. I'm not gonna lie. All right,
Have you
more
seen
debates
season
on
two?
Bix here. Yes, I definitely
Okay.
have.
Okay. All right. She has a scene that sticks out. That's all. I won't
I'm
give
really
any
bad at
spoilers.
remembering which person is tied to which name. It is a big fault of mine. I'm not. It is a known problem in the code.
All
So
right.
both players just go into base. 18 damage on Ryan's base, 16 on Ted's. Ryan does have to count up to 34 on Ted. So a bit behind on the overall damage race here. Liberty
Interesting though.
here
You see on
tapping.
that turn, we left a lot of resources up as Padme and did not flip
Hmm.
in so that we could claim and liberty immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind it because you don't want to get to the point where you're just dead to one attack from anything. So I think you said I have to stop this damage, make the next boba attack go into this liberty ideally.
Yeah, it
Still
was a
not
really
flipping.
astute play, right? Because
Hmm.
an aggressive negotiations potentially said this game's already over, right?
Yeah.
So not something you would see, all players do there.
Yeah.
Leaving that many resources up, not flipping your leader, right? But a necessary play.
And I'm really curious here, is this liberty attack going to exhaust the leader or the ground unit? Are you saying I'm going to force you to trade in here and stop your ground damage?
I
Yeah,
think
aggressive
part.
into
Yep.
base, exhaust the ground unit. So now he's threatening a lot of damage, and now he could say, okay, if you're going to trade your leader in, now I'm going to flip, maybe get in that one sudden ferocity, which is why I didn't flip last turn,
Well, and that
and
would be
all of a
exact
sudden there could
lethal.
be some problems. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Ryan, very well navigated. If this turns into a flip
oh yeah,
sudden ferocity lethal, this was very, very well navigated. And we
there's
see that
his
Ed
aggressive.
did have it. Yep.
Yeah, so now we have to see how much it overwhelms for. I'm not sure how many cards are in hand. 5 overwhelm. So now the 000 attack is lethal next turn, because he has a red card to put in for 5 extra damage.
Yeah, and I think we're about to see the sudden ferocity, though. This was all
Yeah.
well executed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ryan's a very, very good player. He used to be my teammate. Loved playing with him. Loved talking to him about deck theory and things like that.
So upgrade removal could save us. And there it is.
Ooh,
Okay.
there that is. So that is now he's in a bit of a conundrum because he can't let this 000 attack.
He was
Oh, he
either
doesn't
looking
have
for
it.
the pump, looking for the pump himself, or a way to stop 000.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think Ryan played very, very well there to put
Hmm.
himself in a position to win, right?
Yeah,
Claiming
definitely.
early into the Liberty, knowing that my opponent might have aggressive negotiations to kill me,
Hmm.
followed up by a delayed flip with putting yourself into a position for lethal, but also well played by Ted,
Hmm.
having the upgrade removal in hand to prevent that from happening.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. We do have a backup match. So congrats to Ted on making his way to top 4. Congrats to Ryan on making it to the top 8 in a good run. And we are going to our backup match imminently.
Yeah, I think one of the good things about casting a Ryan game is it's going to be done quickly one way or another, so more gameplay.
Exactly, exactly. Okay, so we're looking at the Boba Data Vault list right now. This list, here we go. Interesting to me. So I'm loving this flip Chancellor, the plot Chancellor Palpatine. It can be hard to fit into Boba though when you already have Topples and Sentas. So he's on 2 Palpatines, 3 Sentas, 3 Topples. Um, what are your thoughts overall on this Boba Green compared to Boba Lake Country?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest reasons you're going to play Boba Green is to get the craving powers in, right?
Hmm.
In fact, I've
Oh,
seen some
absolutely. Yeah.
some boba late countries just run craving power out of aspect because it can be such a game switcher. But I
Yeah.
think some of the innovation I've seen with Boba Green is what are some of the other cards I can bring in that are going to really give me an advantage out of green? You
Yeah.
pointed out Chancellor Palp. To your point, that can be tricky with all the options you got there. But Benthic, two tubes, I
Oh
found to
yeah.
be very efficient, right? Because he's
Hmm.
just another way to trigger your leader. He's just a very good unit. And then out of the sideboard, the Tyranotech, right? Because one of the decks that
Yeah.
really gives you a challenge or a problem with Boba generally is
Hmm.
going to be an Obi deck that's going to just heal like crazy from the ground, and being able to
Yeah.
run in Tyranotechs to the ground to deal with like Yaddle and some of these things that are
Hmm.
just causing you issues is really good.
Another big shout out to these Boba Green decks are Honorbound Partisan. because the
Mm.
threes in red green villain are not good. So if you can just jump straight into your 4 cost, then you're chilling and you're in a good place. Now we're looking at this Lando Lake Country list. So Lando Lake is up a game, got game one. And let's see, looking through this list, so we've got 2 X-34 land speeders main, a BD-1 main. Really interesting list, a little bit off of the beaten path. There's a Will of the Force, 2 Qui-Gon Sentinels, a Qui-Gon's lightsaber. What do you think of some of the more unique card ads in this Lando Lake list?
Yeah, there's a few things that make sense to me. The X-34s are particularly good in the mirror, right? So I think
Hmm.
we've seen that one come up a
Oh yeah.
lot to, just knock down spies. The Will of the Force, I think it's just an efficient bounce card that is not limited to 6 or less, right? So
Yeah.
when you get into these late games where both players are playing huge things, being able to bounce anything is pretty good.
Hmm.
One of the ones I'm going to go to the sideboard here though is the Guerrilla Soldiers. One of the challenges
Yeah.
that Lando's started to have is, well, how do I deal with these aura decks, right? And it's a way to kind of just get in that extra damage, especially against like an aura red. So,
Hmm.
I think a lot of these cards are just answers to the current meta that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely agree. And then what are your thoughts overall on this matchup of Lando Lake versus Boba Green?
Yeah, I've played a lot of Lando Lake against Boba Lake, but
Hmm.
not a lot against Boba Green.
Yeah.
Um, I'm trying to think of some of the Boba Green innovations that you get probably are going to help here. In theory, I would think
Hmm.
Boba Green is probably a little bit better into Lando Lake because of things like craving power, right? As Lando starts to play some of these bombs, if you can answer it with removal, you're going to be in a better position.
Yeah, I could see that. I think one thing that I'm curious to see is if Lando Lake just runs away with it from the start.
Mhm.
Do they get these, code breaker into double fate starts where Boba is just so far behind on damage? Um, let's see. So Pride starting from Boba with initiative. That's a good start.
Yeah, I
Code
think as
breaker here.
Boba, to your point,
Hmm.
you probably want to be starting on ground because you need to be dealing. I feel like whenever I play against Lando, they're always going to have at least one faith, and you can't just let
Yeah.
them go crazy down there.
Hmm.
See, you probably want to be starting down there just to be able to pick away at some of those things early, but
Yeah.
you need to position yourself into a ship for Boba to flip on for sure,
Hmm. Looks like we found a faith off of the code breaker.
as is intended.
Yeah. So now the question is, do they have the second 2 drop? Do they have the Axe Forgets, the second Faith? And that's the nice thing about Faith is it can find it for you if you don't have it yet.
Yep, lead with it. Go grab the second one
Hmm.
every time.
Yeah, and this Pride attack, so you're going to take 3 indirect. It looks like,
Maybe that's a 5. We just took it
I
all
think
on
it's a
base.
5. Yeah, it
Yep.
should be a 5 because there should be 5 damage total. So I'm guessing
Mhm.
it looks like Pride attacked into base. What are your thoughts on going base and not going after the code breaker here?
I mean, it is a lot of damage to give up. I feel like I probably would have hit the code breaker, at least started the clock. The problem is that
Hmm.
how many attacks? It's going to take you multiple attacks into the code breaker to finish it off with a pride if he puts the indirect on base.
Hmm.
So you know, eh, he's already gotten at least one activation off the code breaker, but you can't let it go on forever. And we do find
Yeah.
another
Ooh,
faith.
Faith into Faith.
Yeah, brutal.
Yeah. So now we're gonna get 2 spies, and then we assume we're gonna see this other Faith and get 2 more. Um, what is it?
Definitely
Is this
not
gonna
what you want
be
to see
maybe?
as the
Yeah.
Bobo or any player, frankly.
Hmm.
Anytime you see a Lando player go Codebreaker double faith, you're not feeling great.
Yeah. There's an Arvil, so that's another good reason to potentially not hit the code breaker if you're planning to play a 4 attack unit that could already kill it.
Mhm.
But I think you're gonna have to be on spy and code breaker cleanup duty real quick. I would imagine you just start going after the spies. Like I think Codebreaker has gotten his value at this point. Like you're gonna need to kill him eventually, but I think you just start going after spies. What do you think?
Yeah, agreed. And in the mirror, this is what we were talking about with the X34. Why you're
Hmm.
starting to see some of that tech come in because it just seems like there's a lot of games like this where Lando is able to get multiple faiths off an
Yeah.
army of spies like this. You just can't let that go unchecked. And now we even see the Rose in hand to follow
And the
up with these
Qui-Gon.
spies. My goodness, yeah, this is looking like an excellent curve for Lando.
Yeah, it's looking like we're not gonna get to see any leaders flip this game. We're now Boba's gonna get to kill one spy, and then Lando can play a Qui-Gon to protect all the spies, attack a base for 7 more if they want to, or just play, and then that'll lead into the Rose next turn. Like we might see this game ending on 5R.
Yeah, this
It'll
is just
probably go to
a
6,
mountain of
but this
damage.
is this is gonna be tough for Boba to come back from.
Yeah, Lando definitely asking the questions here of can you deal with me? Because I'm about to just go all in, right?
Yeah.
To your point, throwing up the Qui-Gon to just make it even more difficult for Boba to get through all this. Boba here is going to be at probably around 20-ish damage by the time we lay down a 6th resource.
And you get to put 1 indirect on whatever spy is getting attacked. Oh, you can put both of it on there, actually. Put 2 indirect on whatever spy is getting attacked. And then you should just have to take 1 deer. It looks like you just put all... Okay, I think Pride attacked base.
Yeah,
Then,
I'm not sure about that. That's telling me the Boba player thinks maybe I can race here, but we did just see the Qui-Gon in hand, so you knew that was coming to kind of gum things up.
Yeah. It makes me wonder... actually, we have the list, because there's a card... Oh, no, sorry. No, I was thinking of a card that deals 2 to space units, but it doesn't let you pick the arena. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'm
guess
not sure what Boba's going to do to deal with these spies.
I mean, Boba does play charged with treason, so if you knew that Qui-Gon was coming, perhaps you were going to immediately answer it by killing it, and so you could stay on your race plan. But no, it looks like we're going IG.
Mm-hmm. At least now the Arvel is going to trade with the Qui-Gon. But you're still going to be taking 9 damage to your base from these spy attacks, plus the code breaker.
Mm-hmm. And you're losing your Skeen, a unit you would have liked to have had, potentially on board to deal with a Lando credit generation.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a saying that when both players are racing, one of them is wrong. And we'll see if that Pride attack to base ends up mattering. It is a lot of damage because the spy eats 2 indirect at that point as well. So you're sinking 4 damage into a spy, as opposed to trying to get 5 damage on base.
I mean, it is setting you up towards a topple turn to be able to potentially deal with all these spies. I guess the question we're asking is game going to be over by then?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there are any ground sentinels that this Boba deck plays, because that's another thing that can help stop this spy generation, is even if it was just a 2/5 ground sentinel, then it'll eat up a lot of spies on its way out, but Boba doesn't have anything like that.
Not yet, right? We see was it the whistling birds coming next set? Might change things.
True. Looks like he's going to base again. I mean, at this point, you're priced into flip toppling, I think, so.
Yep. I'm gonna hit base. We're gonna flip topple, and that's when I'm gonna swing the game. That's the all-in plan at this point.
Yeah, I mean, with Rose, there's 14 more damage coming. 9 on the board, and then potentially 5 more from Rose. So there's a lot of damage out this turn, where flip topple might not be enough.
I can't quite tell. Okay,
punishing
we got one
kills
there.
a spy, so you dealt with 2 damage.
Can you quite tell how much damage is on the data vault base there?
12.
Okay.
Yeah, the base marker is at 12, and then Lando is at 15 damage.
Yeah, we still have a ways to go. The topple plan's still not out of the question, right? So you hit for 2, 4, 5. Rose another 5. We're getting up towards 22 damage, but that still puts you a little ways away. If our Boba player is able to have initiative flip and does have topple, then suddenly you're feeling a lot safer.
Yeah, definitely. And I think even if the Rose does get played, flip topple is I think Yeah, with the spy kill helped, and flip topple could help turn the board state here for Boba.
Well, you're saying about if we're racing somebody's wrong, we're going to find out if the wrong
Yeah.
who was the wrong.
Yeah. I like Lightmaker a lot here because if they do flip topple, you're probably just hitting base, but you have the option to trade into a unit and tap the other ones down.
Mhm.
Um, just having the threat of Lightmaker is often really good. And if you're playing get your aggressive negotiations or anything like that, then it threatens a lot of damage.
Yeah, makes sense. So
Because
our
now
Lando
flip
player
topple, yeah, flip
does
flip
not.
topple can tap Boba now. Sorry, go ahead.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, yeah, you're right. So if we do decide to clear the light maker, right, we get to choose to tap down.
Mhm.
All right. So Lando does not have a credit going into this turn. So usually
Correct.
something that, you feel a little better as the Lando player when you've got one coming into the turn. Of course, you
Mhm.
can generate turn of, but that limits what options you then have to play.
It also puts a lot more pressure on if that credit misses. Usually
Absolutely.
these decks only play a few misses, but still, any number higher than 0 can miss. And then if you miss on your flip turn and have to flip without a credit, it can be devastating. But I mean, step
Lando,
one is have the topple.
yeah, Lando has hit my aggressive negotiations in tournaments twice already. So, it
Yeah.
happens.
Hmm.
Okay, here we go. It's got to be there, right? If we've been on this
It's
aggressive plan
always
this whole
there.
time, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
assuming it's been there since turn one. If this has
Hmm.
been the plan.
As soon as Pride started attacking, base, it made me assume there was a topple.
All right.
You also have to make sure to order it correctly and do your boba damage first.
Mm-hmm. It'll be a near clear. I guess the code breaker is going to survive. Or is no? No,
No,
he's
it's a
not going
full
to
clear.
survive. Yep, it's
Yeah,
full clear.
full clear, and then an exhaust of the unit. So the Lightmaker was better there than any other 4 health unit. And I think also better than Rose there because Boba doesn't get to deal damage this turn. You get to exhaust the space arena, whereas with Rose, you would have gotten 5 more damage in, and your code breaker would still be alive, but then you would be getting hit for a lot of damage from the
Yeah,
space units on Boba's side.
and you'd have still been what 10 away. So
Hmm.
it wasn't close enough for you to close out the game. So yeah,
Yeah,
light maker
definitely.
good there.
It
Now
was,
Lando's
it's
suddenly in a tough
27
spot.
HP instead of 33. Yeah, like the flip topple turned it around a lot. Now, man, we see Liberties. They don't do a ton, and it goes back to the threat of craving power as well. Um, yeah, maybe Lando didn't get enough damage in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, if Lando had a little bit more to where you're in range of closing this out with aggressive negotiations, I think you'd
Hmm.
be feeling okay. But I think he's too far away.
Yeah, yeah, and he did hit the credit, so now he's got 3 credits. So could see a Liberty. Also, with a ground unit susceptible to Mando capturing the IG-2000, but obviously Mando can't capture the leader, so you still got to worry about that.
All right. Lando's going to take a second here to think this one through. Definitely on the back foot at the moment,
Hmm.
but is there a way to put yourself in a position to where you would have lethal in less actions than Boba? Because Boba's going to be able to do it in, let's see, 22, what, 2 actions?
Yeah, what Boba leader attacks for 8, and then the IG is no, that's one short. I think it's 3 actions, right? Because
Okay.
even
Could,
because IG's 7, or sorry, punishing one is 7, and then 8 when you assume 1 ping, and
could be
then
could be one with aggressive negotiations though. And I guess
true,
as the Lando
very
player,
true.
you just have to hope he doesn't have it.
Yeah, it looks like unless there's another damaged unit on Lando's side, then it's 3 actions, or an aggressive, then it's 3 actions. But now we see the Liberty doesn't get to tap anything down, but is a roadblock. It's one of the reasons I was thinking on flip about whether to flip onto the IG or the punishing one, and the IG does have overwhelm, um, and punishing one does not. But that only matters if you're going to overkill with something like an aggressive. So that this is one over hit, but punishing one does not have overwhelm. Would not have been an overhit on the IG though, so it's all kind of the same.
Yep. Yep. Punishing one, putting 1 damage on Lando here.
Hmm.
Probably not too relevant at this point.
There's the blue ace to kill the IG. So Lando clawing back into this now. But basically, Boba not having craving power was huge there. I think a craving power probably just ends the game if you
Yep.
get to kill the Liberty and still have your leader ready.
Well, and that was one of the big advantages we talked at the onset of the game of why you would play green, right?
Hmm.
To your point, a craving power there, being able to clear Liberty, maintain your threat, yeah, it would have been game over, most
Yeah,
likely.
but it's also one of the disadvantages of being data vault. You're less likely to have your craving power on the turn you need it.
Okay, Lando populating the board. Still gonna have to be a little bit careful here.
Hmm.
Um, I suppose as the Boba player, we're looking for things like our Devastator or sticking a couple units to where an aggressive negotiation just takes this game out.
Yeah. Oh, we see the pirate snub ambush to come in and clean out the blue ace. Then I
All
believe
right.
that's a droid missile platform coming in as well.
Yep. Pride and HK. So, we're building a board here. This is a way to start chipping away at that last little bit of damage, but also thinning out the hand a little bit to where the aggressive negotiations is less of a threat.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a tight one.
And I keep trying to catch the Boba's hand. I think aggressive negotiations could be a huge deal here, and I want to know how many cards are left. I think I only
Hmm.
saw 3
Yeah.
the one time it came down.
It's also a question for that more for the Boba than the Lando player, but do you keep resourcing? Do you keep these extra cards in hand? Still going base.
And we're both staying on the game plan that's has been going from the
Yeah.
onset of the game of I am the aggressor.
Well, if this 29 is accurate, then this stolen AT hauler attack will be lethal. And yeah, that's
Mhm.
it. So no answer to the 8 damage coming in, 4 from Lando, 4 from the hauler. And yeah, Lando Lake takes it. In 2 games, the second game was pretty tight, but yeah, I mean, we saw just we said they weren't super close, but they got close enough where okay, I'm going to play a couple units late game. You can't kill my 4/7 leader that easily. And then yeah, 1 Liberty and no craving power from Boba was enough to steal it, to seal it, I should say. Um, Looks like we have one more tertiary stream table. Actually, we don't think we do. So
Easy
no
doesies.
tertiary stream for top 8 coverage. So yeah, what are your thoughts on how the Lando Lake versus Boba Green played out, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, in my testing, again, I haven't played a lot of Boba Green against
Hmm.
Lake. We kind of talked about at the onset that one of the differences, would have been that craving power, and we saw an example there. Of, had he had it, it certainly would have
Yeah.
been,
Hmm.
but we didn't draw it. So without that kind of advantaged card that you get from Green in general, I like Lando into Boba. Right? So
Hmm.
if this was Lando Lake versus Boba Lake, I think Lando Lake is pretty favored. The question was, does green give you an edge there? But if you don't draw those green cards, then the answer is no.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I definitely agree. I think the green cards are more helpful in other matchups outside of specifically craving power. Things like the honor bound partisan and things like that are a little bit better into other matchups, I think. But that is a wrap on our top 8 coverage. So we're gonna take a quick break and be back with the top 4 in just a little bit. I am Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network here with Kyle from the Colorado Cantina crew. Thanks for hanging out, guys, and we'll be back with top 4 in a bit.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy at Late Night Gaming, and I'm here with my friend Jeff Creasy, and it is time for the semifinal of the Madison PQ, and we've got a banger for you. What's this Vader deck? Have you heard of this, Jeff?
I've heard of it before. I believe it likes to play ships. But yeah, I've played this Vader deck once or twice. Uh, this is a really interesting matchup. So the European style of Vader, they basically went back to more of these one drops. The reason that I was told they did this was because it's much better into Lando Lake Country. So I am very excited to see how that plays out. This is a really interesting Vader list for me. They are not on the X-34 Landspeeder main. They're in the sideboard. The Green Squadron A-Wing is just a regular A-Wing. So they're on the 12 one-drops. And then they don't have the Axe Forgets. So they're missing some of those interaction cards. But this isn't a matchup where Axe Forgets is that great anyway. The only unit you really want to Axe Forgets is something like a Bail Organa. They do have Evil is Everywhere, which is a really interesting include. I'm curious how that goes. It can always kill a spy token, worst case, but you can defeat a unit whose cost is less than or equal to the number of villainy units you control. So if you've got a lot of tokens, you can kill things. What are your thoughts?
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, obviously you're the Vader Yellow expert. If you haven't checked the masterclass, do that, and I think you still run that deck. So I find the Hold for Questioning interesting. I mean, and I think that's a very good card, and certainly a good card into Lando, where I mean you get there, and then he also has Garindin. So I think the play line with Lando is we're going to hold him, and then we're going to potentially, flip and Garindin, which takes out two of his biggest threats, right? Because hold is an exceptionally good card into a deck that has to build to one color.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of this matchup, and this is where Hold for Questioning and Garindin come into play. A lot of this matchup comes into how many how many Watch Thises does Lando Lake draw? Because Watch This, 6 cost, bounce a unit and exhaust everything in that arena. Forcing Vader to take a couple of turns off, bouncing their Clone Combat Squadron, bouncing their Victor leader, exhausting their leader. If Lando Lake gets to chain 2 Watch Thises in a row, they're probably gonna win pretty easily. And that's where the Hold for Questioning and Grindin come in. A lot of times you might see if they have these cards because of Faith in Your Friends or Master Codebreaker. But yeah, that's a lot of what it comes down to. Can you start something like Bail Organa is a really good start because he's tough to interact with. He just starts getting increasingly more damage every turn in. And so Lando is going to want to combine that with something like a Watch This, and Vader's going to want to try to go as wide as they can to use their Hold for Question, use their Garindin to discard the Watch This, and going to try to kill Lando on the flip turn on 6R.
Yep. Yeah, no, I think that, I mean, this is the Lando Lake list. There's not much that is unexpected here. It's a very good deck, very strong deck, and I think that this is an interesting matchup because neither player is exceptionally favored. I mean, it really depends on how they go, what the cards drawn are, how they navigate their lines. And the backup match is a banger too. The backup match is Vorath piloting Deidre. So we'll see. They're almost certain to still be going at the time that this is still
Definitely.
happening. So.
Yeah. A couple of interesting things in this Lando Lake list. They're only on 2 of Bail Organa, which is one of their better starts into Vader. They've got the 2 Blue Aces main. I think some Lando Lakes have been switching between those being main or sideboard. Lightmaker is another really interesting one that sometimes you can play around as Vader, and a lot of times if Lando just slams a Lightmaker on 5R after Vader has attacked and Vader can't kill it, then it gets really awkward with, how do I not get my entire board tapped on my flip turn?
Right. Yeah, no, it'll be interesting too. I did see that the Vader also had Commandeer in the board. So, I mean, could be a little game of cat and mouse because if there's one card you want to Commandeer, it's Lightmaker. It's just exceptionally strong for any deck.
And Lando also has 2 Commandeers in the board. So we may see post-board, we may see a little Commandeer battle going on. One thing
All right,
that's
and
good. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm getting word that from my friends everywhere is that the Joey is from Woodstock's Wookiees team. So if you want to
Nice.
pop that up there, story when you can, there we go. So both players are taking their hands. We did the deck list review while we were talking about the deck list. Shout out to all of these guys. I mean, this is one of the premier PQs in America for sure. With
Definitely.
Madison, I mean, we had people driving from Indiana. We had quite a few people from Minnesota. A
Mhm.
lot of great players in a killer field.
Yeah.
And there's 4 remaining of the 77 that started.
Yeah. It's always nice to get into a solid 7-round event. Really
Yeah,
earn your place in the top 4.
yeah, and I think so too. And I think that it's a testament to Misty and kind of their great prize support, and also consistent judging and
Mhm.
coverage and everything else. So real happy to
Definitely.
be a part of it,
Yeah, so
and
we see
happy
the
to bring it home today.
Black Sun Starfighter here from Vader into Canyon Frontrunner. Usually Lando doesn't want to play Canyon Frontrunner when they don't have initiative, but it really doesn't matter at this point. I actually really like keeping it as a turn 1 play because Vader wants to go 2 1-drops and you'll have initiative and you can -1. But even still, Vader's not gonna be killing this. So
And we'll see if Cody has. Oh, he doesn't have the Han,
yeah.
which is it gives Vader a big tap down target. So there's that.
Mhm.
But I mean, speaking is there. I think every single game I've lost against Lando Lakes as Yularen was because of Han Canyon
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
it's exceptionally good into Lando. I think I'm at like 90, but of there the 5/5 ground unit start is a
Mhm.
tough thing to deal with. All
We
right.
see watch this getting revealed off of the Faith in Your Friends. So we know he has 1, along with
And
a Rose and a Qui-Gon
Qui-Gon.
7-cost
All right.
ambusher. I will say this is not really the best start that Lando wants. Canyon Frontrunner not getting to minus on anything into a turn 2 Faith and make a credit, I would assume, as you're losing the initiative. So we'll see if Vader can take this game from here. There's still a lot of ground pressure on, but it's not not the best follow up from Vader either. The Pirate Snub Fighter, just a 2/3 in space. Okay, and
Andy,
a 2/1. That's better. That's better.
we're getting swarmy here in the
Mm-hmm.
semifinal. We got
Oh
4
yeah.
space units for Vader, Black Sun Patroller, the Pirate Snub, which is the ambushy one, the First Order Tie, which hits for
3
3,
currently.
right? And on the other side, we have a Canyon Frontrunner with initiative to
Mm-hmm. Which can cross
Cody.
lanes, so it can just -2 any of Vader's ships.
And then 2 spies, so a lot of damage here. We'll see if anybody has a pump effect. I mean, I think that
Yeah.
as Vader, you'd really like to see a Victor leader here, or
Yeah,
Clone Combat Squadron.
Victor Leader or Clone Combat are exactly what you're looking for here. And I think you'd rather see Clone Combat because I believe we saw Beguile in the disclose. My short-term memory is very bad. But basically, if you can force out actions that Lando has to spend their resources, and then they're kind of beguiling on 5, and it's really awkward to deal with the Clone Combat, you're feeling a little better about it.
So going fast and furious, we got a Canyon Frontrunner and a spy attacking, taking Vader to 8. The First Order Tie, Vader gets through right away, taking Lando to 5. And the race is on.
Yeah, and we see the exclamation point on the shielded unit showing that has the -2 attack.
Right, but I mean, if Lando can retain initiative, it has the potential to save 6-8 damage.
So I love this. So we talked about holding the Clone Combat, and they did that after Lando played a Rose Tico. So now Vader gets initiative as well. Vader gets the first action attack with this Clone Combat. So even if there is a Beguile or something, they're not going to get to stop this Clone Combat from attacking for 7.
And at the
Or,
same
sorry,
8. Rose landed a blow too. So Vader's at 15, like Bon Jovi,
Yeah.
halfway there.
Someone is dying on the flip turn. I'm pretty sure. We'll see who it is.
We were confident as to which of the 2 matches in the semifinals would go faster.
Oh yeah,
So,
definitely. And this is where we see if there's something like your hold for questionings to. You would imagine the Rose is going to attack first. You can still prevent 3 from the Canyon front runner and potentially take a card out of their hand. You know the watch this is still there, looming for next turn.
Yeah, because he did use his credit. He had to use the credit to play Rose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's no watch this turn. But either way, you have to attack with the clone combat first. You got to get in your 8. You can't get greedy with it.
Oh yeah, what Wise Man saith: if you can turn card sideways and do 8, that might be your play.
Yeah. But Vader with the first action here. We'll see what they go for.
Joey from Woodstock Wookiees, considering his moves. Cody's a great player for Thrawn spawns. We had him on last week on the live show. And
Nice.
the late night bump is fortunately still continuing. They crushed the Minnesota PQ, one of the players there won, and Cody's is, I think, the last Thrawn pawn standing in Madison.
Nice. Yeah, so it looks I can't tell if Cody is debating on that resource or if Joey's debating on his. I think Joey's debating on his action. Okay, we see a hold for questioning in hand. And
I think we know why he's debating on his action, because he's weighing the value of the 8-point attack against holding.
Yeah, he's
Rose
debating getting greedy. Is the I think that you never play Victor Leader here. I don't. Well, actually, because you're only at 5, so you can't do both. It's so greedy. Because also, if you play Victor Leader, the Canyon front runner's back on, and you're also opening yourself up to Beguile or anything like that.
I think that the attack is a good play here for Joey, because the attack does 8 damage, evens the health total, and I mean Rose is going to smack you for 5, but you can hold the front runner and get rid of the watch this, which is probably what you want to do anyway. Either of them is yellow for watch this is another way to say that particular thought. All right,
he's going for the resources first. There's something to be said for hold for questioning the Rose, because you know that you're going to be dying pretty quickly, so saving the 2 extra health. So maybe he's thinking that he's just going to die too quickly and he can't afford to get in the 8. Maybe he's thinking he's so far behind he has to play greedy. The other thing here is if there's one Beguile, he could just take it and leave the watch this and know that he's going to get in more damage this turn and get watched this next turn.
All right. Hold for questioning is one of my favorite cards in the set.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
Great card. All right.
2
watches this, but no Beguile.
Yeah.
So he's got a Qui-Gon saber. He's got a Qui-Gon saber. Qui-Gon saber only taps if it's on Qui-Gon, and it can't be played on the front runner, and it can't be played at all because it's in the discard pile.
Interesting. So that tells me that he doesn't have a Grindin, but 2 watch this is in hand. I'm not sure how Vader is gonna be able to close this out. Is the problem?
All right.
We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, but he knows that clone Qui-Gon is going to be uncontested. There's nothing that Lando can do this turn.
It does have -2 because the hold for questioning first action means that no unit attacks, so it has -2 attack. But he is going to get to play the he does get to play play his TIE Fighter token. If he has a 1 or 2 drop unit, he gets to play that before he attacks with the clone combat as well.
Yeah, but he's also running into lethal math, right? Because if that spy hits, is Rose with aggressive negotiations lethal? I think so.
Yeah, I think he's too far behind now. He knows. Is
there a world where Vader starts playing Watch This without the Gambit?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's very good. It's still a very good card. I would have been playing it in my Vader list had I not had I owned the card. And yeah, it looks like I think he's gonna die first action here, but he's getting in some damage first. So they're gonna add it up. It is going to be a decent amount short of lethal, I would say. But we know the aggressive is in hand with the Rose.
I'm
is the math there? Because
I'm surprised because he had just 3 other
Yeah,
cards.
there's 4 cards in hand,
Okay,
so he
no,
doesn't resource to
he
6.
doesn't resource to 6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then you have Rose +5 for lethal.
It's like the Vader Yularen matches. They're sometimes
Mhm.
wild, but I've had
Yeah.
Vader Yularen matches where I don't resource to 5
Yeah.
because it turns the lethal on.
Mhm.
And Cody takes care of Vader round 1.
Mhm.
So, we're blessed to have a Vader Yellow master, here. How does the sideboarding actually affect this game too?
The sideboarding with this specific list is going to affect it a lot because these pirate snub ambushers are not good at all in this matchup, and X34 is what you want to start every game in this matchup, regardless of what Lando plays. You just always want to have X34 in your hand. So that coming in is huge. The third Chancellor Palpatine is another one that's really big, where you can
Right.
buy yourself a couple of actions. Um, you can say, okay, I'm gonna give myself more ground sentinels to not have to worry about it. Those are the main things. Beguile is not great in this matchup because you don't want to spend 3 resources to bounce their 2-drop, and you can't bounce any of their really big stuff, like their Mandos or Liberties or anything like that. Commandeer is kind of similar. You can commandeer a blue ace, but usually that's not where I want to be in life when I'm Vader. So that they
So he decides not on the Commandeer, and I think that's interesting because if I'm Cody, I'm boarding out Lightmaker. I mean,
Mhm.
Lightmaker is for the matches where you're going against a deck that's weak in space. I mean, it's only a 3/4. I mean, it hits for 7, but it's only a 3/4.
Well,
So any dedicated space deck usually has an answer.
Well, the
Um,
nice thing about Lightmaker in this matchup is you play Lightmaker on 5, and you're threatening to just trade into anything they do and tap down their whole board. So that's the value of Lightmaker in this matchup. You don't use it to hit their base for 7, but it depends on when you play it in the turn. So if you
yeah,
play it on
right,
5 and Vader can kill it, it's really bad. But if you play it on 5 and Vader can't kill it that turn, then it's really good.
right. I guess I don't. I mean, I'd be worried that they're going to kill it on 5, right? Because Vader is
Mhm.
like the only deck that can out-turtle Vader is Akbar, I
Oh,
think.
100%. Yeah.
So I mean, Vader can do a lot of things before it has to commit to where it's attacking.
Yeah. But the thing
Um,
for me is I look at this Lando list, and Depa and Qui-Gon, you don't want any of those in
oh
your
yeah,
deck. So you've got a lot
Ma-
of cards already that you want to bring out.
yeah, and he brings a lot in too. That's
Hmm.
Derek's list.
Yeah, you
The
got the Blue
quote,
Ace, the Commandeer, and do you bring in Gorilla Soldier? Maybe just because you have 5 cards in these big 6s and 7 drops that you want to take out.
yeah, I think that you're. I mean, you're certainly bringing in home 1. I mean, if you have home 1 in your list, which is the jump to lightspeed home 1, it's because you're thinking Vader might take assist,
Oh, I think
right?
I was
So
looking at the wrong Lando Lake list. Sorry. Now I'm looking at this one. I've got the right one
yeah,
now.
so
Yeah.
so he gets a lot of help too.
Hmm.
He gets 2 blazes, two blue aces, home
2
1. I think
Commandeers,
that
home
I
1.
think I think Lando brings in the 2 commandeers. I mean, you get to
Hmm.
take out all the Qui-Gons and probably the Mandos. I
Yeah.
mean, definitely the Qui-Gons, Adeptus, probably the Mandos.
I like
Just there.
keeping Mando in because a
Vader
lot of
sometimes
times
on the
Vader
ground.
wants to play like a plot Palpatine or flip Vader to the ground, and then they end up with like
Oh,
a big clone combat in space, and they flip Vader to the ground with the Chancellor, and you kill a spy, capture their clone combat. You can get them with Mando easier than you can with Qui Gon and Depa, I think.
oh, I forgot about Palp and his spies, but that makes
Mhm.
complete sense to me that you probably do want to keep Lando. Still, he's
Yeah.
got a lot coming in. I mean, then actually
Oh,
maybe the
definitely.
third
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
the third
definitely.
Mando comes in, but I mean, I'm just looking at all these cards I would cut myself.
Yeah, I
What is
think
that?
you definitely want to
He's got a
bring in the
will of
5 cards.
he's got a will of the force in this deck too.
True. Um, and the interesting thing here is that the nice thing about Commandeer is the cleanest answer to Commandeer that Vader can have is arrest. So you
Yes.
commandeer their unit, planning to throw it into their other unit. They arrest it. They get it back instead of going to hand, and you didn't get to kill their unit. But this Vader deck isn't running arrest at all. It's one of the shortcomings of this 1-drop list is you lose access to your utility cards like your arrest, your axe forgets, and things like that can kind of help you turn certain matchups. So the Commandeer is looking really nice here. And I think that you basically get to choose. You can either, I think you could take out potentially the Qui-Gon units because you're taking out 4-drops, bringing in Blue Ace more 4-drops, and you take out the Depa and the Qui-Gon. the 7-drop Qui-Gon as well as taking out the 4-drop Qui-Gon, and then your curve
Right.
stays similar. And you're bringing so you keep the 2 Mandos, but you don't bring in the 3rd. Is probably what I would do here.
Yeah, so and it's so both of these. I think the answer that we settled on is both of these decks greatly improved to the other because they actually had a lot
Definitely.
of their answers to that particular deck in their sideboards in both cases.
Yeah. Yeah, and Vader's probably going to want to try to hard mulligan here for an X-34. That card is just so good against Codebreaker, Faith in Your Friends. Even if they start Canyon Frontrunner, you just get to trade into it and still make your token with Vader, and you're totally okay with that.
Yeah, and I think that how's Guerrilla Soldier for Lando here? I mean,
It's
is that
not great because a lot of these Vader decks, you're gonna play something. You might play something like your Sheathipede on turn 1, and there's no punish that Lando has for you sitting here with a 1 health unit in space. So
right?
so if you turn your Sheathipede from a 2/4 into a 2/4 with 3 damage on it, that's still the same thing. Um, you can the best use case for it is sometimes you'll find yourself just a couple damage short of lethal, potentially on either 5 or 6R, and you Guerrilla Soldier, deal the indirect to yourself so that you can ready it and get in 2 damage. That's kind of a narrow case though that I don't think I would bring it in from the sideboard for when you already have 5 other cards that you really want to bring in.
Right. All right. So I think the players are getting ready to go here, and they're off. They're off.
Yeah, so it looks like Vader. Oh gosh, yeah, they're going. It looks like Vader only had a 1-drop on turn 1 into a single 1-drop into a Canyon Frontrunner from Lando. So already behind the 8 ball for Vader here.
Right, and the first order tide only hits for 2 until there's a tie, which can't happen because it needs to see a token unit.
If he
I
gets an
believe.
X-34 now, it could still happen. You can X-34 ambush in and make a token.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah,
And
that's
yeah,
beautiful.
that
And
is
he
what's going to
does
happen
have
here.
the X-34 there. Maybe saves the game for Joey.
Yeah. Lando making a credit. I wonder if there's going to be an Axe Forgets or something after a token gets made. But either way, Lando making a credit first, so representing either Axe Forgets or Faith in Your Friends. So now Joey debating if he wants to get greedy for the 1 extra damage or if he thinks an Axe Forgets is coming.
Right.
I don't hate getting greedy here because the Axe Forgets could have happened last action, and it
Right.
would have been the same thing. So I don't mind going for the token here and assuming that, nothing for the Lando. Okay, now you're feeling good. You have the extra
and
1-drop as well.
and as bad as turn 1 looked for Vader, I mean turn 2
Yeah,
was
turn 2 was
about
way worse for Lando. Yeah.
it was about as significant of a recovery as you can get.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, and Lando does not have a lot of stuff that it wants to do on 5 with nothing out. I mean, Rose is okay if you have a non-unique unit, which you do not. Another update from the other match. It looks like the Boba Data Vault won game 1, and maybe is looking strong into Deidre game 2. So we'll see. Maybe this will be the first.
Maybe this is the the later match.
Well,
Especially if we end up going to a game 3, which
the-
I think we all want to see. Regardless of who you're rooting for, it's nice to see more games of SWU when you get an interesting matchup like this. We do see the Rose. This is another weak play from Lando. This is not where Lando wants to be right here.
Now-
this is where Vader needs to smell the blood in the water and go crush.
yeah, well, at least there wasn't a victor leader.
Yeah. But if there's a clone combat, okay, there's not a clone combat either, because clone combat would have been just as bad, I think.
Well, but there's a whole fleet.
18 more units. Yeah.
So that's so he played a Sheathipede, an A-Wing, and a Screeching Tie, and he drew I see he drew 2 more 1-drops, so this is gonna be a bad turn for Vader.
Yeah. It's the downside of the 1-drop deck. You're taking out your utility spells for 1-cost units, and this is what happens sometimes. I mean, Vader is always, even if you're not playing quote unquote the 1-drop version, you're still gonna have a lot of low-cost units, and sometimes you just draw them in the late game.
Yeah, but I mean, the swarm is so significant. I'm not sure it will matter. That he'll have a weak development.
I mean, if Lando has 2 watch thises, they might still win. Honestly, if they just tap the entire board on 6R and 7R and then flip and do shenanigans, then we'll see. They're very far behind though.
Yep. So he discards Axe Forget, which he needed 2 turns ago.
Yeah. Yeah, and Axe Forgets on turn 2 when I think Lando's right back in this game. But just doing nothing on turn 2, followed up with just a tapped unit that doesn't do anything on turn 3 is really turns 2 and 3 couldn't have gone worse for Lando.
Well, basically every TIE fighter produced by Kuat Shipyards,
Yeah,
has been out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're out here testing the Empire's production capabilities with this amount of TIE fighters.
That's right.
X-34, interesting. Oh well, I guess it was just, they're in the main deck, so yeah, that makes sense to not board them out for anything. Yeah, this is not the matchup where Lando wants to see X-34 though. Oh, is he double Liberty in hand for sure? I can't tell what else is in hand. Hold for
X.
Oh, X
to play X.
Sure.
No. Yeah, I think he's playing it. He's going to bounce.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the Screeching TIE would make the most sense.
Might as well. Yeah, it's the same Screeching TIE versus A-Wing.
Right, but he's got to save the damage. He's taking.
Yeah, I'm saying it's 2 damage either way.
It actually gives Vader something else to play because he only had another 1 drop. So we have both the Screeching TIEs. He takes another 4 damage,
and then make
22. Make your tie.
Now Lando does have a credit, so they can go watch this first action into flip Lando, make some credits.
Yep. And an update from Joe on the ground. Ted, the Boba Lake player, won the other semifinal. So the slow Vader Lando match.
Yeah.
There. I mean, so Deidre's games go long if Deidre stabilizes.
If Deidre wins, yeah.
Deidre
wins long and can lose short.
Yep. But
so we just see a flip here.
Boba Datavot also plays Devastator Planetary Bombardment.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So he's got to have, Cody needs to watch this right now.
Well,
right?
We know he has multiple liberties, but the Liberty doesn't do it here. The Vader held the flip, recognizing that, if you watch this, I'm going to need to flip onto the ground. If you don't, now I can just potentially flip and trade into the Liberty and still hit your base for a ton and be representing a lot of damage.
I think he's got lethal, doesn't he?
Probably.
Yeah, so he goes on like a Screeching TIE.
He has to flip onto a 2-power unit.
Actually, he survives. No, he doesn't survive.
He doesn't survive either way. Oh my goodness! How many villainy units does he have here? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them. He has 8 of them. So evil is everywhere, killing an 8+ Liberty for Vader to take game 2.
And Cody has seen enough.
Well, he's dead this turn with the Liberty gone.
I imagine he did not have getting blown out by Evil is Everywhere on his bingo card of things that would happen today.
Evil is Everywhere killing an 8-drop may be a world record for that card.
Yes. So, I mean, though was, a little bit inefficient on the 5 resource turn. I mean, I will say the top decked Evil is Everywhere couldn't have actually been stronger.
Yeah, it was awesome.
He didn't even need to flip Vader. I mean, he could have got 2 more. He could have killed a 10 drop by flipping Vader. So is it how many units does it count? Does it count Vader's villainy pip?
It is among friendly units, so it doesn't count the upgrades or anything.
All right, so it's there, but the SWU DB just got hit with 100 people all looking at Evil and Everywhere at once.
Yeah.
It is a rare. It's from Secrets. Yeah, I think
Secrets,
so. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's a very hit or miss card, but when it hits, it can hit. Like
and it wouldn't surprise me to see a disaster synergy. I mean, we have law tribal unit and we have a Gambit tribal unit now. Both of which are pretty decent. Codebreaker is way better because Codebreaker's busted.
Especially once we get some more good gambits. So I'm keeping an eye out for any gambits in the next set because right now you have a kind of low Codebreaker percentage because there aren't a ton of good gambits. But
so true story. I'm a big fan of Akbar. So I was running Codebreaker Akbar, And I was on watch this. I didn't realize it was actually from Intro Battle Hoth. I thought it was actually in
Yeah.
set 7 when I was running it, and then that got popularized in Atlanta and everything exploded. I'm like, crap, I should have gotten them then because of the
Yeah,
price.
buying a watch this on TCG Player costs more than buying an Intro to Hoth set.
Right.
So
But
that's fun.
that card is just really good. I was looking for gambits to add to the deck, and that was in there. I'm like, oh, this is a good one. But I didn't realize it was Hoth. I didn't look at the bottom. I looked
Yeah,
at the
Master Codebreaker
card.
also a Bothan reveal card, and we talked about all the gambits on the reveal video.
Oh, nice. Yeah, but Akbar gets to play Jump to Lightspeed with effect.
Oh yeah,
So he gets
true.
a bigger pool of gambits. And you'd think Restore Freedom, which is the counter side of Evil is Everywhere, would be good for Akbar, but it's unfortunately just not what you want to be
Yeah.
doing with your life.
So interesting decision here already from Joey, where he has a Grindin in hand. I actually prefer not resourcing my Garindans early in matchups like this because a lot of times you want to do the line on 5R, hold for questioning into Garindin. So I often play him not as a plot, but from my hand. But now it comes to, does he have X34 land speeder? We see Faith in Your Friends from Lando. So you get to write 2 light makers, and I believe that's another Faith in Your Friends. So X34 would hit real hard right now if Joey has it.
We hope that the players brought enough tokens for how this matchup's going to go.
True.
Because it's going to be 4 spies against whatever Vader puts out in a hurry here.
Yeah. Well, if it's X34, then it's X34 and 1 spy. Or sorry, X34 and a tie token versus 1 spy. And then you play your second Fate, then you just kill another spy, make another token. And it is the X34. That's why this card is so good into Lando. Lando claims you make your token, but now that second Faith is not looking nearly as good. You're also pumping up the ties for the the inevitable Evil is Everywhere play.
I mean, I think that Joey and his Woodstock Wookiee buddies, must have had a shout of jubilation at that particular interaction, which ended game 2. All right, so we're getting ready for turn 2. Cody from Thrawn Spawns, a Minnesota guy, playing well, seated at the top, has resourced and readied. Joey considering his decisions here. Vader, though.
Ooh, Victor Leader, debating resourcing a Victor Leader. I'm curious what he would keep instead. That seems like a pretty strong play, especially because you don't need to play it right away. You can attack, make a token, see if they're gonna axe forgets or bounce something, or play a stolen hauler before you have to decide.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's just worried about Blue Ace, but I think Victor Leader is a pretty good card for Vader. Not supposed to be researching that one.
Yeah, and you just recognize that Blue Ace is going to eat a guy. The question is how efficiently can you kill it after it does that?
Right.
But it's a reason why I like haulers a little bit better than Victor Leader specifically on turn 2. But I still would have to have a really good hand to want to resource a Victor Leader in this matchup.
Right.
Looks like we may be running into some video issues. Stick with us if that is the case. We're working on it.
Yep. I actually don't know that. It might have just been our preview here and how that works.
I think the stream is getting a little iffy as well. But we see Faith in Your Friends from Cody.
Yep.
Did that X34 go to base?
It did, which surprised me.
Interesting. Yeah. I would have taken out a spy personally, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, maybe he just knows that he needs Joey knows that he needs damage going in to try to get the kill on his 6R turn.
And Joey was able to develop nicely. Playing Y-Wing, the 1/3, and the getting another thing, and an Emissary Sheath Bead, which is a difficult card to remove. being a 2/4 in space.
It is
All right, so
one of the cards. This is the matchup where Sheathipede is not as good because Blue Ace into it on 4R kills the Sheathipede and then untaps a resource so that Lando can activate. So this is the one matchup where I like Sheathipede a little bit less. But
all
yeah,
right,
going straight to
so
base again. I have a saying when both players are racing, and that saying is one of them is wrong. So everyone ignoring the board and going face here, and I'm really, really interested to see how this plays out.
I am too. So, and Joey has attacked with just a time space, plays a clone combat squadron
Mm-hmm.
before attacking with the rest of the units. The clone combat's a big boy right now.
Yeah, I like
Kinda-
that here because you're forcing. I do this often because you're forcing Lando to make a big decision on do they have to claim, do they have to awkwardly beguile just the clone combat squadron, and you might force them to claim before they spend resources efficiently, or you might get to claim early once they've done something, and you say, okay, you played your light maker, now I'm just going to claim and hit you for a bunch.
So I see several Wookiee warriors in the chat rooting their Joey on.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
And interestingly here, this clone combat is already at 8-8, so Lightmaker can't kill it right now.
All right. So hold for questioning
Hold
on
for
the
questioning
Lightmaker.
on the Lightmaker. I like that a lot. That's better, I think, than just clone combat attacking base. We see, is that another 2 watch thises and a Liberty?
Yep, 2 watch thises. Well, definitely 1 watch this, a BD1, a Liberty.
Yeah, I can't tell what the event is on the far side, if it's another watch this or if it's something like a Beguile. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I think that might be the Han Pilot OP is what that card on the left is, which is not helping you right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking the one far to the right of Liberty. I can't tell what that one is.
Yep. So, all of these. Make sure not to discard his own X-34.
Yeah, true.
I think I see a Commandeer is what I see.
Okay. I mean,
So
Commandeer is a rough one right now with the clone combat out there.
It can save a lot of damage. Now, it only becomes a 4/4, so I guess it's still able to... I don't think he's able to kill it, though. You know, you always want to
it bounces to hand, so it doesn't attack you next turn either. They have to replay it. They don't flip Vader on it. Commandeer without a rest is huge.
I think he's got to take the Commandeer, but we'll see what he decides.
Yeah, and I'm curious this time because last game Cody had access to watch this and went for the Liberty instead, and was heavily punished by the Evil is Everywhere. So does he just go for the watch this plan this game instead? He's got a little bit more damage this game, especially with the Lightbringer out in space. So if his flip turn is starting with watch this to bounce the clone combat and tap space.
And I'm told that the Woodstock Wookiees are from Woodstock, Illinois, so the math checks out.
Oh, it looks like we fixed the single damage issue. But yeah, this is a tough choice. I don't think you care about the Liberty, to be honest. I think it's between Commandeer and Watch This. Both of them are really bad for Vader right now. It's either Commandeer is really bad this turn or Watch This is really bad next turn.
All right, so all you Woodstock Wookiees still watching along, please everybody say hi to Scott at Griffin S Games for me. You know, so I want at least like 4, 5, 6 of you, however many Wookiees there are, to all say Loopy says hi to Scott Griffin. Great store owner. I don't think we've covered a PQ there yet, but we will, so long as they get them. But he was a Vader 1 fan, so we bonded over that.
So
all right,
Clone Combat Squadron. And Commandeer comes out to Commandeer the Clone Combat Squadron.
Right. Saving a ton of damage.
Yeah, I mean, not just that. You also get to run the clone combat, kill the Sheathipede, untap 1, and make a credit with Lando. So we're going back to the kind of Sheathipede weakness. I think Vader attacks with the Sheathipede now because that's the most obvious attack. Get your damage in. But we'll see what they can do for 2 resources as well. There's no arrest anywhere in the list for Vader, so they don't have that answer. He attacks with the 1/3. Interesting. So he's leaving the Sheathipede open here to be hit. Just goes to base, so never mind. We don't need no stinking trades here for
doesn't
either
have
of
a
these
credit.
players. No,
I
he
don't
doesn't.
think he has a credit.
That's why I was thinking you might want to kill the Sheathipede and get a resource back to make a credit.
Vader plays a Black Sun. And now this is taking a bad turn at Albuquerque for Joey.
Yeah, definitely. The Commandeer was bad. The Watch This would have also been very bad. So there wasn't a great choice there. A lot of it goes back to we saw he had a Garindin in his hand at one point. If this turn, if he plays Hold for Questioning, takes a Commandeer, plays Garindin, names Watch This, I think he's doing really good in this game. But I'm guessing he might have resourced it to play with Plot. So a lot of it goes back to some of these early decisions as well. And Cody might have had 2 Commandeers in hand, in which case there wasn't a great answer there, a great way to deal with that. We know he had at least one. There was still one unknown card that I couldn't really tell what it was.
We're going to have to do a remastered class for Vader Yellow, so people to get the wisdom. But I mean, I hope you Vader pilots watching along, live or on the replay, are taking notes. Don't resource the Garindin into Lando.
There are a lot of matchups, honestly. Where the way that I describe Vader to people, they're deciding how to attack. So I've got a second to talk about theory. The way I describe Vader to people is most matchups, every deck has about 4 to 5 cards that matter in the matchup. So if you know what those cards are, that's where your Hold for Questioning and your Garindin come in real handy. In a lot of those matchups, you need to take those cards before your flip turn or to see your opponent's hand before your flip turn. So there are very few matchups where I will readily resource Garindin right now with Vader.
All right. So
yeah.
Meanwhile, Joey's been taking a bunch of hits.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to kill the light maker this turn.
Yep.
To avoid getting blown out at the beginning of the next turn.
Yeah, and I think he's been waiting. So he wants to because he knows the resource is going to untap for Cody for Lando. So he wants to say, if you're going to untap your resource and get a credit, then I'm getting initiative. Right. So I think that's why he's been dirtling and holding those attacks a little bit. He is up to 18 damage on base. So not insignificant. And it looks like he didn't kill the light maker, and we're just going into 6. I am very confused as to how that came to be.
Was there maybe a past claim? I don't know.
There might have been. Maybe Cody passed, and Cody might have passed to try to get the Sheathipede resource, and Joey just claimed. So maybe there's another Hold for Questioning, is what that would tell me, and you Hold for Questioning the light maker, take another card out of hand.
I think I might have seen a Garindin in his hand now. That's card on the left. Nope, that's Lando.
No, he just first action killing the light maker. This is, I'm intrigued as to.
Is he deploying onto the X-34? I mean, you can do that.
You can. I mean, at that point, honestly, you might as well just deploy to ground. There's not a ton of difference. You get the 2 TIE fighters, but they're since we've already seen Evil is everywhere, so you do get 2 more villainy pips. Well, I guess technically 1 more villainy pip if you deploy to the X-34.
All right, so Lando burns AN from his.
Yeah, so Lando still does not have a credit. So Lando is going to have to flip without a credit here. This whole that's huge. That miss is huge. Lando does not have a credit and just hit one of their 3 misses in the deck. So huge blow for Cody here.
2 even. I think he cut an AN. If memory serves.
But yeah, that is pretty backbreaking. We know he has a Liberty in hand because we saw it with the Hold for Questioning and it wasn't taken.
I mean, there's not that many things more terrifying in life than Vader riding a speeder at you.
Yeah.
All right, so he's deploying.
I think he's debating if he wants to go ground or on the X-34. Since you're going to base anyway, you might as well just go on the X34. If you're using the X34 to clear spies and trying to get 5 damage into base, then sure.
And
It looks like we have a Palpatine and a Grindin probably getting plotted. 3 Palpatines, that's fun.
I think he can only play one of them, but I mean, you can reveal as many plot cards as you
two
like.
of them. I would probably play Grindin and Palpatine over double Palpatine. I don't think just 2 extra spies matters here versus taking a card out of their hand. But also, they just missed on their trigger, so you're not as worried about flipping, and they can't play a Liberty this turn. And it's going to take them several actions to play a Liberty next turn, and that's assuming they don't flip at all this turn. So Lando missing there was pretty huge, not getting the credit.
All right. Gets 2 spies with Sentinel.
Mm-hmm. Now this is where do we discard a card, or do we get 2 more spies with Sentinel? I think he threw another Palpatine out there, so I think we're getting 2 more spies with Sentinel.
Seeing all of this is just making me want to jam a Crucible into this Vader deck. Sly Moore style. Okay, so X34 Vader, spy kills spy, not the old cartoons, but there.
Yeah,
Vader hits
7 to base
for 7, taking it to 15.
And yeah, even if Lando flips this turn, you're going to have to flip and attack a spy. So it wouldn't. Maybe Lando just doesn't flip this turn, so they can get their credit next turn. If they flip this turn, they can't play Liberty next turn either,
Right.
Or Mando or any of those cards. But even if they did flip. Okay, I was gonna say it's kind of a darned if you do, darned if you don't scenario, because it's gonna take you 3 actions to get up to 8 to play the Liberty next turn anyway, and by then it's gonna be too late. So I think you might as well just flip now.
Yep. And he's going to have to find a way to deal with there. Vader is going to have initiative, which doesn't happen often, but does happen when you have.
Does happen when your whole board
Space Arena tap. Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing Vader just claimed it, because another thing. Oh, it looks like that might have been an Axe Forgets to bounce the last spy token. So now Lando can attack base.
So both players trying to get into the final round. This is a decisive game through. Game 1 was all Lando. Game 2, all Vader. Punctuated by an excellent Evil is Everywhere play to win the game. And Vader has taken 25. Lando needs to find a way to do 5 more damage. And has a whole bunch of spies. He played another Faith, I think. Oh, wait, no, those are just the ones because they killed the other spies. All right, so now Vader's got to find a tap.
Oh, he played a Qui-Gon's lightsaber on his Lando to hit base for 7. That's what because Vader was at 18. He played Axe Forgets to bounce the last spy with Sentinel, then Qui-Gon's lightsaber onto the Lando to hit for 7 up to 25. So now this Lando attack is lethal. Unless Vader finds another hold for questioning or a Chancellor, but I believe they revealed all 3 Chancellors from plot, so they can't have a third one. Is he Evil is Everywhere-ing the leader? That's what it looks like.
All right. The Spoo DB again hit with Evil is Everywhere. I can't actually read it on our preview here that we commentate from. Defeat a unit. It does not say non-leader unit.
Cost equal to or less than. So yeah, with 7 villainy symbols, you can defeat, 6, you can defeat the Lando leader. And he has exactly 6 with
this
the
game's
Chancellor Palpatine out.
Getting wacky here. Han Pilot goes to the ground to kill the Chancellor Palpatine.
Well, Vader still has a lot of work to do because these spies are lethal on their own. So you might have to swing Vader into a spy or play more X-34s.
Joey would give his kingdom for an X34 or two. I mean, two X34s. Great. I think he played one earlier this game, and he only had two in the sideboard. So
Yeah, I mean, it's his turn one play, and it's still going. But I mean, a lot of it goes back to all the early turns. He was
he
attacking
does in fact
base
have
for
to kill it.
2 and not attacking spies, and now he has to attack the spies for 7 and miss that damage to base.
Yep, and then, so regretting not playing Vader to the ground, but Galen Urso is that enough? All right, so we have
definitely not. 18,
not enough.
20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 31 is what I'm counting.
Yep. A lot of math being done in a hurry.
Yeah, so I think they are scooping it up here.
So, Cody from Thrawn's Ponds, following up their excellent performance of the team in Roseville at the Dreamers Vault, advances to the final of the 77-player Madison Planetary Qualifier. Shout out to Joey at Woodstock Wookiees. Please, all of you guys, bother Scott from Loopy at Late Night Gaming. Say hi for me. And a great run, getting 2 into the top 8, traveling up to Madison. I was struck by how many people traveled to this event. We had folks from Indiana, Minnesota, a lot from Illinois. It's really, really just a great thing to have well-attended big PQs. And it's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. As I always also like seeing when teams do well, it just shows that teamwork and playing the game with friends the way it's meant to be played helps and pays off. So yeah, huge congrats to both Thrawn's Ponds and to the Woodstock Wookiees.
And we have a final with a Thrawn's Pond, Cody, against the Boba Data Vault list. And, Corwin from our team is smiling as he's been on Data Vault Boba for a couple of sets now and is confused by the rise of Lake Country. As he's convinced that Data Vault is the way, and he's got a fan here. All right, so
I like Data Vault and 30, honestly. Green 30, but
all right, so very, very good. We're going to take just a quick break here, and we'll be right back with the final after this. What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? There were 77 entrants, and we're down to 2. We are here to the final of the third inaugural Battle for Trandosha, the Madison, Wisconsin PQ. We got a trophy, boxes of carbonite, and qualifying points on the line. And I'm joined with Jeff from the Boston Network, frequent co-collaborator and partner in commentary. This is a great matchup. It's the battle for Lake Country.
Yeah, absolutely. It's showing, who needs multiple colors. I just want a Rev and Lake Country to do well. That's what's next on the list. But for now, we've got to settle for single color decks. So we got Boba Lake Country against Lando.
Carlos Apodaca, I know you're listening. I know you're watching. Man up and bring the Revan. All right. Boba Lake Country. This is Ted Hippoboy, great player from around the Madison area. We play with him frequently. And he's got kind of a spicy Boba list here, though. I like some of the changes. So, thoughts on this list?
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think that when the things that stick out to me are you get your System Shocks main and your direct hits in the sideboard. So you get some removal there, and you get some upgrade hate. I think this list is solid. The TIE daggers in the main deck are also interesting. I think that's one that you probably got a lot of people with that in Swiss who weren't ready for that, and maybe left their unit with 2 health left, and instead of thought it was safe from the pings. This is interesting.
Is that a unit you've played before?
It is. Yeah, that was a very solid unit in Vader back in the day. It doesn't make the cut anymore. But back in the days of Sanctioner Shuttle and Tarkin Town and things like that, the TIE Dagger was big in Vader.
Big invader. All right, and then we have on the other side, the Lando Lake Country deck brought that we just saw win the semifinal. Cody's from Thrawn Prawns. Thoughts on this list, Jeff?
Yeah, I like this list a lot. It's mostly standard, but I see some things like I think that the 2 X-34 land speeders main are basically just an homage to saying I want more points to win the mirror. Same thing with the Qui-Gon Sentinel, probably there to eat up a lot of spy tokens. My question and what we're about to see is, do those changes lose points into some of the matchups like Boba Lake, where your Qui-Gon isn't as good, your X-34 is just okay. X-34 is still solid in this matchup, but it's not like the best opener. I would imagine Lando Lake is still kind of okay here, but yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, no, and it's interesting. Lando Lake historically has a decent matchup into Boba Lake Country. I do think that you're right that he moves some of the things to defensive ground, expecting a bunch of Obi, and sure there was. It was the most represented deck by a fair margin. And we'll see how it turns out. It'll be a heck of a final.
Yeah. Also, the Depa's main is something that I think is another concession to saying that the meta right now is a lot more ground heavy. But this Lando Lake deck is still going to have a lot of play into Boba, but I'm interested how far the other way on the needle all these ground changes have made this matchup.
Yep, and Ted, I think, needs to win this to qualify for Worlds. So he's going here. I don't know what Cody's status is. He does have initiative game 1, and he starts with one of the best cards to play when you have initiative, the Legion Pride. Ooh,
and a card that don't want to play when you don't have initiative.
Yep, and then we have the
this game would be very different if initiative was the other way.
Yep.
I'm curious what Boba does with this Pride, because Boba wants to go. I like this, because I was going to say you don't want to risk losing to a Han pilot on the front runner. So this, you still get to kill the front runner, 2 to base, 1 indirect for another to base, and now this Pride is threatening 4 to base with 2 more indirect and the 2 attack.
Cody wishing he brought an Anakin pod, but Axe Forgets is okay. He saves
it saves a lot of damage. So nobody has a board yet, and I think that Boba is more okay with this. You've dodged the Master Codebreaker into double Faith in Your Friends, 10 damage on turn 3 kind of starts that this deck can do. So you're basically guaranteed at this point that you're going to get to the flip, which sometimes Lando kills you on the turn before you can flip. So
Faith in Your Friends is one of the most powerful cards in SWU before it cost 1.
Mhm.
All right, so Legion General Prides comes out. That's
Yeah.
actually probably a sigh of release from Lando.
Yeah, exactly. Because now, especially if Lando plays a 4 or 5, and there is the Han pilot, so that would have been a huge punish if the Canyon Frontrunner was allowed to live, assuming it was in the hand back then as well. But
imagine so.
And yeah, TIE Bomber coming out, not a bad follow up, but not really what you want from your 4 resource turn. You'd rather just play out something like a Fet's Fire Spray, or one of your 4 drop ships.
Yeah, no, I think that Lando regained quite a bit of this game with how that turn went. A Fet's Fire Spray or something like that would have been a disaster. You know?
Because the other thing is now you're right now the only ship you can flip your leader onto is susceptible to the Axe Forgets. So